Chapter 2071. The three men from the Eastern Fang clan, including Dongfang Zhu, quickly returned to the Eastern Fang clan's mansion after they left the restaurant. They immediately went to look for the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Zhu's father, Dongfang Qian. Father! Dongfang Zhu was furious when he saw Dongfang Qian. He complained agitatedly, "Qiu Mu Qing, the young miss of the Qiu clan, and the Qiu clan have gone too far. They've gone too far." What happened? Dongfang Qian's expression darkened when he saw his son losing his composure. He could not help but frown. About half an hour ago, his son had come to look for him and asked for two of the Eastern Fang clan's powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. They were the two Eastern Fang clan's elders who were standing behind Dongfang Zhu. However, he did not expect that his son would bring people back not long after he left with them. Moreover, he even said that Qiu Mu Qing and the Qiu clan had gone too far. "Father, I wanted to bring the two elders to teach that fellow a lesson. However, when we returned to the restaurant, that fellow had already left with Qiu Mu Qing." Dongfang Zhu's expression was unsightly as he continued to say, "Moreover, Qiu Mu Qing was the one who held that fellow's hand as they left. After that, we heard that Qiu Mu Qing brought that fellow back to the Qiu clan and arranged for him to stay in her mansion. As far as I know, her independent mansion has never accepted an outsider to live in since the beginning. That fellow was the first person she had ever accepted." Dongfang Zhu's eyes were bloodshot when he spoke. It was obvious he knew Qiu Mu Qing very well. It was exactly because of this that he was so furious. Qiu Mu Qing had always been his woman. However, she had taken the initiative to hold another man's hand and even brought him back to her mansion. Dongfang Zhu felt like he was going crazy when he thought about this. "What?" Dongfang Qian's expression darkened when he heard Dongfang Zhu's words. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Qiu Mu Qing actually did something so immoral? Clan leader! One of the Eastern Fang clan's elders who had returned with Dongfang Zhu said angrily, "Qiu Mu Qing and the Qiu clan have gone too far. Currently, there's no one in Clarity City who doesn't know Qiu Mu Qing from the Qiu clan is going to become your daughter-in-law. Her actions today are an insult to the Dongfang clan." "Yes, Patriarch." Another elder from the Dongfang clan said angrily, "If our Dongfang clan doesn't handle this matter well, I'm afraid our Dongfang clan won't be able to hold our heads high in Clarity City in the future. At that time, no one will put our Dongfang family in their eyes. This matter must be handled properly." Dongfang Qian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the two elders from the Eastern Fang clan and asked, "Elders, what do you think about this matter? Clan leader, I suggest you personally lead a team to the Qiu clan to denounce them. We must ask the Qiu clan and Qiu Mu Qing to give us an explanation for what happened today." One of the elders from the Eastern Fang clan said in a deep voice, "Apart from that, the Qiu clan must also hand over Qiu Mu Qing and the purple-clad young man to the Eastern Fang clan for punishment. Moreover, the Qiu clan must agree to the Eastern Fang clan's request to annul the engagement." "That's right." The other elder from the Eastern Fang clan nodded in agreement. News of Qiu Mu Qing's actions must have spread in Clarity City. If we accept her, we'll become the laughingstock of Clarity City. For this reason, the engagement must be annulled by the Eastern Fang clan. The Eastern Fang clan must tell everyone in Clarity City that it's us who rejected Qiu Mu Qing. It's not Qiu Mu Qing who looked down on us. As the Dongfang family elder spoke, his words fell to the ground with conviction. "I'll definitely lead a team to denounce the Qiu clan for this matter. Otherwise, do they really think there's no one in the Eastern Fang clan?" Dongfang Qian said coldly. "As for annulling the engagement, that's a must as well. There's no way the Eastern Fang clan will accept such a woman. It shouldn't be difficult for the Qiu clan to hand over the purple-clad young man. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for the Qiu clan to hand over Qiu Mu Qing. That shameless girl is the lifeblood of the Qiu clan's patriarch, Qiu and Ping. It's impossible for him to hand her over." Dongfang Qian frowned when he reached the end of his sentence. "Father, we must make the Qiu clan hand over that slut Qiu Mu Qing." Right at that moment, Dongfang Zhu interjected. Dong Fengzhu's eyes shone with a cold and lecherous gleam when he spoke. He could not wait to capture Qiu Muqing and bring her to the Eastern Fang clan for him to do whatever he wanted with her. He wanted to possess the woman he wanted even in his dreams, even if it was impossible for him to marry her. Zhu, I understand how you feel, but it's impossible for the Qiu clan to hand over Qiu Muqing. Dong Fengqian said to Dong Fengzhu, second young master, the clan leader is right. At the same time, an elder from the Eastern Fang clan standing next to Dong Fengzhu said, Qiu Muqing is Qiu and Ping's only daughter. He's willing to risk his life for Qiu Muqing. For this reason, it's impossible for the Qiu clan to hand over Qiu Muqing. Second young master, we know you hate Qiu Muqing, but it's impossible for the Qiu clan to hand her over. Another elder from the Eastern Fang clan chimed in. Dong Fengzhu fell silent when he heard this. Actually, how could he not know this? However, he was still unwilling to accept this. Naturally, he knew it was impossible for him to change this fact even if he was unwilling to accept it. Zhu, I promise you, after this incident, I'll find an opportunity to secretly kidnap Qiu Muqing and bring her to you so you can do whatever you want with her. This time, you can vent your anger on that purple-clad young man first. Dong Fengqian felt sorry for his son, so he quickly comforted him. Dong Fengzhu's eyes lit up when he heard Dong Fengqian's words. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father. The three of you wait in the front courtyard. I'll look for the Grand Elder and the Second Elder to tell them about this. Soon after, Dong Fengqian said, I believe they'll be as angry as we are about Qiu Muqing's actions and the Qiu clan's indulgence of her actions. I'll meet up with all of you after I've told them about this. As soon as Dong Fengqian finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Dong Fengzhu and the other two elders. As a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, his speed was so fast that Dong Fengzhu and the other two elders could not even catch a glimpse of him. However, after Dong Fengqian left, they obediently waited in the front courtyard of the Eastern Fang clan's estate. Just as Dong Fengqian had said, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan were furious when they heard about Qiu Muqing's actions. After all, Qiu Muqing's actions had crossed the line of the Eastern Fang clan. Dong Fengqian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, brought the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the generals of the Eastern Fang clan out of the Eastern Fang clan's estate after they met up with Dong Fengzhu and the other two elders. They flew in the direction of the Qiu clan's estate. Along the way, the group of people who were in a hurry naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. Isn't that Dong Fengqian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan? Many passers-by raised their heads and looked at the group of people flying across the sky. Their faces were full of surprise. The Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan, Dong Fengzhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, is here as well. They're flying in the direction of the Qiu clan's estate. It seems like they're going to the Qiu clan to denounce them. Many people had heard about Qiu Muqing's actions today. Therefore, they could guess why Dong Fengqian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, had brought the people from the Eastern Fang clan to the Eastern Fang clan. Come to think of it, the eldest young miss of the Qiu clan is really bold. Not only did she protect the person who humiliated the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, but she even brought him back to the Qiu clan and allowed him to stay in her independent mansion. Isn't it obvious that she has a special relationship with that person? Qiu Muqing's actions are like a slap to the Eastern Fang clan's face. It's no wonder Dong Fengqian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, personally made a move. It seems like the power structure in Clarity City is going to change soon. After this incident, the Qiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan are no longer on the same side. This is going to give the Feng clan an opportunity to take advantage of this. From today onward, the Feng clan will be the sole ruler of Clarity City. A woman has destroyed two clans. She's really a femme fatale. The man Qiu Muqing brought back to the Qiu clan is going to lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. Many people could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw the people from the Eastern Fang clan making their way to the Qiu clan's estate. Based on their words, they felt Qiu Muqing was a femme fatale. At the same time, they felt Duan Lingtian, the purple-clad young man Qiu Muqing brought back to the Qiu clan was going to suffer. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing, the young miss of Qiu clan, had just returned from visiting the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu and Ping. They were sitting at a stone table in the pavilion in the front yard of Qiu Muqing's mansion. "Miss Qiu, you didn't tell your father my name, right?" Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something, and he could not help but ask. After Qiu Muqing left, Duan Lingtian realized his name was a burden to others as well. Chapter 2072. Although the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism whom he had offended were not very powerful, it would not be difficult for them to annihilate a third-rate force like the Qiu clan. For this reason, after he told Qiu Muqing his name, he regretted not reminding Qiu Muqing not to tell anyone else his name. This included her father, the clan leader of Qiu clan. No. Although Qiu Muqing did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this question, she shook her head immediately and said, "I just went to see my father. I just went to find my father and told him everything that happened today. He should be at the Great Elder's place now, discussing with the Great Elder how to deal with the Dongfang family. However, he promised me that he'll protect you. You can stay in the Qiu clan. You don't have to worry about the Eastern Fang clan." Qiu Muqing comforted Duan Lingtian when she reached the end of her sentence. "Miss Qiu, you don't have to worry about the Eastern Fang clan. I, Duan Lingtian, am not afraid of the Eastern Fang clan," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. However, his expression turned solemn as soon as he finished speaking. He quickly reminded Qiu Muqing, "However, from now on, please don't tell anyone my name, including your father, Miss Qiu." Naturally, Qiu Muqing did not take Duan Lingtian's words seriously. Although she had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, she knew Duan Lingtian was not weak. However, she did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to deal with the entire Eastern Fang clan. At the very least, she did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to deal with the entire Eastern Fang clan. However, Qiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She could not figure out why Duan Lingtian was hiding his name. In the end, Qiu Muqing decided not to voice her doubts. After all, everyone had their own secrets. She believed Duan Lingtian must have his reasons for saying so. He must have some special circumstances that made it inconvenient for him to reveal his name for the time being. "All right." Qiu Muqing nodded and said, "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone your name without your permission." Upon hearing Qiu Muqing's words, Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. He was not afraid no matter how much trouble he caused in Clarity City. However, he did not plan to reveal his name in Clarity City. This was because he was worried that once his name was exposed, the three high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect whom he had offended would know that he had come to Clarity City and had a relationship with the Qiu clan, one of the three major clans in Clarity City. Duan Lingtian, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master. However, he was 100% certain about the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. If Lian found out he had a relationship with the Qiu clan in Clarity City, he would definitely make a move against the Qiu clan. At that time, Qiu Muqing would definitely be implicated. For this reason, Duan Lingtian asked Qiu Muqing not to tell anyone his name. This way, he would be able to avoid future troubles. No matter how high-profile he was in Clarity City, no one would associate him with Duan Lingtian, the second most popular prodigy among the younger generation of the Zoroastrianism. You? After a moment of silence, Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing spoke at the same time, trying to break the silence. However, even though they spoke at the same time, when they looked at each other, they spoke in unison. However, since both of them spoke at the same time, they did not continue. You first. After a short moment, the two of them opened their mouths again and spoke in unison. Those who did not know might think that they had rehearsed this thousands of times. Otherwise, how could they be able to speak in unison twice in such a short period of time? Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Qiu Muqing chuckled. Her beautiful cheeks were flushed red as she shyly smiled like a young girl. When Duan Lingtian was about to speak, a dark voice sounded from outside. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded from outside. It dispelled Duan Lingtian's intention to speak. Qiu Muqing. His gloomy voice was mixed with a bit of anger as it came from afar. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. The smile on Qiu Muqing's face disappeared and was replaced by a displeased expression. Thud, thud, thud. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard a series of heavy footsteps approaching. It was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He led a group of people into Qiu Muqing's independent residence in a menacing manner. It was obvious they did not come with good intentions. The group of people behind the middle-aged man consisted of old men, middle-aged men, and young men. Their expressions were grave when they saw Qiu Muqing. Many of them were glaring at Qiu Muqing as though Qiu Muqing had done something unforgivable. Second uncle, elders, what's the meaning of this? Isn't it rude for you to barge in without permission? At this moment, Qiu Muqing stood up and walked out of the pavilion. Her expression darkened when she saw the menacing group of people approaching the pavilion. This was Qiu Muqing's independent residence, and she was the owner. These people in front of her had trespassed into her residence without her permission. Not only were they being rude, they were also looking down on her. At this moment, the group of people who had barged into Qiu Muqing's residence was led by Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan. The people behind Qiu Gangyi were the elders of Qiu clan. They were the people Qiu Gangyi had gathered when he returned. These people were the elders of Qiu clan who wanted to force Qiu Muqing to marry Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan. When they learned about Qiu Muqing's actions and realized the marriage between the Qiu clan and the Eastern Fang clan had been ruined, they were furious. All of them followed Qiu Gangyi to denounce Qiu Muqing. What? Qiu Muqing, you've already decided to destroy the Qiu clan. Are you going to stop us from barging into your residence? Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, looked at Qiu Muqing with a dark expression on his face as he said coldly, "Without the Qiu clan, do you think you'll be able to have your own independent mansion? What a joke." His tone was filled with mockery. Although Qiu Gangyi was the second master of Qiu clan, he was also a lineal disciple of Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing had to address him as second uncle. However, the blood relationship between him and Qiu Muqing was extremely weak. His grandfather and the grandfather of Qiu and Ping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, were cousins. Qiu Gangyi and Qiu and Ping were not related to each other by blood. Moreover, Qiu and Ping's daughter, Qiu Muqing, was the younger generation of Qiu and Ping. Naturally, it was not because he wanted to make things difficult for Qiu Muqing. In his heart, the Qiu clan's benefit was his priority. He did not care about Qiu Muqing's life or death. For this reason, he had instigated the elders of Qiu clan to force Qiu and Ping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, to persuade Qiu Muqing to marry into the Eastern Fang clan, even though Qiu Muqing had made it clear she was unwilling to marry into the Eastern Fang clan. Destroy the Qiu clan? Qiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Qiu Gangyi's words. Then, she asked coldly, "Second uncle, why do you say that? Why do I say that?" Qiu Gangyi smirked. Then, he looked at the purple-clad young man standing next to Qiu Muqing who had just walked out of the pergola. He was none other than Duan Lingtian. He said mockingly, "Is this the wild man you found outside? He's quite good-looking. Unfortunately, he offended the Eastern Fang clan. He's destined to die." The sneer on Qiu Gangyi's face deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. Wild man? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Qiu Gangyi's words. However, he suppressed his anger and did not do anything. No matter what, the person before him was a member of the Qiu clan. If he acted rashly, he would put Qiu Muqing in a difficult position. For this reason, he could only endure it for now. Naturally, he did not have to endure it forever. If he could not endure it, there was no need for him to endure it anymore. Swoosh! Qiu Muqing's expression changed drastically when she heard Qiu Gangyi's words. She could tolerate it if Qiu Gangyi insulted her. However, she could not tolerate it if he insulted Duan Lingtian and her friend. Qiu Gangyi. You better watch your mouth. What wild man? He's my friend. Qiu Muqing glared at Qiu Gangyi. Her voice seemed to have come from an ice cave, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop a few degrees. This was also the first time she had addressed Qiu Gangyi by his name. Qiu Gangyi was stunned when he heard Qiu Muqing calling him by his name. However, he was so angry that he laughed. Good. Very good. It seems like you've grown up. You actually dared to call me, your second uncle, by my name for a wild man. I'll say it again. He's my friend, not a wild man. Qiu Muqing's beautiful face was covered in a layer of frost. When she spoke again, her voice was even colder than before. It was so cold that it made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Based on Qiu Muqing's tone, one could tell she was furious. She was furious. You're Qiu Gangyi, right? When Duanling Tian saw Qiu Muqing's anger, he knew there was no need for him to hold back anymore. He took a step forward and looked at Qiu Gangyi before he said in a deep voice, You better listen to Miss Qiu and watch your mouth. Qiu Gangyi's attention was drawn to Duanling Tian as soon as he took a step forward. Qiu Gangyi was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then he burst out laughing. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped laughing and looked at Duanling Tian with an ice-cold gaze as he said disdainfully, You're right. He said disdainfully, Brat, don't think you can do whatever you want in the Qiu clan just because Qiu Muqing likes you. You're still too inexperienced in front of me. Chapter 2073. You're still too naive in front of me. Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, said disdainfully. He looked at Duanling Tian condescendingly, as though he was a superior looking down on a subordinate. Duanling Tian was displeased by this. You think I'm still too naive in front of you? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His tone was much deeper than before. If someone familiar with Duanling Tian was here, they would be able to tell based on Duanling Tian's reaction that Duanling Tian was furious. Duanling Tian was furious. What? Are you doubting my words? Qiu Gangyi sneered when he saw Duanling Tian was displeased with his words. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duanling Tian. A hint of arrogance could be seen in his eyes. Qiu Gangyi, that's enough. Qiu Muqing, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, took a step forward and stood next to Duanling Tian. She raised her beautiful eyebrows, and the coldness on her beautiful face intensified as she spoke in a low voice. Humph! Duanling Tian snorted as the Sun Saint energy in his body surged. He was ready to teach Qiu Gangyi a lesson. Was it him or the Dongfang clan who was not to be trifled with? Duanling Tian's robe fluttered as he prepared to attack. Second Master! At this moment, an anxious voice rang from outside Qiu Muqing's residence. Master, you're in the imperial residence. Based on the voice, it was obvious the person was not looking for Qiu Muqing. Instead, he was looking for Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing's eyes turned even colder when she heard this. Thud, thud, thud. Following that, a series of hurried footsteps rang in the air. Duanling Tian saw a middle-aged man rushing into the residence. A middle-aged man barged in anxiously. He ignored Qiu Muqing, the owner of the mansion, and rushed to Qiu Gangyi's side. Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Dongfang clan, has brought his second son, Dongfang Zhu, and the grand elder and second elder of the Dongfang clan to the Qiu clan. They want an explanation from the Qiu clan. The middle-aged man, who was an elder of the Qiu clan, reported. The content of his report could also be summarized into one sentence. The Dongfang clan has come to the Qiu clan. The Dongfang clan? Qiu Gangyi's expression darkened when he heard the middle-aged man's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duanling Tian and Qiu Muqing. The elders of the Qiu family who followed Qiu Gangyi were shocked. The people from the Dongfang clan are here? Moreover, Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Dongfang clan, is personally leading the group? One of the Qiu clan's elders had a grave expression on his face. He glared at Qiu Muqing and said in a deep voice, Big sister, look at what you've done. It's one thing if you don't want to marry into the Qiu clan, But you even took in someone who humiliated the second young master of the Dongfang clan. You're playing with fire. You're openly making an enemy out of the Dongfang clan. In Clarity City, who doesn't know that our Qiu clan's eldest sister is going to marry into the Dongfang clan? However, today, our Qiu clan's eldest sister openly held a wild man's hand in front of so many people in Clarity City, and even brought him back to our Qiu clan. Another Qiu clan's elder said angrily. Not only did she bring him back to the Qiu clan, but she even placed him in her own residence. This is ridiculous. Another Qiu clan's elder said in a deep voice. We have to hand him over to appease the Dongfang clan. Another Qiu clan's elder looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, otherwise, our Qiu clan will become enemies with the Dongfang clan. At that time, the Feng clan will be able to destroy our Qiu clan and the Dongfang clan one by one and remove both of our clans from Clarity City. Humph, don't you think you're being too naive? Even if we hand him over, the Dongfang clan's anger might not be extinguished because of this. After all, this big sister of our Qiu clan gave the Dongfang clan a very resounding slap. The Dongfang clan won't let this matter rest. Some of the elders from the Qiu clan looked at Qiu Muqing angrily. It was obvious that they were blaming her. They were blaming Qiu Muqing for offending the Dongfang clan. Then we'll hand both of them over, one of the Qiu clan's elders said. When the Qiu clan's elder who had sent a message to Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, arrived, an uproar broke out. The Qiu clan's elders who had remained silent earlier began to cause a commotion. All of them blamed Qiu Muqing as though she had committed a heinous crime. Bring both of them to the main hall and apologize to the clan leader of the Dongfang clan. We have to give the Dongfang clan an explanation. At the same time, Qiu Gangyi ordered the elders from the Qiu clan to bring Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing to the Qiu clan's main hall to apologize to the clan leader of Dongfang clan. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly rang out and spread out. The laughter easily drowned out the voices of the Qiu clan's elders. A few of the Qiu clan's elders who were about to invite Duan Lingtian and Qiu Muqing to the main hall stopped in their tracks when they heard Qiu Gangyi's words. For a moment, everyone's attention was on the person who had laughed loudly. The person who had laughed was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Qiu Muqing. What are you laughing at? Qiu Gangyi asked coldly. His expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian bursting out in laughter. His voice faintly drowned out Duan Lingtian's unbridled laughter. Even Qiu Muqing looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. She could not understand why Duan Lingtian was laughing at this moment. Although she had obtained the promise from her father, the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu and Ping, that the Qiu clan would do its best to protect Duan Lingtian, however, based on the current situation, it was completely different from what she had expected. Qiu Gangyi and the Qiu clan's elders seemed to want to send Duan Lingtian away to appease the Eastern Fang clan. Moreover, some of the Qiu clan's elders even wanted to send her away. Naturally, she knew it was impossible for her to be sent away. Not only could the Qiu clan not afford to lose face, but even her father would not allow anyone in the Qiu clan to send her away. At this moment, she was more worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Just when she was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety, she saw Duan Lingtian suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter was unbridled, as though he was not afraid of anything. Qiu Muqing was puzzled. She did not know why Duan Lingtian could still laugh at such a time. Moreover, he laughed so brazenly. What are you laughing at? Duan Lingtian stopped laughing when he heard Qiu Gangyi's words. He looked at Qiu Gangyi and the Qiu clan's elders behind Qiu Gangyi and said, I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you men for putting the responsibility of protecting the Qiu family on a woman. In my eyes, men like you who rely on women to such an extent are just a bunch of trash. A bunch of trash. Duan Lingtian did not hold back when he spoke. He called Qiu Gangyi and the Qiu clan's elders trash. Trash? Trash? Even a person made of clay would not be easily swayed, let alone Qiu Gangyi and the Qiu clan's elders. When they heard Duan Lingtian's humiliating words, they could not help but be stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and wondered if they had heard wrongly. However, they soon realized from each other's angry eyes that they had not misheard. They did not mishear. Duan Lingtian was indeed insulting them. Chou Gang-yi and the Chou clan's elders glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. "You're seeking death, brat. Who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate us by calling us trash? I think you're tired of living." At this moment, Chou Gang-yi was not the only one who was glaring at Duan Lingtian. Even the Chou clan's elders were glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. It was as though they were ready to attack Duan Lingtian at any time to vent their anger. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a gust of wind blowing past his eyes. It was Chou Mu-ching. She had appeared in front of him and shielded him behind her after she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth when he saw this. However, when Duan Lingtian looked at Chou Mu-ching's back and saw Chou Gang-yi and the others, a hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. "What's wrong? Are you angry because you're embarrassed?" Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he saw Chou Gang-yi and the others glaring at him. Instead, he sneered and said, "Or, do you think I'm wrong?" Although Chou Gang-yi and the others were furious when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they could not refute him. Even if they did not want to admit it, they could not deny it. Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. "I'm sure all of you can't wait to hand me and Sister Chou over to the Dongfang clan." Duan Lingtian suddenly changed the topic and said bluntly, "If that's the case, Sister Chou and I will cooperate with all of you." Duan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chou Mu-ching immediately turned around. She wanted to stop Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as she spoke, she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian's overbearing voice. "Sister Chou, let's follow them to the Chou clan's main hall to meet the people from the Dongfang clan. Who knows, maybe the people from the Dongfang clan will be merciful and let us live when we arrive at the Chou clan's main hall." In the end, a hint of mischief could be heard in Duan Lingtian's tone. Naturally, Chou Gang-yi and the others did not notice this. Chapter 2074. Let all of you live? Chou Gang-yi, the second master of Chou clan, and the elders from Chou clan were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They felt the purple-clad young man was too naive. Chou Mu-ching was fine. Although Chou Mu-ching had offended the Eastern Fang clan, she was the eldest sister of Chou clan. Moreover, she had the protection of the clan leader of Chou clan. Even if they wanted to hand her over to the Eastern Fang clan, it was impossible. However, who was this purple-clad young man? Perhaps Chou Mu-ching would do her best to protect him. However, it was already good enough that Chou Mu-ching was able to protect herself. How could she protect this purple-clad young man? Naive! What a joke! He humiliated the Eastern Fang clan's second young master, Dongfang Zhu, in front of so many people, and he still wants to show mercy to the Eastern Fang clan? Is there something wrong with his head? If he likes to dream, then let him dream on his own. That's right. Moreover, he's willing to meet the Eastern Fang clan in our Chou clan's main hall anyway. Since he likes to talk, let him do as he pleases. The elders from Chou clan discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian was dreaming. However, since Duan Lingtian was willing to meet the Eastern Fang clan in the Chou clan's main hall, they did not say anything. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was not a member of Chou clan. Although they were elders from Chou clan, they had no right to criticize Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian did not drag the Chou clan down, they could not be bothered with Duan Lingtian. "Since you're so straightforward, then come with us," Chou Gang-yi said as he looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. After he finished speaking, he glared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. It was as if as long as Duan Lingtian refused, he would capture Duan Lingtian and bring Duan Lingtian away. The other elders of the Chou family also looked at Duan Lingtian. They were thinking the same thing as Chou Gang-yi. As long as the Duan Lingtian was willing to go to the main hall of the Chou family to meet the people of the Eastern Fang family, and as long as the Chou family and the Duan Lingtian were not related, they would not be implicated by the Duan Lingtian. And if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to go, the Dongfang family would definitely think that the Chou family was protecting Duan Lingtian. In that case, the conflict between the Chou clan and the Dongfang clan would definitely deepen. That was not in their interest, nor was it what they wanted to see. What? Are you worried that I'm just saying that? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly when he heard Chou Gangyi's words and saw Chou Gangyi glaring at him like a tiger looking at its prey. I hope you're not just saying that. Otherwise, I'll bring you there even if I have to. Chou Gangyi sneered. You think you can do that? Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Chou Gangyi's words. Under Chou Gangyi's furious gaze, he looked at Chou Muqing and said, Sister Chou, I don't know the way. Please bring me to the main hall of the Chou clan. Duan Lingtian's tone changed when he spoke to Chou Muqing. His tone was gentle and friendly. But Chou Muqing hesitated when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Initially, she thought her father could rely on the Chou clan to protect Duan Lingtian. However, it seemed like Chou Gangyi and the elders from the Chou clan wanted to send Duan Lingtian away. It was as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would be implicated. Although Chou Gangyi did not have all the elders in the Chou clan, they still made up 50% of the elders in the Chou clan. With so many elders and Chou Gangyi, the second master of the Chou clan, refusing to protect Duan Lingtian. Even her father, the clan leader of the Chou clan, could not represent the Chou clan to protect Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, Duan Lingtian smiled when he saw Chou Muqing's hesitation. His voice was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Chou Muqing was affected by his confidence as well. Don't tell me you have a way to prevent the Dongfang clan from doing anything to you? Chou Muqing could not help but ask Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. This was because until now, she was still in the dark about Duan Lingtian's origin. When she heard the confidence in Duan Lingtian's voice, she immediately thought of Duan Lingtian's background. At the very least, he was not afraid of the Dongfang clan, one of the 3 most powerful clans in Clarity City. You'll find out when the time comes. Duan Lingtian replied to Chou Muqing through voice transmission. His tone was still confident, but he kept her guessing. Chou Muqing was even more certain that Duan Lingtian's background was not simple. At the very least, he was strong enough to counterattack the Dongfang clan. Chou Muqing was relieved when she heard this. She took the lead to leave her independent residence and brought Duan Lingtian to the Chou clan's main hall. At this moment, she was extremely curious about Duan Lingtian's background. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. Duan Lingtian's confidence did not come from his background. Instead, it came from his strength. As a third-rate force, the Dongfang clan might be quite strong. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, they were nothing. Let's go! When Chou Gangyi saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Chou Muqing to the Chou clan's main hall, he called out to the Chou clan's elders and brought them along. Humph! Big sister is too willful this time. If it's possible, I really hope the clan will hand her over to the Dongfang clan. That's right. It's fine if she messes around in the past, but she's really too willful this time. How can she be so intimate with a man in front of so many people in Clarity City? Everyone in Clarity City knows she's going to marry the second young master of the Dongfang clan. She's going to enter the Dongfang clan soon. Her actions are no different from giving the Dongfang clan a slap in the face. Now, I only hope that our Chou clan will hand over the purple-clothed young man to a certain extent to extinguish the anger of the Dongfang clan. As for eldest sister's mistake, our Chou clan will compensate in other ways. No matter what, we can't let the Dongfang clan fall out with the Chou clan. I think the Dongfang clan won't fall out with the Chou clan as long as we're willing to compensate them. After all, the members of the Dongfang clan are clearly aware that they can't go against the Feng clan without our Chou clan. On the way to the Chou clan's main hall, the Chou clan's elders whispered among themselves. Duan Lingtian naturally heard the whispers. He shook his head inwardly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Chou Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Chou clan, with a pitiful expression on his face. He only felt that she was a little pitiful. She was actually used by her family as a tool to maintain the relationship with the Dongfang family. The Chou clan's main hall is right in front of us. Are you really confident? If you're not, you can leave now. I'll stop them. Qiu Muqing suddenly slowed down and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw the main hall that stood not far away from him. The main hall looked majestic from afar. It was as though a gigantic beast was crouching there. The door was wide open like the mouth of a gigantic beast. You? Stop them? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Qiu Muqing's voice transmission. Although he had asked Hualao to investigate earlier, he found out the group of people led by Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, were not at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Qiu Gangyi, the strongest among them, was only at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. However, with Qiu Muqing's cultivation base at the exemplary saint stage, it was impossible for her to stop Qiu Gangyi and the others. If I threaten to kill myself, I'll kill myself on the spot if anyone dares to chase after you. I'm sure even Qiu Gangyi won't dare to chase after you. He's worried my father won't let him go after I kill myself. Qiu Gangyi said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission again, when he saw the doubt in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Based on his words, it seemed as though he was not afraid of death at all. Although Duan Lingtian knew Qiu Muqing was certain Qiu Gangyi and the others would not dare to chase after him due to her threats, he still felt touched. Warmth rose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. After all, he had only met Qiu Muqing today. Qiu Muqing only dared to threaten Qiu Gangyi and the others because she was certain Qiu Gangyi and the others would not dare to do anything to her. However, since she was willing to do this for him, it was clear she was a kind girl. She did not want him to be hurt because of her. Why? Don't you trust me, Sister Qiu? Duan Lingtian replied to Qiu Muqing after taking a deep breath. His voice was laced with a hint of mockery. No, I'm not. I'm just a little worried. Since you're so confident, let's go in. I want to see how the Eastern Fang family will react when they realize they don't dare to touch you. Qiu Muqing said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission again. In the end, there was a hint of playfulness in her tone. However, based on her tone, it seemed like she was certain Duan Lingtian was not a simple person. At the very least, the Eastern Fang family would not dare to touch him. When they arrived outside the Qiu clan's main hall, Duan Lingtian saw 3 people walking over from another direction. They were a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes and 2 white-haired old men. Father! At the same time, Qiu Muqing's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Qiu Muqing took a few steps forward to greet the middle-aged man. He's the clan leader of Qiu clan? Duan Lingtian immediately realized the middle-aged man was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes was none other than the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Enping. Qiu Enping was a tall and well-built middle-aged man. His face was chiseled, and he had a handsome appearance. One could tell he was a handsome man when he was young. Chapter 2075. Mu Qing, the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Enping, smiled when he saw Qiu Muqing walking up to him. A doting expression could be seen in his eyes. However, he could not help but sigh inwardly. When he thought of the promise he had made to his daughter earlier, and the fact that he would most likely have to go back on his words, he felt a wave of sadness in his heart. One had to know that he had never disappointed his daughter in her entire life. However, this time he was going to disappoint his daughter. Grand Elder, Second Elder. When Qiu Muqing arrived next to Qiu Enping, she greeted the 2 old men with a smile on her face. The 2 old men were none other than the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Qiu clan. The Grand Elder of Qiu clan was an old man with a medium build. He had an ordinary appearance. When he heard Qiu Muqing's greeting, he smiled and nodded. The Second Elder of Qiu clan was slightly taller than the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. He was about the same height as the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu Enping. He only glanced at Qiu Muqing indifferently when she greeted him. Then, he said in a slightly displeased tone, Muqing, you didn't think twice about what you did today. Qiu Muqing fell silent when she heard this. Today, she had held Duan Lingtian's hand in the restaurant and left while holding Duan Lingtian's hand. She had only done so out of desperation. When she thought about it, She was stunned. She felt she had been too bold. After all, although she had a good impression of Duan Lingtian, they had only met for the first time. However, what happened was what happened. To a certain extent, her actions had indeed given the Dongfang clan a resounding slap in the face. For this reason, she did not dare to refute the second elder of Qiu clan. Clan leader, grand elder, second elder. At the same time, Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, walked past Duan Lingtian and arrived in front of Qiu and Ping and the others. He took the initiative to greet them. Seeing Qiu Gangyi, Qiu and Ping frowned imperceptibly and then nodded. In the next moment, after Qiu Gangyi, a group of Qiu family's elders followed and took the initiative to greet Qiu and Ping and the other two. Qiu Gangyi, stay. Everyone else, leave. Seeing so many Qiu family elders gathered together, the Qiu family great elder frowned and said indifferently. Although the Qiu clan's first elder spoke calmly, there was no room for doubt in his tone. It was extremely authoritative. There were 3 saint celestial stage powerhouses in the Qiu clan. Among them, the great elder of the Qiu family was the strongest. Therefore, the Qiu clan's elders did not dare to disobey the Qiu clan's first elder. When the Qiu clan's great elder finished speaking, the group of Qiu clan's elders glanced at Qiu Gangyi and dispersed. Although they all wanted to enter the main hall to join in the fun, they knew that since the grand elder had spoken, it was impossible for them to enter the main hall even if they wanted to. However, although they did not have the chance to enter the main hall, they had someone to convey their wishes to the Qiu clan's first elder. Qiu Gangyi, the second master of the Qiu clan, was the representative of all of them. Qiu Gangyi was the only one left among the group of people who had gathered together. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally arrived near the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu and Ping, the grand elder, and the second elder of Qiu clan. Father, this is the friend I mentioned to you before. Qiu Muqing introduced Duan Lingtian to Qiu and Ping when she saw him approaching. Due to the confidence Duan Lingtian had shown earlier, she did not feel too pressured at all. Although she knew her father might not be able to protect Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Qiu clan, she still felt pressured. Clan leader Qiu. Before Qiu and Ping could speak, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet him with a smile. Hello. Naturally, Qiu and Ping smiled in response to Duan Lingtian's polite greeting. Then he asked, how should I address you? Li Feng. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Initially, Qiu Muqing was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's response. Since Qiu Muqing knew Duan Lingtian's real name, she was slightly taken aback when she heard Duan Lingtian's name. However, when she thought about it again, she recalled Duan Lingtian seemed to have something he could not tell her and had asked her not to reveal his name. So it's Brother Li Feng. Qiu and Ping nodded before he asked, Brother Li Feng, are you from Clarity City? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. May I know where Brother Li Feng is from? Qiu and Ping asked again. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes when he asked this question. This was because he knew that he would not be able to protect this purple-clad young man in front of him today. For this reason, he hoped that the other party had an extraordinary background. In that case, the Dongfang clan would not dare to make a move on him so easily. If that was the case, his daughter would not be disappointed that he could not protect Duan Lingtian. Clan leader Qiu, I'm a sectless cultivator. The world is my home. Duan Lingtian replied immediately when he heard Qiu and Ping's question. He did not reveal his origin. Sectless cultivator? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, and the second elder of Qiu clan had a hint of disdain in their eyes. On the other hand, the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu and Ping, and the grand elder of Qiu clan had a grave expression on their faces. Qiu and Ping, in particular, had a hint of disappointment in his eyes. As for the eldest daughter of Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing, she was stunned for a moment before she felt relieved. She knew Duan Lingtian was only hiding his origin for the time being. He would only reveal his origin when he was in front of the Eastern Fang clan, so the Eastern Fang clan would not dare to act recklessly. If that was not the case, he would not have been so confident earlier. Senior brother Li Feng, These are the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Chou clan, Chou and Ping said. He broke the silence and introduced the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Chou clan to Duan Lingtian. Greetings, seniors. Duan Lingtian immediately greeted the two old men in a refined and courteous manner. The Grand Elder of Chou clan nodded slightly in response to Duan Lingtian. As for the Second Elder of Chou clan, he only glanced at Duan Lingtian casually from the beginning until the end. He pretended not to hear Duan Lingtian's greeting. It seemed like he had no intention of responding to Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained calm. He had seen a lot of people who looked down on others ever since he came from the mortal continent. Therefore, he had become indifferent to them. Clan leader, Grand Elder, Second Elder, it's time for us to enter. If we keep the clan leader and the two elders of the Eastern Fang clan waiting for too long, it'll seem like the Chou clan isn't treating our guests well. Chou Gangyi's voice suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It sounded like he was reminding Chou and Ping and the other two old men, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in his voice as well. Naturally, the schadenfreude was directed at Duan Lingtian. With Chou Gangyi's reminder, the clan leader of Chou clan, Chou and Ping, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder of Chou clan took the lead and made their way to the Chou clan's main hall. Duan Lingtian and Chou Muqing walked side by side as they followed the three old men. As for Chou Gangyi, he walked at the back of the group as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would run away at a critical moment. When they entered the Chou clan's main hall, Duan Lingtian saw everything in the Chou clan's main hall. The Chou clan's main hall was extremely spacious. Although the decorations were simple, they did not lose their grandeur. Father, it's him. It's him. Duan Lingtian was still observing the Chou clan's main hall when an exasperated voice rang in his ears. The voice sounded familiar as though he had heard it somewhere before. Duan Lingtian's attention was instantly attracted by the owner of the voice. With just a glance, he saw Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, whom he had taught a lesson in the restaurant in Clarity City. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu was standing next to a middle-aged man. He was pointing at the middle-aged man as he spoke in an exasperated manner. Based on how Dongfang Zhu addressed the middle-aged man, it was obvious who the middle-aged man was. The middle-aged man was none other than the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Gan. When Dongfang Gan heard Dongfang Zhu's words, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian coldly. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Dongfang Gan indifferently before he shifted his attention to the two old men standing next to Dongfang Gan. These two old men were standing next to Dongfang Gan. It was obvious they had a high status in the Eastern Fang clan. Could they be the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan? Earlier, when he was still in Chou Muqing's independent mansion, he had heard an elder from the Chou clan say, "The Eastern Fang clan's people are from the Eastern Fang clan." Apart from the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan and his son, there were also the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan. In the entire Eastern Fang clan, only these two old men were qualified to stand next to the clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan. Apart from Dongfang Gan, these two old men were the other two Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses in the Eastern Fang clan. Similar to the Chou clan, the Eastern Fang clan had 3 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses each. They were the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder. As for the two old men standing behind Dongfang Gan and the others, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at them indifferently and did not pay them any attention. It could be seen that their positions in the Dongfang family were ordinary. They should be ordinary elders. Clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan. At the same time, the clan leader of Chou clan, Chou and Ping, and the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Chou clan walked side by side toward Dongfang Gan and the others. The Grand Elder and Second Elder of Chou clan who were standing next to him also greeted the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan. Slut! Slut! When Dongfang Zhu saw Duan Lingtian and Chou Muqing standing next to each other, he was so angry that his eyes turned red. He cursed inwardly. Chapter 2076. Clan Leader Chou, you have a good daughter. Dongfang Gan, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, mocked Chou and Ping when he saw the clan leader of Chou clan greeting him warmly. He was not polite at all. He had brought his men here to denounce Chou and Ping. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be polite to Chou and Ping. If he were to be polite at this moment, it would be equivalent to giving away the initiative. It would be difficult for him to obtain more benefits. As the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, Dongfang Gan knew this very well. Humph! The Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang family snorted coldly when they were greeted by the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Chou clan. They did not even bother to look at the two of them. It was as though the two of them owed them money. The expressions of the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang family darkened when they saw this. However, although their expressions were ugly, it was not good for them to flare up. After all, in their opinion, the Eastern Fang family was in the right, and the Chou clan was in the wrong. Clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, what do you mean by that? The smile on Chou and Ping's face disappeared when he heard Dongfang Gan's words. As the clan leader of the Chou clan, he could be polite to Dongfang Gan for the sake of the Chou clan. However, Dongfang Gan was now his daughter, and his daughter was more important to him as a father than his own life. For this reason, he could not accept anyone else talking about his daughter. He could do anything, but not his daughter. Because of this, Chou Anping's tone was completely gloomy when he spoke again. At the same time, it caused the atmosphere in the hall to be filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. A conflict could break out at any moment. What do I mean? Dongfang Gan sneered when he saw Chou and Ping's expression had darkened. Chou and Ping, don't you know what I mean? Don't tell me that you have no idea what your precious daughter has done today. In the end, Dongfang Gan shifted his gaze to Chou Muqing, who was standing next to Duanling Tian. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Patriarch! At this moment, Chou Gang-yi, the second master of Chou clan, said to Chou and Ping, "Indeed, the Chou clan is in the wrong. I know you feel sorry for eldest sister, but eldest sister has gone too far this time." Chou Anping didn't expect that Chou Gang-yi would step in at this time. For a moment, his face became increasingly gloomy. Even the great elder of the Chou clan was frowning. He felt that Chou Gang-yi had gone too far. Only the second elder of the Chou family didn't react. It was as if Chou Gang-yi's words were not inappropriate. Is Chou Gang-yi really from the Chou clan? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he looked at Chou Gang-yi again. He felt Chou Gang-yi, the second master of Chou clan, did not look like a member of the Chou clan. Instead, he looked more like a member of the Dongfang clan. At this time, it was fine if the people from the Eastern Fang family were gossiping. After all, they were on different sides. However, as a member of the Chou clan, not only did Chou Gang-yi not help the Chou clan, but he even helped the Dongfang family. Although Duanling Tian was an outsider to the Chou clan, he felt Chou Gang-yi's words were ill-considered. What a lousy teammate. You're right, second master of Chou clan. When Dongfang Gan heard Chou Gang-yi's words, he took advantage of the situation. He looked at Chou and Ping and sneered. It's only because the second master of Chou clan is less talented than you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the one sitting in the clan leader's seat today. Dongfang Gan's words raised Chou Gang-yi's status and belittled Chou and Ping's status. Chou and Ping's expression darkened when he heard this. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally burst out laughing. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Dongfang Gan asked coldly as he looked at Duanling Tian with killing intent in his eyes. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with saint origin. It drowned out Duanling Tian's laughter and clearly entered everyone's ears. If they were not in the Chou clan's main hall, he would have killed this person who humiliated his son. I'm laughing at your whimsical imagination. Duanling Tian stopped laughing. Facing Dongfang Gan's snake-like gaze, he was not afraid at all. He said sarcastically, Chou Gang-yi is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. No matter how talented a person like him is, once he becomes the clan leader of Chou clan, he's destined to lead the Chou clan into decline. Fortunately, he didn't become the clan leader of Chou clan. Otherwise, the Chou clan would be under the Feng clan by now. As for your Eastern Fang clan, you'd better not be annihilated by the Chou clan and the Feng clan. In the end, Duan Lingtian became more and more unscrupulous. He said Chou Gang-yi was an ungrateful wretch. If Chou Gang-yi became the clan leader of Chou clan, he would have surrendered to the Feng clan and led the Chou clan to become the Feng clan's pawn. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone was stunned. Whether it was the clan leader of Chou clan, Chou and Ping, or the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Chou clan, all of them looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. It was as though Duan Lingtian's words had touched a chord in their hearts. In the past, Chou Gang-yi had indeed suggested that the Chou clan surrender to the Feng clan and join forces with the Feng clan to annihilate the Eastern Fang clan. He also thought that even if the Feng clan became the dominant clan, the Chou clan would still be able to get a share of the pie. However, they rejected his suggestion in the end. Li Feng, you're seeking death. Chou Gang-yi could not suppress his anger when he heard Duan Lingtian's mocking words. As he roared furiously, the saint energy in his body stirred and was about to burst out. What's wrong? Are you angry because I've guessed what you're thinking? Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Dongfang Gon to Chou Gang-yi. He could not help but mock Chou Gang-yi. Chou Gang-yi grew even angrier. It seemed like he was on the verge of breaking down. It was not hard to imagine. If Chou Gang-yi's emotions were to crumble, he would not hesitate to attack Duan Lingtian as soon as he could. How dare you? At this moment, a loud roar resounded, echoing continuously in the Chou family's main hall, lingering in the air. The person who shouted was none other than the second elder of the Chou clan. The second elder of the Chou clan looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Li Feng, you're just a sexless cultivator. What right do you have to shout and humiliate the Chou clan's main hall? A sexless cultivator. The clan leader of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Gon, brightened when he heard the second elder of the Chou clan's words. When they were on their way to the Chou clan, they had been worried that the purple-clad young man who had humiliated Dongfang Zhu had an extraordinary background. If the purple-clad young man had a force that the Eastern Fang clan could not afford to offend, they would not be able to do anything to him no matter how angry they were, unless they did not care about the safety of the Eastern Fang clan. However, when they heard the second elder of the Chou clan said the purple-clad young man was just a sexless cultivator, they were relieved. In their opinion, they did not need to worry about a sexless cultivator. Humiliate the Chou clan? Duan Lingtian looked at the second elder of Chou clan and said coldly, Senior, as the second elder of Chou clan, do you think Chou Gang-yi did the right thing by undermining the Chou clan's prestige and boosting the Dongfang clan's morale? Moreover, the clan leader and the grand elder of the Chou clan did not say anything. Don't you think it's inappropriate for a mere second elder to say something? Duan Lingtian questioned the second elder of the Chou clan after he finished speaking. You? The second elder of the Chou clan was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not know how to refute Duan Lingtian's words. How could he refute Duan Lingtian's words? Should he admit that Chou Gang-yi did the right thing? Should he say that he did not overstep his authority? The second elder of the Chou clan was one of the 3 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses in the Chou clan. He was the only one among the 3 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses in the Chou clan who agreed to force the eldest daughter of the Chou clan, Chou Muqing, to marry into the Eastern Fang clan. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from Chou Muqing before he entered the Chou clan's main hall. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of the second elder of the Chou clan. It would have been fine if the second elder of the Chou clan did not speak up. However, now that the second elder of the Chou clan had spoken up and targeted him, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to hold back. Clan leader, grand elder, I'm just stating the facts. I have no intention of diminishing the prestige of the Chou clan to boost the morale of the Chou clan. Chou Gang-yi's expression changed drastically when he was accused by Duan Lingtian. He hastily looked at the clan leader and grand elder of the Chou clan as he tried to defend himself. It was as though he was afraid he would infuriate the clan leader and grand elder if he was too slow. At this moment, Dongfang Gon, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly chuckled. He had a mocking expression on his face as he said, "It seems like the Cho clan has really declined. I can't believe a sectless cultivator dares to cause a ruckus in the Cho clan's main hall. If this was the Eastern Fang clan, a sectless cultivator like this would have died a few hundred times already." Dongfang Gon's eyes were filled with killing intent and disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Is that so?" Duan Lingtian met his gaze without the slightest bit of fear as he sneered and replied with a question. "Clan leader of Cho clan." Duan Lingtian's fearless gaze further infuriated Dongfang Gon. Dongfang Gon's expression darkened as he looked at Cho and Ping, the clan leader of Cho clan. "As long as you hand this sectless cultivator over to me and let me take him away from the Cho clan, the Eastern Fang clan will let bygones be bygones." Chapter 2077. The meaning behind Dongfang Gon's words was very simple. As long as the Cho clan handed Duan Lingtian over to the Dongfang clan, the Dongfang clan would not pursue the matter. In fact, they would even join forces with the Cho clan to fight against the strongest clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan. To the majority of the Cho family members, this was definitely a profitable deal. After all, the purple-clad young man who called himself Li Feng was only a sectless cultivator. He was not a member of the Cho clan. As long as the Cho clan handed Li Feng over to the Dongfang clan, the Dongfang clan would not pursue the matter any further. Clan leader. As soon as Dongfang Gon finished speaking, Cho Gang-yi, the second master of Cho clan, looked at the clan leader of Cho clan, Cho and Ping, with an eager expression on his face as he said, "Li Feng is not a member of the Cho clan. There's no need to drag the Cho clan down for an outsider like him. As long as we hand Li Feng over, not only will our eldest sister not have to marry into the Dongfang clan, but the Dongfang clan will not pursue the matter any further. To the Cho clan, to Big Sister, and even to you, the clan leader, this is a business that will only benefit us." Cho Gang-yi's voice was filled with excitement. At this moment, he wished he was the clan leader of Cho clan so he could agree to Dongfang Gon's condition. In his opinion, this condition was too tempting. Not only would it resolve the matter today, but it would also resolve the conflict between the Cho clan and the Dongfang clan. This was a win-win situation for the Cho clan. At the same time, Cho and Ping could not help but frown. Even if he did not want to admit it, he had to admit Dongfang Gon had made a concession when he proposed this condition. It was very tempting to him. If he cooperated, just like Cho Gang-yi said, it would be a win-win situation. However, when Cho and Ping thought about how Li Feng was his daughter's friend, he could not help but feel conflicted. He looked at Cho Mu-ching with a complicated expression on his face. Father. Cho Mu-ching, naturally, knew what her father was thinking when she saw him looking at her. Without any hesitation, she immediately stated, "Although my actions today are somewhat abrupt, that is only relative to big brother Li Feng. As for the Dongfang clan, I don't think my actions have anything to do with the Dongfang clan. From the beginning until the end, I've never agreed to the engagement with Dongfang Zhu. In other words, what does my actions have to do with the Dongfang clan? Dongfang clan has no right to threaten the Cho clan. Cho and Ping clan's clan leader, Cho and Ping's clan, no matter what she did. Cho and Ping clans Cho and Ping Cho and Fang Cho clan, Cho Mu-ching." At this moment, Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of Dongfang clan, could not help but growl. "Currently, everyone in Clarity City knows that your Cho clan and my Dongfang clan are going to unite by marriage. Moreover, you and I are the representatives of both parties. In the eyes of the people in Clarity City, it's only a matter of time before you marry into the Dongfang clan. For this reason, your actions today have made the Dongfang clan the laughingstock of Clarity City. How dare you say your actions have nothing to do with the Dongfang clan?" In the end, Dongfang Zhu became somewhat hysterical. He was practically roaring at the top of his voice. Who else can you blame? If it wasn't for the Dongfang clan's wishful thinking and spreading the news, the people in Clarity City wouldn't have misunderstood us. Cho Mu-ching said calmly. Wishful thinking. Chiu Mu-ching's words were like a thorn in Dong Fangzhu's heart, causing his face to turn pale. Now that he thought about it, Chiu Mu-ching was indeed his wishful thinking. Wishful thinking? When Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of Dongfang clan, heard Chiu Mu-ching's words, his expression darkened immediately. He looked at the second elder of Chiu clan and said in a deep voice, "Elder Chiu Ji, if I'm not mistaken, you personally agreed to the marriage between our Dongfang clan and your Chiu clan, right? It seems like your words don't count in the Chiu clan, even though you're the second elder of the Chiu clan. If that's the case, then why did you agree to the marriage between our two families?" Dongfang Qian's voice turned colder as he spoke. At the same time, he told everyone one thing. The marriage between the Chiu clan and the Dongfang clan was arranged by Chiu Ji, the second elder of Chiu clan. Chiu Mu-ching looked at Chiu Ji in disbelief when she heard Dongfang Qian's words. She said agitatedly, Second elder, what right do you have to decide my marriage?" All this while, Chiu Mu-ching had thought Chiu Gang-yi, the second master of Chiu clan, had led a group of elders to pressure her father into marrying Dongfang Zhu so the Chiu clan and the Dongfang clan could form a marriage alliance. From the beginning until the end, even though the people in Clarity City had spread the news of the marriage alliance between the Chiu clan and the Dongfang clan, she had thought the Dongfang clan was the only one who spread the news. She did not expect Chiu Ji, the second elder of Chiu clan, would agree to the marriage alliance on behalf of the Chiu clan. As for her, she had been kept in the dark until just a moment ago. "Father!" Chiu Mu-ching looked at her father, Chiu En-ping, the clan leader of Chiu clan, as though she had just recalled something. When she looked at Chiu En-ping, a hint of uneasiness could be seen in the depths of her eyes. She could only hope her father did not know about this. Otherwise, she felt there was no one she could trust in this world. Chiu Ji. Chiu Mu-ching sighed in relief when she saw Chiu En-ping's expression had changed drastically. At the very least, she was certain her father did not know about this. As the clan leader of Chiu clan, Chiu En-ping was indeed unaware of this. When he heard Dongfang Qian's words, he looked at Chiu Ji angrily and roared, "What right do you have to decide my daughter's marriage? Moreover, he decided on my daughter's marriage without me, her father, knowing anything about it." Even the grand elder of Chiu clan frowned when he heard this. He had just found out about this as well. Even he could not stand the second elder of Chiu clan taking matters into his own hands. "What right do I have to decide your marriage?" Chiu Ji looked at Chiu Mu-ching and said indifferently, "You're a member of the Chiu clan, and I'm the second elder of Chiu clan. For the sake of the family, why can't you sacrifice me for the sake of the family? As for you," Chiu Ji looked at Chiu En-ping and said indifferently, "If I had told you about this beforehand, would you have agreed to my request? Moreover, your daughter won't be at a disadvantage if she marries into the Dongfang clan. Moreover, your position as the clan leader will be even more secure. Otherwise, who knows when the Chiu clan will be destroyed by the Feng clan. At that time, you won't even be able to be the clan leader." Chiu Ji seemed to be concerned about Chiu En-ping when he spoke. "Do you think I want to be the clan leader?" Chiu En-ping laughed when he heard Chiu Ji's words. "In my eyes, the position of the clan leader is nothing compared to my daughter. Chiu Ji, you don't have the right to decide my daughter's marriage." "Humph!" Chiu Ji snorted coldly and continued, "Now, even if I want to decide on your daughter's marriage, the Dongfang family won't let her marry into our family. I really don't know how you, Chiu En-ping, raised your daughter to be so fickle, shameless, and dissolute. You're seeking death." Chiu En-ping was enraged when he heard Chiu Ji insulted his daughter. Saint Origin surged out of his body as he attacked Chiu Ji at lightning speed. Although he and Chiu Ji were both powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, there was a huge difference in their strength. Bang! After the span of a breath, a loud noise rang in the air as Chiu En-ping was sent flying by Chiu Ji's punch. Barf! Barf! When Chiu En-ping was sent flying by Chiu Ji's punch, he threw up a mouthful of blood before he crashed heavily on the ground. "Father!" At this moment, Chiu Mu-ching finally regained her senses. She cried out worriedly before she flew to Chiu En-ping's side and helped him up. At the same time, A hint of hatred could be seen in Qiu Muqing's eyes when she looked at Qiu Ji. Qiu Ji. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. Just as he was about to make a move, a furious voice rang in the air. It slowed down the Sun Saint energy in Duan Ling Tian's body. The voice belonged to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. He was looking at Qiu Ji coldly. Grand Elder. Qiu Ji's expression changed when he saw the Grand Elder of Qiu clan looking at him. Although he was much stronger than Qiu and Ping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, he was still inferior to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. Although both of them were powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Qiu and Ping and the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. Duan Ling Tian's strength was above average among powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Grand Elder, from the beginning until the end, I, Qiu Ji, have done everything for the sake of the clan. If you think I'm in the wrong, you can kill me. Qiu Ji suddenly said to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan with a solemn expression on his face. His retreat in order to advance move made the Qiu clan's Grand Elder hesitate. As the Grand Elder of Qiu clan, it was only natural that he wanted the clan to prosper in the future. Thinking about it, although what Qiu Ji did was a little too much, from the perspective of the family's interests it was understandable. What a good excuse. Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and looked at Qiu Ji with a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 2078. When Duan Ling Tian saw Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan, injuring Qiu and Ping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, he had already planned to make a move. However, he did not make a move because the Grand Elder of Qiu clan had spoken. Now that he saw the Grand Elder of Qiu clan had no intention of making a move on Qiu Ji, he could not help but sneer. Sister Qiu has her own thoughts. Moreover, her father is still alive. Even if her marriage is to be decided, it's her father's business. It's not up to a shameless and disrespectful old fart like you to decide, right? Duan Ling Tian did not hold back as soon as he spoke. Not only did he scold Qiu Ji for being shameless and disrespectful, but he even called Qiu Ji an old fart. Li Feng, you're seeking death. Qiu Ji's expression changed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's merciless words. He glared at Duan Ling Tian angrily as he roared. The saint origin in his body began to surge and spread to the surface of his body. He was about to make a move on Duan Ling Tian. Qiu Ji did not expect this at all. A mere sexless cultivator dared to scold him in front of so many people. Moreover, Qiu Ji did not hold back at all. At this moment he was completely enraged. Li Feng, who do you think you are? How dare you be disrespectful to the second elder? Today, I'll teach you a lesson and teach you how to behave. After that, I'll hand you over to the Dongfang clan's clan leader. Just as Qiu Ji was about to make a move, a furious and cold roar resonated in the air. It was Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan. At the same time, it was as though he had transformed into an arrow that had left the bow as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Saint energy at the peak of the quintessential saint stage continued to surge out of Qiu Gangyi's body. It was vast and majestic, setting off gusts of wind that swept out in all directions. Many people's robes fluttered noisily. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Qiu Gangyi, who was charging toward Duan Ling Tian, arrived. Devour! As soon as Qiu Gangyi charged toward Duan Ling Tian quickly mobilized the Sun Saint energy in his body. The Sun Saint energy surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins in just a blink of an eye and formed a faint whirlpool on his body. The vortex was turbulent, as if it could swallow everything. It was the divine ability devouring technique. After Duan Ling Tian used the devouring technique, the heaven and earth spirit qi in the main hall of the Qiu family rushed into his body at a terrifying speed and mixed with the Sun Saint force in his body. Then, they fused and improved at an exaggerated speed. When Qiu Gangyi was only a few meters away from Duan Ling Tian, the Sun Saint power in Duan Ling Tian's body had reached its peak. It was comparable to the Mastery Quintessential Saint Stage's Saint Energy. Almost at the same time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold and filled with killing intent. Suddenly, whoosh! Duan Ling Tian did not make any move, but the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. It sounded like the sound of a ghost appearing and disappearing. In the blink of an eye, it sounded and stopped abruptly. It was as though it had never appeared. At this moment, the main hall fell silent. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Qiu Gangyi, who was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian, was sent flying by the momentum of his charge. When Duan Lingtian dodged, a circular bloody wound appeared on Qiu Gangyi's neck. The bloody wound continued to expand at an extremely fast speed. Splash, splash, splash. As the sound of water splashing reverberated in the air, blood splattered out of Qiu Gangyi's neck. Then, Qiu Gangyi's head was separated from his body from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere as the two halves of his body slammed into the wall of the main hall. Blood splattered everywhere as though it had opened up a bloody path. It was dazzling and eye-catching. At the same time, Qiu Gangyi's body that had been severed into two was no longer breathing. He could not be any more dead. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The entire scene was deathly silent. In the main hall, apart from Duan Lingtian and Qiu Gangyi who had been killed, everyone was looking at Qiu Gangyi's body that had been severed into two. In their eyes, other than fear, there was also a mixture of shock and disbelief. They did not expect this to happen even in their wildest dreams. Gasp, gasp, gasp. After a while, everyone present on the scene gasped when they regained their senses. The shock on their faces did not disappear for a long time. Even the 6 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses present on the scene were no exception. Following that, the 6 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses turned to look at Duan Lingtian one after another. At this moment, their gazes were completely different from before. He's so strong? Qiu Muqing stared at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. She felt as though she was dreaming. Everything that was happening before her eyes was too surreal. From the moment she saw this purple-clad young man, she had thought he was extraordinary. She did not expect him to be so strong. He did not even make a move, but he had killed Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan. After all, Qiu Gangyi was a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Since this purple-clad young man was able to kill Qiu Gangyi, it meant he was a saint celestial stage powerhouse just like her father. No, no, no. Impossible. Impossible. Qiu Muqing felt as though she was dreaming. Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, was also looking at Duan Lingtian. How could he not feel like he was dreaming as well? He raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Then he pinched his thigh. The pain on his face and leg reminded him that he was not dreaming. He wasn't dreaming. Everything that was happening before his eyes was real. This purple-clad young man who had taught him a lesson in the restaurant and caused him to hate him to the bone was indeed a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. So what if he's a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse? My father and the 2 elders of the Eastern Fang clan are also Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses. Dongfang Zhu thought about his father and the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan. He felt much more confident. Thud, thud, thud. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian slowly walked toward Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan. However, with every step he took, it felt as though he was stepping on Qiu Ji's chest. Horror dawned on Qiu Ji's face. In the end, Qiu Ji was on the verge of breaking down. At this moment, apart from Qiu Ji himself, only the other 5 people who were at the Saint Celestial Stage like him could sense the changes in his emotions. They were the only ones who could sense how terrifying Duan Lingtian's attack was. When Duan Lingtian was halfway to Qiu Ji finally broke down. Qiu Ji could no longer endure the torment in his heart and broke down completely. Bang! At the same time, Qiu Ji, who had completely broken down, moved and fell to his knees. A loud sound rang in the air when his knees hit the ground. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a series of loud sounds rang in the air. Qiu Ji, who was kneeling on the ground, kept kowtowing to Duan Lingtian. He kowtowed again and again until his head was bleeding. However, it was as though he did not feel anything. He kept kowtowing as though he could not feel any pain or exhaustion. Many people were dumbfounded by this scene. Qiu Muqing, Dongfang Zhu, and the two ordinary elders of the Eastern Fang clan were dumbfounded by this scene. After all, they could not compare to the other 5 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses. Although they had seen Duan Lingtian kill Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, they thought he was just an ordinary Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. He did not realize that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. His strength far surpassed the 6 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses present on the scene. The 6 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses, including the second elder of Qiu clan, Qiu Ji, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Duan Lingtian, could sense something from the sword strike Duan Lingtian had executed earlier. Based on Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, it was likely that he was not only at the second form of the Saint Celestial Stage, he was at the third form of the Saint Celestial Stage. In Clarity City, there were no powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial Stage, let alone the third form of the Saint Celestial Stage. For this reason, the 6 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses present on the scene were terrified when they saw Duan Lingtian. This was especially true for Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan, who had wanted to attack Duan Lingtian earlier. When he saw Duan Lingtian's strength and saw Duan Lingtian walking toward him, he broke down in fear. After he broke down, he immediately knelt and kowtowed to Duan Lingtian in an attempt to appease Duan Lingtian's anger. Duan Lingtian could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. Qiu Ji finally mustered up his courage and begged Duan Lingtian for mercy after kowtowing more than 100 times. Qiu Muqing, Dongfang Zhu, and the 2 ordinary elders from the Eastern Fang clan who were standing nearby were stunned by Qiu Ji's humble attitude. Was the old man kneeling on the ground really the second elder of Qiu clan? The arrogant second elder of Qiu clan actually had such a side to him? Qiu Muqing and the others could not understand Qiu Ji's current state of mind. They were stunned for a long time before they regained their senses. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian, who had stopped moving when Qiu Ji knelt on the ground and looked at Qiu Ji coldly, finally spoke when Qiu Ji begged for mercy. Chapter 2079. No, 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 absolutely not. Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan, turned pale when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His body began to tremble violently as though he was scared out of his wits. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, Qiu Ji's speed of kowtowing increased. With a loud bang, the floor of the Qiu family's main hall was smashed open by his kowtowing. Ferocious cracks spread out like a giant spider web. The current Qiu Ji had completely tossed his identity and dignity to the back of his mind. There was only one thought in his mind at this moment. He had to survive. As a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial Stage, Qiu Ji knew the hardships he had gone through. He had worked hard for hundreds of years to reach where he was today. If he died now, he would be leaving this world forever. His efforts over the past hundreds of years would be in vain. When he thought of this, he was naturally very unwilling to accept this. It should be known that even if his cultivation did not improve, with his current cultivation, it would not be a problem for him to live for another 1,000 years. For this reason, Qiu Ji yearned to live. He had not lived long enough. He still had thousands of years to live. Qiu Ji had thought of this when Duan Lingtian walked toward him in a menacing manner earlier. However, when he was pressured by Duan Lingtian, his mental defenses crumbled completely. At this moment, he did not hesitate to kneel and beg Duan Lingtian for mercy so that he could live. To the current him, as long as he could survive, nothing else mattered. No. Duan Lingtian looked coldly at Qiu Ji, who was kneeling and kowtowing as he begged for mercy. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said calmly, "So you're saying I'm deaf? Or am I blind? Is that so?" Duan Lingtian's tone became heavier as he spoke. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Qiu Ji knew that he had made a mistake. He could feel the Duan Lingtian's heavy tone and his heart trembled. He was scared out of his wits. Following that, he kowtowed even harder and begged for mercy. "Sir, I have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my life. As long as your excellency is willing to spare my life, I am willing to do anything for your excellency without any complaints. My lord, please spare my life. Spare me. Qiu Ji, whose face was covered in blood, no longer looked like a saint celestial stage powerhouse. Instead, he looked more like an old servant who had made a mistake. If there was anyone present who could understand Qiu Ji's current feelings, it would be none other than the other 5 saint celestial stage powerhouses. The sword strike that Duan Ling Tian used to kill Qiu Gang Yi, the second master of Qiu clan, had caused them to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts and souls. After that, they no longer dared to make an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, they did not look down on Qiu Ji when they saw how cowardly he was in front of Duan Ling Tian. Instead, they felt it was normal. Do you want to do anything for my excellency? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice after he frowned when he heard Qiu Ji begging for mercy. He was getting a little annoyed. Yes, I'm willing to do anything for your excellency. Qiu Ji heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He could sense a turning point in the situation that would allow him to live. I don't need you to do anything for me. However, Duan Ling Tian's words caused Qiu Ji to feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt chills running up his spine. Qiu Ji felt as though the sky had darkened when Duan Ling Tian said, "However, if Sister Qiu wants you to do anything for her, I won't hold it against you." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the eldest daughter of the Qiu clan, Qiu Muqing, who was supporting her father, became the center of attention. Qiu Muqing was still shocked by Qiu Ji's performance in front of Duan Ling Tian. She was stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words and saw many people looking at her. Bang! Before Qiu Muqing could regain her senses, a ghostly figure had already knelt in front of her like a dead dog. Upon closer inspection, one could see it was Qiu Ji who had knelt in front of Duan Ling Tian earlier. Second elder, you? Qiu Muqing was startled. Qiu Muqing was shocked when she saw the second elder, Qiu Ji, who used to be high and mighty, kneeling in front of her. Fear and uneasiness could be seen on her face. It was no wonder Qiu Muqing reacted in such a manner. In the past, as the second elder of Qiu clan and the second strongest person in Qiu clan, Qiu Ji's status in Qiu clan was even higher than the clan leader of Qiu clan. He was only second to the grand elder of Qiu clan. However, today this person whom even her father, Qiu Enping, the clan leader of the Qiu clan, was afraid of was kneeling in front of a junior of the Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing was shocked. Sister Muqing, from today onward, I, Qiu Ji, will be your dog. While Qiu Muqing was still in shock, Qiu Ji said confidently, in the future, I'll bite whoever Sister Muqing points at. I won't hesitate for even a second. If you don't believe me, I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath. As soon as Qiu Ji finished speaking, he made his move again. He pricked his finger, and a drop of blood rose into the air. As soon as Qiu Ji made the oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation responded. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air. This meant Qiu Ji's oath had been answered. He could not go back on his word unless he wanted to be killed by the lightning penalty. Based on Qiu Ji's actions, one could see he was afraid of death. Since he was bound by the lightning penalty oath, it was only natural he would not do anything that would violate the oath. Second elder, you don't have to do this. Qiu Muqing was shocked when Qiu Ji said he would be her dog. When she saw Qiu Ji had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, she quickly regained her senses and waved her hand at Qiu Ji. Qiu Muqing had always been respectful to Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan. She did not dare to slight him at all. However, today, this person whom she had to respect in the past swore on the lightning penalty oath that he would be an obedient dog by her side. How could she accept this? It would be great if she did not have a heart attack. Sister Muqing, I've sworn on the lightning penalty oath. From today onward, I'll follow your orders. Qiu Ji's blood-stained face was expressionless, but between his words, there was a solemn vow, mixed with an unquestionable tone. Elder Sister Cho, since he wants to be a servant by your side, just let him be. This way, in the future, you will have one more person by your side that you can order around. Duan Lingtian said to Cho Muqing at the same time. He was satisfied with Cho Ji's performance. His anger toward Cho Ji had completely dissipated. Cho Muqing turned to look at Duan Lingtian immediately when she heard his words. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she recalled Duan Lingtian's words. She hastily changed her words and said, "Brother Li Feng, I already have many servants and maids around me." "You mean, you don't lack people to order around?" Duan Lingtian asked as he interrupted Cho Muqing. "Yes." Cho Muqing hesitated for a moment before she nodded. Although she did not know why Cho Ji, the second elder of Cho clan, was so afraid of Duan Lingtian, she felt uneasy when she thought about how Cho Ji wanted to be her servant. "If that's the case, there's no need for us to keep him." Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Cho Muqing's words. His eyes flashed fiercely as he looked at Cho Ji. Bang! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking and looked at Cho Ji began to kowtow to Cho Muqing in a panic. As he kowtowed, he said in a panic, "Sister Muqing, please accept me. Please, please." Cho Ji no longer had the arrogance he had before. At this moment, he only wanted to be Cho Muqing's servant so he could continue living. Even if he was humiliated, he was still alive. "Muqing, please accept him." At the same time, Cho and Ping, the clan leader of Cho clan, who was being supported by Cho Muqing, finally regained his senses. He quickly persuaded Cho Muqing to accept Cho Ji as her servant. Looking at Cho Ji, who had just injured him, Cho Anping only felt elated. At the same time, he felt like he was dreaming, but he wasn't too surprised. Although Cho Ji's actions seemed crazy, he could understand why he would do so. After all, with Duan Lingtian's strength, there were only two options for Cho Ji. The first option was death. The second option was to live, but he had to become Cho Muqing's servant. "Father." Cho Muqing was stunned when she heard her father's words. She did not expect her father would persuade her to accept Cho Ji as her servant as well. "Muqing, your brother Li Feng isn't an ordinary person. You should be grateful that he has done so much for you," Cho and Ping said to Cho Muqing through voice transmission. He was trying to persuade Cho Muqing. He was not an ordinary person. At this moment, no matter how slow Cho Muqing's reaction was, she could tell Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. If he was an ordinary person, how could he have killed Cho Gangyi, the second master of Cho clan? How could he have forced Cho Ji, the second master of Cho clan, to kneel and beg for mercy and agree to become her servant? From the beginning until the end, even the grand elder of Cho clan, who was the strongest person in Cho clan, did not say a word. Clearly, even the grand elder of Cho clan, the strongest person in Cho clan, whom she respected the most, did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2080. I'll agree to your request. Cho Muqing glanced at Cho Ji, who was kowtowing and begging for mercy before she looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby. In the end, she finally agreed to Cho Ji's request when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her. Cho Ji's body trembled when he heard Cho Muqing's reply. "Thank you, Sister Muqing. Thank you, Sister Muqing." Cho Ji finally stood up and stood behind Cho Muqing. Soon after, he became Cho Muqing's servant. "Clan leader, I apologize for offending you earlier. After this incident, Cho Ji, won't even blink an eye if you punish me," Cho Ji said to Cho and Ping after he stood behind Cho Muqing. In the past, as the second elder of Cho clan, he was much stronger than the clan leader of Cho clan. He did not think much of the clan leader of Cho clan. This could be seen from the fact that he had injured Cho Anping when he fought with him earlier. However, things were different now. In Cho Ji's eyes, Cho and Ping was no longer the clan leader of Cho clan. He was the father of Cho Muqing. As for Cho Muqing, she was under the protection of the sectless cultivator who called himself Li Feng. After all, Li Feng could easily kill Qiu and Ping. Since he had become Qiu Muqing's servant because of Li Feng, he did not dare to treat Qiu and Ping as he did in the past. Whoosh! The great elder of the Qiu clan was standing not far away. When he saw that Qiu Ji was not dead, he couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, he felt cold sweat on his back. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The truth. When he first saw Li Feng and heard Li Feng was only a sexless cultivator, he did not think much of Li Feng at all. Later on, when he came to the main hall and heard the conditions of the clan leader of Dongfang clan, Dongfang Qian, he was willing to hand Li Feng over to appease the enmity between the Qiu clan and the Dongfang clan. After all, Li Feng was not a member of the Qiu clan. He did not think it was necessary for the Qiu clan to fall out with the Dongfang clan for Li Feng. Falling out with the Dongfang family would only be bad for the Qiu family and not good for them. If the clan fell out with the Dongfang clan, the Qiu clan would be destroyed, the Dongfang clan before the Qiu clan. Qiu and Ping and the Dongfang clans and the Qiu clan. Compared to the overall situation of the clan, a mere rogue cultivator was insignificant. However, since Li Feng was Qiu Muqing's friend, and he treated Qiu Muqing as half a granddaughter, he did not express his opinion even though he had such thoughts. However, the development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. First, Qiu Ji, the second elder of the Qiu clan, had secretly betrothed Qiu Muqing to the second young master of the Dongfang clan without the permission of Qiu and Ping and Qiu Muqing. Then, Li Feng, the sexless cultivator who had been inconspicuous since the beginning, stepped forward and reprimanded Qiu Ji. Qiu Ji was furious and wanted to make a move on Li Feng. At the critical moment, Qiu Gangyi, the second master of the Qiu clan, made a move on Li Feng. However, he was instantly killed by Li Feng. Although Qiu and Ping's cultivation base was close to the peak of the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, he did not see Li Feng's sword strike that killed Qiu Gangyi. It was to the extent that when the short-lived sword whistle sounded, waves of coldness involuntarily rose in his heart. At that moment, he had a feeling he was certain of. Even if he had been in Qiu Gangyi's position, he would have been killed by that sword strike. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage. This Li Feng must be at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. I'm certain even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to cast such a terrifying sword strike. This was the thought that came to the Grand Elder of Qiu clan when Duan Lingtian killed Qiu Muqing. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. The clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu and Ping, the second elder of Qiu clan, Qiu Ji, the clan leader of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Qian, and the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Dongfang clan shared the same thoughts. For this reason, Qiu Ji had a mental breakdown when he saw Duan Lingtian approaching him menacingly. For this reason, the other 5 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses, including the Grand Elder of Qiu clan, did not find it embarrassing when they saw Qiu Ji begging Duan Lingtian for mercy. In fact, they thought it was normal. The Qiu clan's main hall fell silent again. In the end, Duan Lingtian was the first to break the silence in the Qiu clan's main hall. Duan Lingtian turned around abruptly and looked at the group of people standing nearby. He just looked at them calmly. The group of people Duan Lingtian was looking at was none other than the people from the Dongfang clan. When the people from the Dongfang clan saw Duan Lingtian looking at them, they could not help but panic even though they were mentally prepared. Their expressions changed drastically. Thud, thud, thud. At the same time, Duan Lingtian slowly walked toward the people from the Dongfang clan. This scene was similar to when Duan Lingtian walked toward Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan. However, when Qiu Ji saw Duan Lingtian walking toward him, he immediately knelt and kowtowed to apologize. In the end, he even agreed to become Qiu Muqing's servant in order to save his own life. Will the people from the Dongfang clan kneel and kowtow to apologize like Qiu Ji? At this moment, the clan leader of Qiu clan, Qiu and Ping, and the Grand Elder of Qiu clan had the same question in their hearts. Thud, thud. Every time Duan Lingtian took a step forward, a soft thud would ring in the air. When the soft thuds entered the ears of the people from the Dongfang clan, it was as though thunder had struck them, caused their hearts to tremble. At this moment, only the second young master of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Zhu, and the two ordinary elders from the Dongfang clan were in a better state. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was very strong, they did not know if Duan Lingtian was stronger than the three Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Dongfang clan. At this moment, whether it was the clan leader of Dongfang clan, Dongfang Qian, or the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Dongfang clan, all of them were on the verge of breaking down when faced with Duan Lingtian, who was approaching them step by step. Naturally, they were different from Qiu Ji, who was alone and helpless earlier. Since the three of them were standing together, it was as though they were huddled together. Although they were wary of Duan Lingtian, they were still slightly better off than Qiu Ji. Even when Duan Lingtian was close to them, they did not kneel and beg for mercy like Qiu Ji did. However, the fear in their hearts was not any less than what Qiu Ji felt at that time. It seems like the clan leader, Grand Elder, and Second Elder aren't afraid of Li Feng. The calmness of the three Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Dongfang clan misled Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang clan, and the two ordinary elders from the Dongfang clan. They thought Dongfang Qian and the other two were not afraid of Duan Lingtian, causing them to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, they felt Duan Lingtian was not as scary as they thought. Dongfang Qian and the other two were unaware of Dongfang Zhu and the other two's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have vomited blood from anger. Were they not afraid of the purple-clad young man? At this moment, they wished they could kneel and beg for mercy. They hoped Duan Lingtian would not look for trouble with them and the Dongfang clan. However, since the three of them were standing together without anyone taking the lead, they did not make a move. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's calm gaze instantly landed on Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Dongfang clan, and he said indifferently, "Clan leader of the Dongfang clan, it seems like you want the Qiu clan to hand me over to you. Are you going to invite me back to the Dongfang clan as a guest? Since the Dongfang clan's clan leader is so kind, it's difficult for me to refuse. I'll invite the Dongfang clan's clan leader back to the Dongfang clan. What do you think?" A hint of mockery could be seen in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. When Dongfang Qian heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He almost fell to his knees. Dongfang Qian was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He wished he could slap himself twice and reprimand himself for saying those words. "Li Feng, in your dreams." A loud shout suddenly resounded in the Qiu clan's great hall. It startled everyone in the Qiu clan's great hall and attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their gazes to the person who had shouted. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. As for the others, apart from the two ordinary elders of the Dongfang clan and the person who had shouted, they were all shocked. The person who had shouted was none other than Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Dongfang clan. Dongfang Zhu mustered his courage and looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. When he saw everyone looking at him, he straightened his back and said sternly, "My father asked the Qiu clan to hand you over because he wants to kill you." Bang! Ah! Dongfang Zhu was interrupted before he could finish speaking. At the same time, a loud sound rang in the air, followed by a shrill cry. Two sounds rang in the air almost at the same time. Boom! After about half a breath, another soft sound rang in the air. It was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Before Dongfang Zhu could finish his words, he was kicked away by the panicked Dongfang Gon. From the beginning to the end, Dongfang Gon didn't even have the time to reprimand Dongfang Zhu. He only had the time to stop Dongfang Zhu. When Dongfang Qian kicked Dongfang Zhu away, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This bastard! Can't he see that this sexless cultivator is not to be trifled with? Can't he see that the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and I have to act like cowards in front of him? F.A. Father. Dongfang Zhu, who had been kicked away and suffered a superficial wound, was furious. However, when he discovered that the person who kicked him was his father, he was stunned. "Father, you, what are you doing?" Chapter 2081. Dongfang Zhu did not suffer any injuries when he was sent flying because Dongfang Qian had held back. However, Dongfang Zhu was still dizzy from the fall. He did not know why his father would do this to him. However, he was stunned again in the next moment. At the same time that he was dumbfounded, the blood completely drained from his originally dumbfounded face. What replaced it was a deathly white sheet of paper. This was because a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life had suddenly appeared before his eyes. He saw Bang. Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, followed Qiu Ji, the second elder of the Qiu clan, and knelt in front of Duanling Tian as though he was a lowly servant bowing to his master. My lord. My son is not sensible, please forgive him. Dongfang Qian's voice trembled as he knelt in front of Duanling Tian. His voice was filled with fear and dread. It was as though the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a god of death who could take his life at any time. If I didn't hear wrongly, your son said you wanted to kill me by asking the Qiu clan to hand me over? Duanling Tian's tone was as calm as before as he looked at Dongfang Gan, who was kneeling on the ground. However, there was a hint of killing intent in his voice at this moment. No, there's no such thing. Dongfang Qian was so frightened that his body trembled violently when he heard Duanling Tian's words. At the same time, he hurriedly denied it. Since there's no such thing, then you'll have to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you've never thought of killing me from the beginning until the end. Duanling Tian obviously did not believe Dongfang Qian's words. When he spoke again, he made a request. When Dongfang Qian heard Duanling Tian's request, not only did Dongfang Qian's expression change drastically, but the expressions of the people from the Eastern Fang family, including Dongfang Zhu, changed drastically as well. Their purpose in coming to the Qiu family today was to force the Qiu family to hand over the purple-robed young man and kill him. In that case, how could Dongfang Gan dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duanling Tian's request? Once he made such an oath, he would be killed by the lightning punishment in the blink of an eye. The patriarch of the Eastern Fang family, Dongfang Gan, is finished. Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan, who was standing behind Qiu Muqing, was shocked when he heard Duanling Tian's request. He knew Dongfang Gan was doomed. Sir, I was confused for a moment. It was a moment of folly. Please forgive me. Please forgive me, my lord. Sensing that Duanling Tian's calm gaze had become increasingly cold, Dongfang Gan also realized the danger. He immediately begged for mercy as he kowtowed. Bang, bang, bang. Once Dongfang Gan started kowtowing, there was no end to it. He had no intention of stopping for a long time. Humph! Duanling Tian snorted coldly. His expression gradually turned cold. He did not feel any better because of Dongfang Gan's kowtowing. I have a principle. At the same time, Duanling Tian said coldly, as long as it's someone who wants to kill me, I won't let him live in this world. In just one sentence, Duanling Tian had stated his principle. He would not let anyone who tried to kill him go. Then you can go to hell. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Dongfang Gan realized Duanling Tian would not let him go. Not only did he stop kowtowing, but he even shot up like a cannonball toward Duanling Tian. Based on the surge of saint origin in his body, it was obvious he had been accumulating his strength for a long time. It was impossible for him to mobilize such a terrifying amount of saint origin in such a short time. Hua! However, the moment Dongfang Gan shot up, a turbulent vortex appeared with Duanling Tian as the center. It once again devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Qiu family's main hall. It also caused the sun saint energy in Duanling Tian's body to rise rapidly to its peak. As the sun saint energy rose to its peak, Dongfang Gan had already arrived in front of Duanling Tian. He was only a short distance away from Duanling Tian. If you want to kill me, you have to have the strength to do so, Duanling Tian said calmly when he felt the gusts of wind that were stirred up by Dongfang Gan's arrival. Almost at the moment he opened his mouth. Xiu! Just like before, the sound of the sword whistling could be heard once again. Then, Everyone saw Duan Lingtian stomping on the ground and leaping 3 meters into the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian leaped up, Dongfang Gan, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family, followed in the footsteps of the Chou family's second master, Chou Gang-yi. His body was severed into 2 and he was sent flying by the inertia. He slammed hard against the wall of the Chou family's main hall, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Boom! Boom! When the 2 halves of the body fell to the ground, the sound entered everyone's ears. Their hearts trembled in fear. After all, the person who was killed was not a quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator like Chou Gang-yi. He was a true Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, one of the top powerhouses in Clarity City. However, such a powerhouse had been killed in just a blink of an eye. He had died in front of their eyes. The Chou family's main hall fell silent again. So weak. Everyone only regained their senses when Duan Lingtian spoke again. Father. When Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family, regained his senses, his face turned even paler. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect his father, who was like an invincible god of war, would die just like that. His father had died in the hands of this sexless cultivator who called himself Li Feng. At the same time, a sense of regret rose in his heart. He regretted that he had tried to seduce Chou Muqing in the past. Why did he continue to pester her even after she had rejected him? If he did not do that, he would not have gone to the restaurant with Chou Muqing. If he did not go to the restaurant, he would not have encountered this fiend. If he did not encounter this fiend, he would not have gotten into a conflict with this fiend and escalated the conflict to such an extent. Run! Dongfang Zhu's expression changed a few times when he saw Dongfang Gan's body. Then, he moved like a bolt of lightning and charged out of the Chou family's main hall. At this moment, he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. His father had kowtowed and begged for mercy, but he was still killed by Li Feng in the end. He didn't think that Li Feng would be merciful to him. However, would he be able to escape? Trying to escape? When Dongfang Zhu made his move, Duan Lingtian raised his brows. The Sun Saint energy in his body calmed down immediately. He did not make a move. He did not make a move because someone else had already made a move. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled in the air. Before Dongfang Zhu could escape from the Chou clan's main hall, he was caught by someone like an eagle catching a chicken. Grand Elder. Why? At the same time, Dongfang Zhu, who was being carried like a chicken by an eagle, was shocked when he saw the person who had grabbed him. At the same time, he asked in disbelief, "Who are you?" This was because the person who caught him was none other than the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family. The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family was a tall and sturdy old man. He was almost 2 meters tall. Now that he was holding Dongfang Zhu in his hand, it looked like he was an eagle catching a chicken. Lord Li Feng. The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family ignored Dongfang Zhu's question and brought Dongfang Zhu to Duan Lingtian. He asked Duan Lingtian respectfully, "This Dongfang Zhu, how does Lord Li Feng want to deal with him?" "How should I deal with him?" Duan Lingtian looked at the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family indifferently and asked, "Didn't you hear what I said earlier?" When the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Dongfang Zhu sharply. No. When Dongfang Zhu sensed the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family's sharp gaze, he seemed to realize something. His expression changed drastically, and he cried out in panic, "Grand Elder, you can't kill me. You can't kill me." Crack. In the end, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family directly broke Dongfang Zhu's neck and killed him. He acted decisively and without any hesitation. When the people from the Chou family saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. They felt that the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family was ruthless. "Lord Li Feng, I came here because I was misled by Dongfang Gan and his son. I didn't mean to offend Lord Li Feng. I hope Lord Li Feng can forgive me." After killing Dongfang Zhu, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully and apologized. "Lord Li Feng, just like the Grand Elder. I didn't mean to offend you. At the same time, the second elder of the Eastern Fang family also expressed his stance. Bang! Bang! As for the two ordinary elders of the Eastern Fang family, they kneeled on the ground as they trembled. Lord Li Feng, please spare our lives. Lord Li Feng, please spare our lives. Just like that, a shocking scene played out in the Chiu family's main hall. A purple-clad young man who looked extremely young stood there motionlessly. In front of him, two old men with extraordinary bearings bowed respectfully. Their faces were filled with fear and anxiety. They looked like criminals who were waiting to be judged. Two old men kneeled on the ground nearby as they trembled in fear. Duan Lingtian, who is he? Chiu Muqing's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement when she saw the scenes in front of her. She could not help but look at the scenes in front of her. At the same time, Chiu Muqing became even more curious about Duan Lingtian's origin. Wait, Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian. Chiu Muqing suddenly recalled something. Her eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me he's the prodigy from the Zoroastrianism called Duan Lingtian? Chapter 2082. In fact, before she returned to the Chiu clan and went to look for her father, Chiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's name. This was because the name Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to her. Perhaps it was even familiar to people from the western region of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although Clarity City, where the Chiu clan was located at the border of the western region, it was still located in the western region. News of the major events in the western region would spread to Clarity City. Most of the major events in the western region came from the fire worship sect, the saint sect of the western region. Apart from being the religion of many people in the western region, Zoroastrianism was also one of the three great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was one of the three most powerful sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, many people in the western region paid attention to Zoroastrianism. Not long ago, a shocking piece of news had spread from Zoroastrianism. Not only did it shock the entire western region, but it had also spread to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This piece of news came from a new prodigy in Zoroastrianism. Ever since that prodigy was born, there were 8 new prodigies in the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. The 8 new prodigies in Zoroastrianism were all powerhouses who had entered the supreme saint ranking at a young age. The weakest among them was at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, they were all elites at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian? Isn't that the name of the new prodigy in Zoroastrianism? This was the first thing that appeared in Chiu Muqing's mind when she heard Duan Lingtian's name. Before today, Chiu Muqing had already remembered Duan Lingtian's name in her heart. This was because it was the name of the 8th prodigy in Zoroastrianism. Chiu Muqing knew Duan Lingtian, the new prodigy of the Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian, one of the 8 heavenly sons of Zoroastrianism, was also a newly born heavenly son. It was said that he had joined Zoroastrianism for less than a year, and it was in this less than a year's time that Li Shiqiang and the others had arrived. Duan Lingtian had made a name for himself in Zoroastrianism. He was ranked 4th among the 8 great Zoroastrianism prodigies. His ranking on the Zoroastrianism true ranking was second only to 3 true disciples whose cultivation bases were at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, he had entered the Supreme Saint ranking and was ranked 537th on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was Chiu family's Muqing's understanding of Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism. However, Chiu Muqing was unaware of this. Not long ago, Duan Lingtian from the fire worship sect had defeated Buhong, a true disciple at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was ranked 2nd on the true ranking. He had replaced Buhong and became the new 2nd person on the true ranking. Currently, Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the 2nd strongest prodigy among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, Buhong, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian, was ranked 2nd on the Zoroastrianism true ranking, and he was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. Since Duan Lingtian had defeated Bu Hong, it meant Bu Hong was now ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. The reason Qiu Muqing was unaware of this was because the news had not spread to Kongming City yet. They're both called Duan Lingtian, and they're both so young and so strong. Could it be that he's really Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism? The more Qiu Muqing thought about it, the more certain she became. She had met the purple-clad young man in the restaurant earlier. He was indeed Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism. If he's really Duan Lingtian, then it makes sense why he asked me to conceal his real name. It's said that he has offended many people in Zoroastrianism, including high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism. He must be worried the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism would harm him if they found out he's in Clarity City. Qiu Muqing was very smart. Based on the information she had gathered, she was able to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. She only guessed half of what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Duan Lingtian did not want the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism to know he was in Clarity City because he was worried the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism would harm the Qiu clan and Qiu Muqing after he left Clarity City. Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. After all, he had only stayed in Clarity City for a short time. By the time the high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism learned he was in Clarity City, he would have left Clarity City. All of you don't want to die? When the four elders from Dongfang clan were waiting anxiously for Duan Lingtian's judgment, Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth and asked the four of them if they did not want to die. The clan leader, grand elder, and second elder of Qiu clan were rendered speechless when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. If they did not want to die, would the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan be so cowardly? They felt Duan Lingtian's question was unnecessary. Naturally, they only thought about it in their hearts. They did not dare to say it out loud for fear of angering Duan Lingtian. Based on the strength displayed by this sexless cultivator who called himself Li Feng, it would be easy for him to kill all three of them, let alone a few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Eastern Fang clan. Lord, I don't want to die. The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan was the first to speak. He had a panicked expression on his face. If he did not want to die, he would not have worked so hard to capture Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang clan, and bring him to Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's strength, Dongfang Zhu would not have been able to escape. However, he had done this because he wanted to show off to Duan Lingtian. Lord, I don't want to die as well. The second elder of the Eastern Fang clan chimed in a panic. Lord Li Feng, I don't want to die. Lord Li Feng, I don't want to die. The other two elders from the Eastern Fang clan who were kneeling on the ground also expressed their stance. At the same time, they felt even more anxious. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of this purple-clad young man before them. If he wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. It's not difficult for all of you to live, Duan Lingtian said indifferently before he paused for a moment. The eyes of the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan lit up immediately. It was as though they had found a life-saving straw. However, you'll have to show me your sincerity. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he continued to speak. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan to Qiu Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Qiu clan. He remained silent after that. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the four elders from the Eastern Fang clan were staring at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, they immediately noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. They followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and saw Qiu Muqing standing in the distance. I, Dongfang Pe, swear on my blood. The Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan immediately regained his senses. He quickly pricked his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood before he said in a loud voice, "From today onward, I'll become the eldest daughter of the Qiu Muqing. From today onward, I, Dongfang Pe, will acknowledge Qiu Muqing as my master. I'll only obey Sister Muqing's orders and won't do anything to harm Sister Muqing. If I violate this oath, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." Dongfang Pe, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang clan, said, "Boom, boom, boom, boom." Boom! 9 claps of thunder descended from the sky in response to the lightning penalty oath that Dong Fangpo had just sworn. Qiu Muqing was dumbfounded. Did she have another servant? Moreover, this servant was even stronger than Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan. His strength was comparable to the grand elder of Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing and the grand elder of Qiu clan were stunned. He did not expect Dong Fangpo, the grand elder of the Eastern Fang clan, who was as powerful as him in Clarity City, would willingly acknowledge Qiu Muqing as his master and become her servant in order to survive. However, if he was in Dong Fangpo's shoes, he might have made the same decision as well. After all, it was not easy for him to attain his current cultivation base. If he died, he would lose thousands of years of his life. In order to survive, it was not important for him to maintain his dignity. Qiu Ji, the second elder of Qiu clan, was not surprised when he saw this. It was as though he had expected this to happen. On the other hand, Qiu Enping, the clan leader of Qiu clan, was dumbfounded. Dong Fangpo, the grand elder of the Eastern Fang clan, was as powerful as the grand elder of Qiu clan. In the past, Dong Fangpo was someone whom Qiu Enping had to look up to. However, he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge his daughter as his master. I'm not dreaming, am I? Qiu Enping was initially stunned. Later on, after confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he couldn't help but be wild with joy. Dong Fangpo had become his daughter's servant. This meant Dong Fangpo was considered a member of the Qiu clan. If the strongest clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan, attacked the Qiu clan, Dong Fangpo would not hesitate to help. Soon after, the overjoyed expression on Qiu Enping's face froze. This was because he heard Dong Fangpo's words. Dong Fangliang, the second elder of the Eastern Fang clan, had also sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge his daughter, Qiu Muqing, as his master. Qiu Enping was excited again. Qiu Enping was not the only one who was excited. Even the grand elder of Qiu clan was excited. In the past, the reason the Qiu clan was afraid of the strongest clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan, was because the Feng clan had 5 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses. The 2 strongest Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses were on par with the Grand Elder of Qiu clan. The other 2 were on par with the Second Elder of Qiu clan. The Qiu clan had joined forces with the Eastern Fang clan in hopes that the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan would help the Qiu clan fend off the Feng clan. The Eastern Fang clan was the same. They hoped the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Qiu clan would help them at a critical moment. Chapter 2083. The clan leader of Qiu clan and the Grand Elder of Qiu clan were excited because of this. Now that the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Eastern Fang clan had become Qiu Muqing servants, they did not have to worry about the Feng clan coming to look for trouble with them as long as Qiu Muqing was in the Qiu clan. I'm willing to acknowledge Sister Muqing as my master as well. Me too. At the same time, the 2 elders of the Eastern Fang clan who were kneeling on the ground swore on the lightning penalty oath as well. Another 2 waves of thunder resonated in the air as the 2 elders swore on the lightning penalty oath. In just 15 minutes, 5 waves of thunder resonated in the sky above the Qiu clan's main hall. Each wave was made up of 9 claps of thunder. For a time, the Qiu family's elders and disciples, as well as some servants and maids, were alarmed. What's going on? It's already the 5th wave of thunder. Who dares to swear on the lightning penalty oath 5 times in a row? It seems like the 5 waves of thunder came from the Qiu clan's main hall. It seems like the Eastern Fang clan has come to look for trouble with us. Sister has gone overboard this time. The clan leader and the others must have sworn on the lightning penalty oath to promise the Eastern Fang clan something. I think so too. When has the Qiu clan ever been so humiliated? I hate it. In the Qiu clan mansion, whether it was the Qiu clan's elders, disciples, maids, or servants, they all thought that the 5 thunderclaps were in response to the lightning penalty oath that the Qiu clan's clan leader and other higher-ups had sworn. Under the threat of the Eastern Fang clan's high-ranking officials, the Qiu clan's high-ranking officials had sworn on the lightning penalty oath 5 times. If news of this spread out, how would they be able to face anyone when they went out? For this reason, The Cho clan's members felt extremely humiliated. Fortunately, the clan leader of Cho clan, Cho and Ping, and the other high-ranking officials were unaware of their thoughts. In the Cho clan's main hall, Duan Lingtian looked at Cho Muqing and said with a smile, "Sister Cho, let's go back." Cho Muqing was stunned for a moment before she nodded. However, after noticing the ambiguous gazes of everyone present, her beautiful cheeks flushed red again. In the end, she shyly followed Duan Lingtian out of the Cho family's main hall. After Cho Muqing left with Duan Lingtian, everyone in the Cho clan heaved a sigh of relief. In front of Duan Lingtian, they could feel an invisible pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Now that Duan Lingtian was gone, the pressure was naturally gone. "Congratulations, Patriarch." At the same time, both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of Cho clan, Cho Ji, congratulated Cho and Ping. "First Elder, Second Elder, what's the good news?" Seeing the two elders of the Cho family congratulate him, Cho and Ping couldn't help but be startled. "Patriarch, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between Sister Muqing and Lord Li Feng is not ordinary. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the two of them become a couple." Cho Ji smiled. However, when he mentioned Lord Li Feng, the fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul appeared in his eyes. As soon as Cho Ji finished speaking, the Grand Elder of Cho clan nodded as well. "Patriarch Cho, congratulations." At the same time, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Fang family, Dongfang Pe, the Second Elder of the Eastern Fang family, Dongfang Liang, and the other two elders of the Eastern Fang family congratulated Cho and Ping as well. There was a hint of envy in the depths of the four people's gazes. They envied Cho and Ping for having a daughter who could become a couple with Lord Li Feng. "Everyone, isn't it a little too early to celebrate?" At this moment, Cho and Ping finally regained his senses. He could not help but smile wryly. He was not as optimistic as he thought. After witnessing the strength of the sexless cultivator who called himself Li Feng, he knew Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Would his daughter be able to tie down such a person? Perhaps, even if Li Feng was really close to his daughter, he was just putting on an act. "Patriarch Cho, the fact that Lord Li Feng is willing to do this for Sister Cho shows how much he values Sister Cho. You'll be a grandfather soon," Dongfang Pe said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement as well. Soon after, Dongfang Pe changed the topic. He looked at Cho and Ping and said, "Patriarch Cho, from now on, Dongfang Liang and I are Sister Muqing's servants. I've already discussed this with Dongfang Liang. From now on, as long as Sister Muqing is in the Cho clan, and as long as we're in the Eastern Fang family, the Eastern Fang family will be the Cho clan's subsidiary. After we return to the clan, we'll support an obedient person to become the new patriarch of the Cho clan. From now on, both of our clans don't have to fear the Feng clan anymore." Cho and Ping's eyes lit up when he heard Dongfang Pe's words. Even the Grand Elder of Cho clan was overjoyed. However, the Feng clan, the most powerful clan in Clarity City, did not expect this at all. On this day, the structure of Kongming City underwent a great change. In just a day, the Cho clan had become a clan that could contend with the Feng clan, because the Dongfang family had become a subsidiary of the Cho family. Of course, even in the future, no one would know that the Eastern Fang family had become a subsidiary of the Cho family. They will only know. Not only did the Eastern Fang family not fall out with the Cho family, but their relationship with the Cho family was getting better and better. They even formed an impregnable alliance, which made the Feng family fearful. For many years to come, the Feng family would not dare to think of annexing either of the two clans again. Of course, these were all matters for the future. The Cho clan's main hall was quite a distance away from Cho Muqing's residence. However, when Cho Muqing followed Duan Lingtian back to the main hall, she felt the journey was too short. It felt like only a moment had passed. She did not even have the time to speak to Duan Lingtian before she returned to her residence. Naturally, she did not speak to Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian did not take the initiative to speak, and she could not muster up the courage to do so. The reason such a situation had occurred was because she had guessed and confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. Duan Lingtian was one of the 8 great prodigies of the Zoroastrianism. She had to look up to him. In front of Duan Lingtian, she was just an insignificant woman. Why didn't you speak during the journey? After Duan Lingtian returned to Qiu Muqing's independent mansion, he walked to the pavilion in the front courtyard and sat in front of a stone table. He looked at Qiu Muqing, who followed him in, and asked with a smile on his face. After Qiu Muqing entered the pavilion, she stood on the other side of the stone table and did not sit down. However, a complicated expression could be seen in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Sister Qiu, you... Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled when he saw Qiu Muqing's expression. Could it be that Qiu Muqing was so frightened by the strength he had displayed earlier that she no longer dared to interact with him like before? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, although he was slightly puzzled, he knew it was understandable. However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. You're Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of the Zoroastrianism, right? Qiu Muqing's question shocked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was shocked. How did you know? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath to calm himself down. He did not deny it. He looked at Qiu Muqing in shock. Your strength and your name. Moreover, you didn't allow me to reveal your real name. Upon hearing Qiu Muqing's words, Duan Lingtian finally recalled something. Currently, he was no longer invisible when he had just entered the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Currently, not only had he made a name for himself in the Zoroastrianism, but he had also made a name for himself in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was one of the 1,000 powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking. Seems like I'm right. Duan Lingtian's reaction told Qiu Muqing that she had guessed correctly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian gestured for Qiu Muqing to sit down. After she sat down, she immediately thanked Duan Lingtian gratefully. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Naturally, she was thanking Duan Lingtian for helping her and the Qiu clan out of their predicament. It's nothing to me. You don't have to thank me for this since we're friends. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Perhaps, it's nothing to you, Brother Lingtian, but it's something very important to me and the Qiu clan. Qiu Muqing said solemnly. It doesn't matter. Since you've thanked me, there's no need to mention it anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head again before he changed the topic. Sister Qiu, Before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, Qiu Muqing interrupted him. Brother Lingtian, you can just call me Muqing. Sister Qiu doesn't sound like a friend at all. In the end, Qiu Muqing's beautiful face flushed red again. She looked as shy as a young girl. Then I'll call you Muqing. Duan Lingtian readily agreed. Brother Lingtian, what were you thinking about earlier? Qiu Muqing asked apologetically. She was naturally apologetic because she had interrupted Duan Lingtian before he could finish his sentence. It was very rude of her to do so. It's nothing much. Duan Lingtian shook his head before he asked. I just wanted to ask you if you know where there are many villains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? For example, where is a large group of evil men gathered? This was the reason Duan Lingtian had come to Clarity City. He wanted to find a place where villains gathered so he could devour their innate spiritual roots to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Chapter 2084. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had never forgotten the reason he left Zoroastrianism. He could devour other people's innate spiritual roots and improve his own innate spiritual root so that he would possess a stronger innate talent and improve his strength in a short time. Only by improving his strength would he be able to save Kerr and their daughter from Zoroastrianism. Today, apart from the innate spiritual root of Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of the Eastern Fang family, who was killed by Dongfang Pe, the grand elder of the Fang family, Duan Lingtian had already devoured the innate spiritual root of Dongfang Zhu. However, he did not devour the innate spiritual roots of Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, and Dongfang Qian, the clan leader of the Eastern Fang family. Naturally, there must be a reason for this. When he was in the Qiu clan's main hall, he had killed Qiu Gangyi and Dongfang Qian to intimidate everyone. At that time, his actions were clean and efficient. His image was lofty and cold. At that time, if he were to devour their innate spiritual roots like how he devoured Dongfang Zhu's innate spiritual root in the restaurant today, it would undoubtedly affect his domineering aura. He would not be able to achieve his desired effect. If that happened, his lofty and cold image would have been damaged. Apart from that, Qiu Gangyi and Dongfang Qian's innate spiritual roots were also useless. Even if he had devoured their innate spiritual roots, they would not be of much help to him. Their innate spiritual roots were green at most. In fact, Qiu Gangyi's innate spiritual root might only be yellow. Even if he had devoured their innate spiritual roots, his dark blue innate spiritual root would not have any obvious improvement. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not devour their innate spiritual roots after weighing the pros and cons naturally. This was because he had other concerns. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have devoured their innate spiritual roots. After all, a mosquito was still meat. A place where villains gather? Qiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Immediately after, her pair of beautiful autumn eyes involuntarily revealed some fear, as if she had suddenly thought of something. What? Do you know where I can find it? Duan Lingtian, who had been looking at Qiu Muqing since the beginning, had noticed the change in Qiu Muqing's eyes. He could not help but ask anxiously. After all, he was eager to find a place where villains gathered so he could devour their innate spiritual roots without any restraint. As long as the person was weaker than him, he would be able to devour their innate spiritual root. Of course, he had his own principles and would not casually devour other people's innate spiritual roots. I don't know if that place can be considered as a place where villains gather. However, according to what I know, the people in that place are extremely terrifying. It's normal for them to injure and kill others because of a disagreement. Qiu Muqing's beautiful face stiffened slightly when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. She only replied after a while. Qiu Muqing's voice was filled with dread when she mentioned that place. Is it normal to hurt and kill people because of a disagreement? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. He asked, "What kind of place is that?" That place is located in the central region. It's adjacent to one of the three great sects, the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Naturally, that place has nothing to do with Zhuangzi Buddhism. Even Zhuangzi Buddhism's disciples might be killed if they enter that place without the accompaniment of a senior. Moreover, the Zhuangzi Buddhism can't even find out who killed them. Qiu Muqing continued to speak. The fear in her eyes grew even more intense. Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Qiu Muqing's words, he changed his opinion of her. The Zhuangzi Buddhism was one of the three great sects in the Tao martial saint land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was aware of this. However, the reason he became agitated when he heard the word Zhuangzi Buddhism was because of the person who had come to the Debussy subterranean, intruded the Azure Cloud Mansion, killed Elder Ku, and snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him. He was Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was also the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the four kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Xiezong. In just a blink of an eye, a figure dressed in a long gray robe appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was a middle-aged man with cross-eyed and a ferocious expression. This person was none other than Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, who had intruded the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. Duan Lingtian still remembered Xiezong's actions. At that time, Xiezong had not only snatched the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian, but he had also killed his father's right-hand man, Elder Ku. Not only that, but a group of black armored guards had also died in Xiezong's hands. Duan Lingtian and Xiezong had long formed an irreconcilable enmity between them. When Duan Lingtian heard the place Qiu Muqing mentioned was adjacent to the Zhuangzi Buddhism where Xiezong was, he could not help but become agitated. "Big brother Lingtian, what's wrong?" Qiu Muqing, naturally, noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's emotions. "It's nothing." Duan Lingtian shook his head when he regained his senses. Then, he said to Qiu Muqing, "Muqing, tell me more about the place you mentioned earlier." "All right." Qiu Muqing nodded obediently before she said slowly, "The place I mentioned is located in the central province. It's called Sin City. A hint of dread could be seen in the depths of Chiu Mu-ching's eyes when she heard the words Sin City. Although she had never been there before, However, just hearing others mention that place was enough to make her feel apprehensive. Sin City? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He did not interrupt Chiu Mu-ching and waited for her to continue. Sin City is a city that has existed since the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It has a long history, Duan Lingtian explained. Chiu Mu-ching continued to say, it's said that Sin City was founded by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That powerhouse was a sectless cultivator. For this reason, most of the sectless cultivators in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are gathered in Sin City. Many of the powerhouses among the sectless cultivators usually stay there. Apart from that, I also heard that many of the sectless cultivators in Sin City are on par with high-ranking officials from the 3 great sects. There are even sectless cultivators who are on par with the sect leaders of the 3 great sects in Sin City. I agree. There must be sectless cultivators who are on par with the sect leaders of the 3 great sects in Sin City. Otherwise, how could Sin City be located so close to the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate? All these years, the Zhuangzi Buddhism hasn't done anything to Sin City at all. Chiu Mu-ching paused for a moment when she reached this point. She wanted to give Duan Lingtian some time to digest her words. Sin City? A city founded by a sectless cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It has existed since the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Moreover, Sin City is located so close to the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate. Even the Zhuangzi Buddhism has never done anything to Sin City. If that's the case, there must be powerhouses on par with the sect leaders of the 3 great sects in Sin City. Otherwise, with the Zhuangzi Buddhism's strength, how could they allow others to sleep beside them? Soon after, Duan Lingtian digested Chiu Mu-ching's words. Mu-ching, please continue. Duan Lingtian reminded her after he finished digesting Chiu Mu-ching's words. Chiu Mu-ching nodded before she continued to say, I'm sure Brother Lingtian can guess from my words that there are many sectless cultivators in Sin City. As for these rogue cultivators, they don't belong to any forces. Since they've gathered in Sin City, they naturally have all sorts of evil characters. It's because of their existence that the city of Sin is in chaos. That's how the name Sin City came about. A long time ago, Sin City didn't have this name. Due to the large number of sectless cultivators in Sin City, all sorts of conflicts are unavoidable. It's very common to injure and kill people. Moreover, in Sin City, those who aren't at the Saint Celestial stage or above don't dare to go out at night. Even if they want to go out, they have to be accompanied by a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage or above. This is all I know about Sin City, Chiu Mu-ching said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. After Chiu Mu-ching finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, although I don't know why you're looking for a place where villains gather, I'm sure Sin City is the place with the most villains in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Listen, there are many people who eat the flesh, bones, and blood of their own kind in that place. Chiu Mu-ching's face turned slightly pale when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was apparent she was shocked by the actions of these people. Humans ate the flesh, bones, and blood of their own kind. Normal people would not be able to accept this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not accept this as well. His expression turned grave when he heard Chiu Mu-ching's words. He knew this was the place where Sin City was located. Sin City was the place he was looking for after he left Zoroastrianism. I've decided. I'll go to Sin City. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would go to Sin City to pick villains and devour their innate spiritual roots. If it was the same as Chiu Mu-ching, there was no lack of villains in Sin City. Mu-ching, have you been to Sin City before? Duan Lingtian asked Chiu Mu-ching after he took a deep breath and regained his senses. No. Chiu Mu-ching shook her head when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. She did not want to go to that place at all. No? Then why do I feel like you know Sin City so well? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Chapter 2085. I've only heard about it from the sexless cultivators in the city when I go out for a meal, Qiu Muqing said when she saw Duan Lingtian's surprised expression. Apart from that, I've also heard that the alliance leader of the Sexless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City is from Sin City. Duan Lingtian had heard about the Sexless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City when he was in the restaurant earlier. He knew it was an alliance formed by Sexless cultivators. The alliance was formed to protect the rights of Sexless cultivators so the three major clans in Clarity City would not dare to bully Sexless cultivators. It was said that the alliance leader of the Sexless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City was also a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. What a joke! If his strength was weak, how could he threaten the three major clans in Clarity City? I don't know about the details of Sin City, but I think the alliance leader of the Sexless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City should know about it. Qiu Muqing continued to say, if Brother Ling Tian wants to know more about Sin City, you can look for him. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had the same intention as well. Muqing. Duan Lingtian looked at Qiu Muqing and smiled faintly. I'm very happy to have met you in Clarity City. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Brother Lingtian. Why you're leaving? Qiu Muqing knew Duan Lingtian intended to leave when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Her beautiful face tensed up immediately. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Didn't I tell you that I have something to do in Clarity City? The reason I came here is to find out where the villains are gathered. Now, I already have the answer. Qiu Muqing did not expect Duan Lingtian to come to Clarity City for this. Due to this reason, her expression turned solemn. Big brother Lingtian, why you're not planning to go to Sin City, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There was nothing to hide. Qiu Muqing's expression changed when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Lingtian, although you're strong and almost invincible in Clarity City. However, there are powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. There were many powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage as well. In the end, Qiu Muqing was so anxious that she did not know what to do. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard the concern in Qiu Muqing's voice. He said solemnly, Muqing, I know you're worried about my safety, but I have to go to Sin City no matter what. My wife and daughter are now imprisoned in a dark place. Only by going to Sin City can I save them in a shorter time. Duan Lingtian told Qiu Muqing about his intention to save his wife and daughter. Naturally, he did not mention his wife and daughter were imprisoned by Zoroastrianism. There was another reason he brought up his wife and daughter. Based on how Qiu Muqing addressed him as Brother Lingtian and how she acted like a young girl when she spoke to him, Duan Lingtian could tell she had fallen in love with him. Even if Qiu Muqing did not fall in love with him, he was certain she had fallen in love with him. Duan Lingtian brought up his wife because he wanted to cut off Qiu Muqing's thoughts. It was undeniable that Qiu Muqing was outstanding in all aspects. As a man, he was naturally attracted to her. However, as soon as he thought of his two wives and his lover, Feng Tianwu, whose whereabouts were unknown, he could not bring himself to have any thoughts of romance with other women. A man could be sentimental, but he could not be promiscuous. Duan Lingtian had always thought this way and had always abided by this principle. You have a wife? As expected, Qiu Muqing's face turned pale when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Her bright eyes dimmed as though they had lost their luster. At this moment, Qiu Muqing looked like she had lost all interest in life. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he said, for this reason, it's time for me to leave. Muqing, the three old fellows are my gifts to you before I leave. As long as they're here, you won't have to worry about anyone forcing you to do things you don't want to do in Clarity City. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he disappeared before Qiu Muqing's eyes and left the Qiu clan's estate in just a blink of an eye. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it was only natural that Qiu Muqing could not catch sight of him. When Duan Lingtian disappeared, Qiu Muqing finally regained her senses. The words Duan Lingtian said before he left still reverberated in her ears. You won't have to worry about anyone forcing you to do things you don't want to do in Clarity City. Duan Lingtian's words touched Qiu Muqing's soft spot. Before Duan Ling Tian appeared, she had been troubled by the marriage between her and Dongfang Zhu. However, after Duan Ling Tian appeared, not only did he help her solve this problem, but he even gave her 3 super guards, allowing her to become one of the most powerful people in Clarity City. Currently, her status in the Chou clan was even higher than her father and the Grand Elder of Chou clan, whom she used to idolize the most. Brother Ling Tian, Chou Muqing muttered under her breath. Her eyes were filled with determination as she stared in the direction Duan Ling Tian had left. No one knew what she was thinking. Chou Muqing was certain Duan Ling Tian had left in the direction Duan Ling Tian had left because the flowers and plants in the area swayed violently as though a gust of wind had blown past them. Duan Ling Tian had come and gone like the wind and disappeared before Chou Muqing's eyes. Although Duan Ling Tian had disappeared from Chou Muqing's sight, Chou Muqing still remembered him deeply in her heart. It was as though he was branded in her heart. Duan Ling Tian did not expect this at all. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw Chou Muqing again. However, this time it was not in Clarity City. Naturally, this was a matter for the future. After Duan Ling Tian left the Chou clan's estate, he went to look for the leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Emerald Cloud Pavilion was the largest brothel in Clarity City. It belonged to the Feng clan, the strongest clan in Clarity City. There were the best dancers, the best musicians, and the best prostitutes in Clarity City. Those who had a high status in Clarity City would occasionally come here to relax and enjoy themselves. They would either watch the dancing, listen to the music, or talk about life with the prostitutes. In the Emerald Cloud Pavilion, a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance sat in front of a stone table in a pavilion in a luxurious and spacious courtyard. There were 2 beautiful women sitting next to him. One of the women was constantly picking up grapes from the stone table, peeling them one by one and putting them into his mouth. The other woman was massaging his feet. Every movement was extremely gentle and just right. However, the middle-aged man was not looking at the 2 women. Instead, he was looking at the empty space in front of the pavilion. In the open space, there were 9 dancers swaying their graceful bodies. Their every movement was so professional that even people who didn't know how to dance would only feel a burst of joy when they saw their dance. Alliance leader Wang really knows how to enjoy life. Compared to Sin City, this place is much more comfortable, right? A voice suddenly rang in the air. The middle-aged man in the pavilion was taken aback. His expression changed immediately as he stood up. As for the 2 women beside him, they were also frightened to the point that their faces turned pale. "Who's there?" the middle-aged man shouted as he looked around. The 9 dancers were so frightened that they stopped what they were doing. Whoosh! At the same time, a purple-clad young man landed in front of the pavilion as though a gust of wind had blown past. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had just left the Chou clan's estate. Since Duan Ling Tian was here, it was only natural that the middle-aged man's identity was revealed. He was none other than the leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City, Wang Efo. "Who are you? Why are you disturbing my dance?" Looking at Duan Ling Tian, Wang Efo's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. Whoosh! As soon as Wang Efo questioned Duan Ling Tian, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Ling Tian's body surged out and formed a whirlpool in just a blink of an eye. Devouring skill. Soon after, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely absorbed by Duan Ling Tian. His Sun Saint energy had also risen to its peak. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Wang Efo could not react in time. When Wang Yifo came to his senses, he was naturally vigilant. At the same time, he raised his hand and a broad saber appeared in his hand. As the saint energy in Wang Yifo's body surged out and merged with the saber began to emit a sharp aura. One could tell it was 100 inscriptions saint weapon from the aura emitted by the saber. 100 inscriptions saint weapon. Not bad. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward. His expression was as calm as ever as he spoke. Just as Duan Ling Tian's foot landed on the ground, a voice rang out. All of a sudden, whoosh! A fleeting sound of a sword whistling rang in Wang Yifo's ears. It was so sudden that Wang Yifo's heart skipped a beat. When he realized that he could not see the sword that had caused the whistling sound, his eyes narrowed and a horrified expression appeared on his face. Crack! As soon as Wang Yifo's pupils shrunk, he heard a clear voice in his ears. The sound that came from behind sounded like tofu being cut. Chapter 2086. At this moment, Wang Yifo was shocked. The 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in his hand, the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber that had been infused with Saint Origin, had been broken into two. The cut was smooth and clean, as if it had been cut in two by some kind of sharp weapon. Wang Yifo felt his scalp tingle when he recalled the short-lived sword whistling sound. At the same time, Wang Yifo's eyes were filled with fear when he looked at the purple-clothed young man standing not too far away. Ah! Ah! Almost at the same time when the 100 inscription Saint Saber in Wang Yifo's hand was broken into two pieces, the two women beside Wang Yifo, as well as the dancers, were so frightened that they screamed. Their beautiful faces turned pale, and they looked very pitiful. All of you can leave now. I have something to say to Alliance leader Wang. At the same time, Duan Lingtian spoke. When his words fell into the ears of the two women and the dancers next to Wang Yifo, the fear in their eyes disappeared. However, although they had obtained Duan Lingtian's permission, they still did not dare to leave. Their pitiful eyes fell on Wang Yifo as though they had discussed this beforehand. Obviously, they were waiting for Wang Yifo's permission as a distinguished guest. Wang Yifo was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he sensed their gazes. Could these women not see that the purple-clad young man in front of them was more powerful than him? It was fine if they did not listen to the order given by such a person, but now they were looking at him and asking for his permission. Was this not harming him? Sir asked you to leave. Why aren't you leaving? Instantly, Wang Yifo was enraged as well. He roared, scaring the group of women away. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Wang Yifo were left in the huge courtyard. Sir, please have a seat. When Wang Yifo looked at Duan Lingtian, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by a flattering expression. He immediately asked Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the pavilion. Duan Lingtian didn't stand on ceremony and walked into the pavilion in 2 or 3 steps. Just now, when Wang Yifo saw him for the first time, he was not at all polite, so he was not surprised. That was why he had immediately displayed his strength to intimidate Wang Yifo. With the help of the Sun Saint energy that had been enhanced by the Divine Power, the Devouring Technique, and the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was able to break Wang Yifo's 100 inscription Saint Saber that was infused with Saint energy into half with just one slash. Before the Jasper Celestial Sword, the 100 inscription Saint Saber was as weak as tofu. This could be seen from the scene just now. The Jasper Celestial Sword had cut through the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber as easily as cutting tofu. Under Wang Yifo's uneasy gaze, Duan Lingtian walked into the pavilion and sat down at the stone table. Then, Duan Lingtian plucked a grape from a bunch of grapes on the stone table and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he spat out the grape skin. This grape is not bad. Tastes pretty good. Sir, if you like it, I'll ask them to prepare more later. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Yifo said with a flattering expression. Compared to the arrogant Wang Yifo from before, this flattering Wang Yifo seemed to be a completely different person. The reason why Wang Yifo changed so much was naturally because he had seen Duan Lingtian's strength. At first, he didn't know that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Now, he realized that Duan Lingtian was not only stronger than him, but he was so strong that he could kill him in the blink of an eye, nothing else. Just like the sword just now, if it had not landed on the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in his hand but on his head would have been cut open like a watermelon. Until now, Wang Yifo could not help but shudder when he recalled the sword just now. Sit. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yifo and gestured for him to sit. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength, how could Wang Yifo have the courage to sit in front of Duan Lingtian? He quickly said politely, Sir, I'm a wretched person. I like to stand. I'm used to it. Since Wang Efo was unwilling to sit, Duan Lingtian naturally would not force him. He went straight to the point and said, I'm here to ask you something. Sir, please ask away. As long as Wang Efo, know, I won't hide it. After hearing the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit, Wang Efo could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Just now, he was worried that Duan Lingtian was deliberately looking for trouble with him. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it would only take him a blink of an eye to kill him. I heard that you spent some time in Sin City? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Although Wang Efo was curious why Duan Lingtian would ask this, he still answered truthfully. This was not a secret to many people in Clarity City. Sometimes, he would even use this matter as his capital to brag about himself. After all, not everyone had the guts to go to Sin City. Even a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse would have to be careful in Sin City. Otherwise, if he accidentally offended someone he should not offend, he would be doomed eternally. Tell me about the City of Sin. Duan Lingtian said. Sir, could it be that you want to go to Sin City? Wang Efo asked in surprise. His eyes shone brightly. He could tell the purple-clad young man did not ask him this because he was bored. He must have wanted to go to Sin City. Didn't you hear what I said? However, Duan Lingtian ignored Wang Efo's question. Instead, he asked coldly with a grave expression on his face. Wang Efo shuddered when he saw Duan Lingtian's sudden change in attitude. He no longer dared to ask any questions and hastily said, I'll tell you about Sin City. Then, Wang Efo began to explain Sin City to Duan Lingtian. From the origin of Sin City to the current situation of Sin City. Wang Efo had stayed in Sin City for some time after all. His understanding of Sin City was not something that Xiao Muqing, who was just a passerby, could compare to. As time passed, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of useful information from Wang Efo. Alliance leader Wang, why did you leave the City of Sin and come to Clarity City? Don't tell me it's just for fun? After Wang Efo told Duan Lingtian everything he knew about Sin City, Duan Lingtian asked Wang Efo about it. Wang Efo did not mention anything about himself when he told Duan Lingtian about Sin City. With Wang Efo's strength at the peak of the first form of the Saint Celestial Stage, he was only an ordinary martial cultivator in Sin City. He was not as carefree in Sin City as he was in Clarity City. As the saying went, one would rather be the head of a lion than the tail of a phoenix. The current Wang Efo was similar to this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well. Since the City of Sin was able to attract so many independent cultivators to gather there, it must have had its own charm. Otherwise, who would not want to be the king of a mountain? And Wang Efo definitely didn't leave just to enjoy life in the city. Of course not. Wang Efo sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He said reluctantly, It's because I offended someone in Sin City. That person has a powerful background, so I had no choice but to leave Sin City. Although the entertainment in Clarity City is great, it can't help me improve my cultivation base. According to what you said, the cultivation environment in the City of Sin is very good. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel curious when he heard Wang Efo's words. It's not just the cultivation environment. Wang Efo shook his head. After a flash of light passed through his eyes, he said, There are many benefits in Sin City that I don't know how to explain. Sir, if you really intend to go to Sin City, you'll know when you get there. Although Duan Lingtian felt Wang Efo was keeping him in suspense, he did not continue to ask. After all, he was about to depart to Sin City. Thank you, Alliance Leader Wang. After obtaining the information he wanted from Wang Efo, Duan Lingtian stood up and was ready to leave. Before he left, he did not forget to thank Wang Efo. You're too kind, Lord. Wang Efo was flattered by Duan Lingtian's gratitude. Then, under Wang Efo's respectful gaze, Duan Lingtian left, leaving Wang Efo with a suave silhouette. Who is he? Wang Efo only regained his senses when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared. However, deep in his eyes, there was a hint of confusion. He had been in Clarity City for many years, but it was his first time seeing such a powerhouse in Clarity City. After all, Clarity City was only an inconspicuous city at the edge of the western region. Even if there were powerhouses who passed by this area, they would rarely stay here. After leaving the Emerald Cloud Pavilion, Duan Lingtian did not stop and left Clarity City immediately. After leaving Clarity City, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Clarity City again. His eyes flashed, but no one knew what he was thinking. Golden Crow's wings. After a while, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. He had cast the high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. Without warning, the Golden Crow's wings flapped. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. Chapter 2087. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into a few regions. The North Region, South Region, West Region, East Region, and Central Region. The North Region was covered in snow all year round. Due to the lack of Saint Stones, the cultivation environment there was extremely bad. It was a remote place where even birds would not shit. Therefore, there were not many powerful forces stationed there. Currently, the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary base was located in the North Region. The South Region was also known as the Wildlands. Based on the name alone, one could guess that the people there were tough. The Heaven Divination sect, one of the three great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land, was located in the South Region. The Heaven Divination sect was also the religion of most people in the South Region, just like how Zoroastrianism was the religion of most people in the West Region. However, there was no need to mention the West Region. The Eastern Region was also a place that lacked holy stone mineral resources, but it was much better than the Northern Region. There were many first-rate powers stationed in that area, and the Dragon Clan was also in that area. The Central Region was the most prosperous place in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was rich in saint stones. In the Central Region, apart from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, one of the three great sects, there was also an ancient city called Sin City. Even the Black Kshetra sect had to be wary of the existence of Sin City. Sin City was not a force. It was just a place where sectless cultivators gathered. However, if any forces were to make a move on Sin City, the sectless cultivators in Sin City would band together to fend off the enemy. Sin City. What's so attractive about it that so many sectless cultivators in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are flocking to it? While Duan Lingtian was making his way to Sin City in the Central Region, his heart was filled with curiosity about the city. Just what kind of city was it? It actually attracted so many rogue cultivators to gather there. Along the way, Duan Lingtian flew past many towering mountains and lofty ridges, many vast lakes, plains, and deserts before he finally entered the Central Region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The city of Sin is located at the center of the Central Region. This was what Duan Lingtian had learned from Chiu Muqing, the eldest daughter of the Chiu clan in Clarity City. For this reason, after he entered the Central Region, he quickly decided on a direction and traveled at full speed. Duan Lingtian entered the Central Region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and made his way to Sin City. Debussy Subterranean, Azure Cloud Mansion. Whoosh! A swift figure streaked across the sky and entered the Crouching Dragon Lake in the outer area of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Boom! 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 When the newcomer entered the Crouching Dragon Lake, the calm surface of the Crouching Dragon Lake shook. Then, 10 figures shot out and surrounded the newcomer. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Azure Cloud Mansion? The 10 people who flew out of the Crouching Dragon Lake were clad in black armor and looked majestic. The person who was surrounded by them was a woman who was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit. Apart from her beautiful figure, she also had a beautiful face. It was as though the Creator had given her the best. She had the face of an angel and the body of a devil. These words were enough to describe this woman's perfection. Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army? The woman muttered to herself as she faced the 10 people who surrounded her. Then, she did not beat around the bush as she said, I'm a friend of Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of your Azure Cloud Mansion. My name is Wang Fei Xian, and I'm from the mystical Sky Mansion." Based on her words, she was none other than Wang Fei Xian, whom Duan Lingtian had met in the mystical Sky Mansion. She was also one of Duan Lingtian's few friends in the mystical Sky Mansion. A friend of the young mansion master? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, the fierce gazes of the 10 black armored guards softened a little. At the same time, one of them immediately went to the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion to report this matter. Wang Fei Xian? In the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Duan Rufeng, the mansion master, quickly learned about the woman who claimed to be his son's friend. However, he was unfamiliar with the name Wang Fei Xian. He had not even heard of it before. Naturally, it was impossible for him to know all of his son's friends. Fei did you hear Tianer mention a woman called Wang Fei Xian? Soon after, Duan Rufeng found his daughter-in-law, Li Fei. Li Fei was accompanying his wife, Li Ro, with her and Duan Lingtian's son, Li Fei. Wang Fei Xian? She seems to be Scoundrel's friend in the mystical Sky Mansion. Li Fei was startled at first, but then she came back to her senses. However, after a while, a complicated expression appeared in the depths of her beautiful autumn eyes. She had heard her man mention Wang Fei Xian before. Although her man did not say much, with her sharp woman's intuition, she could tell this mystical Sky Mansion's disciple called Wang Fei Xian might have fallen in love with her man. She's really Tianer's friend? Since you know her, come with me to greet her. Duan Rufeng said. Grandfather, I want to go as well. At this moment, Duan Rufeng, who was standing nearby, also ran over. He blinked his big, innocent eyes as he said to Duan Rufeng, Grandma will go as well. Then, Duan Yentian looked at Li Ro and held her hand as he said with a pout on his face, Okay, Grandma will go as well. Li Ro patted her grandson's head affectionately and agreed immediately. Listen to Niantian, let's go together. Duan Rufeng agreed as he looked at Duan Niantian affectionately. Following that, Duan Rufeng raised his hand, and an invisible force shrouded Li Ro, Li Fei, and Duan Niantian before it brought them away from the main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. After a while, Duan Rufeng brought them to a stop. They were already at the side of the Crouching Dragon Lake. Lord Mansion Master. Madam. Young Madam. When Duan Rufeng brought Li Ro and Li Fei to the 9 black armored guards, the 9 black armored guards quickly bowed at Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, and Li Fei. Since Li Ro was the wife of their mansion master, they addressed her as Madam. As for Li Fei, since she was the wife of their young mansion master, they addressed her as Young Madam. Mansion Master? Madam? Young Madam? Upon hearing the 9 black armored guards' greetings, Wang Fei Xian shifted her gaze to Duan Rufeng and the others before she quickly bowed at Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, who were standing side by side. Junior Wang Fei Xian greets Mansion Master Duan and Madam. When Wang Fei Xian bowed at Duan Rufeng and his wife, she could not help but look at Li Fei, who was standing next to Li Ro, from the corner of her eyes. At this moment, Li Fei was holding her son's hand. Duan Yentian was looking at Wang Fei Xian with his big, watery eyes. It was as though he was curious about this auntie, whom he had never met before. Miss Fei Xian, there's no need to be so courteous. Duan Rufeng smiled faintly. Listen to my daughter-in-law. You're my son's friend in the mystical Sky Mansion. This is not the place to talk. Why don't you follow us to the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion? In the end, Duan Rufeng even asked for Wang Fei Xian's opinion out of courtesy. All right. Wang Fei Xian was a valiant woman, so she agreed immediately. When Wang Fei Xian agreed, Duan Rufeng raised his hand again and brought the few of them with him as they disappeared from the side of the Crouching Dragon Lake. However, this time Wang Fei Xian was among the people he brought away. When Duan Rufeng and the others appeared again, they were already in the main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. The majestic main hall took Wang Fei Xian a while to regain her senses. After Wang Fei Xian regained her senses, Duan Rufeng introduced the 3 people next to him. His wife, his son. Although Wang Fei Xian was mentally prepared, she could not help but feel a sense of loss when Duan Rufeng introduced Li Fei and her son. However, it was not obvious on her face. She even took the initiative to greet Li Fei politely. Li Fei naturally returned the greeting as well. She did not neglect Wang Feixian at all. To her, her man's friend was her friend as well. It seems like this girl's heart is also with Tian'er. Tian'er is really too much. He still hasn't settled Bai Yao and Lan'er at home. But why is he fooling around outside and even attracted such a good girl? Li Ro was a woman. Naturally, she could sense Wang Feixian's emotions fluctuating when she heard Li Fei was her son's wife. As a woman, she was certain. This woman called Wang Feixian also had her heart set on her son. Due to this reason, she sighed inwardly. If it was in the past, Li Ro would have been eager to have as many daughters-in-law as possible. Otherwise, she would not have brought Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao out of the mortal continent. But now, she didn't think so anymore. She even regretted bringing Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao out of the mortal continent because she felt she had let them down. Based on the current situation, it was still a question whether her son would accept them in the future. Currently, the matter between Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao had yet to be resolved, and now Wang Feixian was here as well. She was puzzled. Sister Feilian, if you're here to look for my son, Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. He's no longer in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ruffing said to Wang Feixian. I know that. Wang Feixian nodded and continued to say, I'm not here to look for him. I'm here to inform you, Mansion Master Duan. When Wang Feixian reached this part of the sentence, she paused for a moment. Fear rose in her eyes as though she had just recalled something terrifying. Leak information? Duan Ruffing was stunned. The mystical sky mansion is gone. My home, the fourth-rate force, the tyrannical saber mansion, is gone as well. Wang Feixian's tone instantly turned gloomy. Subsequently, the fear in her eyes grew even more intense. Monster. A monster with an ox head and a human body. Chapter 2088. The Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion was killed in just one move? Hearing Wang Feixian's words, Li Ro and Li Fei couldn't help but be shocked, especially Li Ro. As the wife of Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, she often spent time with Duan Ruffing. Naturally, she had learned a lot about the WCI Subterranean from Duan Ruffing. This also included an in-depth understanding of the major forces in the WCI Subterranean. As far as she knew, although the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion was not as strong as her husband, even her husband would not dare to kill the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in just one blow before he had broken through to the quintessential saint stage. But now, Wang Feixian. There was a monster who killed the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in just one blow. If it's true, just how powerful was that monster? Due to Duan Yintian's age, he did not know what Wang Feixian was talking about. As for Duan Ruffing, he was not surprised by Wang Feixian's words. Instead, his face darkened as he muttered, It seems like more than one bull demon has come to the WCI Subterranean. What Duan Ruffing was worried about still happened. Previously, when the bull devil had barged into the Azure Cloud Mansion, although he had killed it, he did not feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt extremely gloomy. After all, the bull devil's appearance in the Dao Martial Saint Land was a bad sign. After all, the ox demon was a creature that only existed in the land of exile. Now that it had appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was no doubt that there was something wrong with the space barrier between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the land of exile. If there was a problem with the space barrier, it might have been discovered by one ox devil, and that ox devil might have come to the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it could also be discovered by many ox devils, and that was why many ox devils came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was even more likely that they would be discovered by the devil clans in the land of exile. The ox devil from the ox devil clan was only the vanguard of the devil clans in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If it was the latter, there was no doubt the Dao Martial Saint Land would fall back into the human devil era, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Ox demon? Although Duan Ruffing's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Li Ro and the others. They immediately looked at Duan Ruffing. This was the first time in their lives that they had heard the term bull demon. "Grandpa, what is an ox demon?" Duan Yantian asked as he blinked his eyes innocently when he heard Duan Rufeng's mutterings. "Fair, take Niantian and leave first. There are some things that I want you to know. However, I will tell Ro about that matter first. She will tell you later." At this moment, Duan Rufeng sent a voice transmission to Li Fei, asking Li Fei to bring Duan Yantian away. Unknowingly, it also revealed a message. It was not convenient for Duan Yantian to know what he was going to do next. Although Li Fei did not know what was going on, she could hear the seriousness in Duan Rufeng's voice. Since she was curious, she did not ask any questions. After some persuasion, she finally convinced Duan Yantian to leave. At this moment, only Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, and Wang Fei Xian were left in the spacious main hall. "Brother Feng, did you ask Feier to bring Yantian away?" Li Ro asked. As Duan Rufeng's wife and Li Fei's unusual behavior earlier, it was not difficult for her to figure out what was going on. It seemed like it was not suitable for her grandson to hear what her husband was going to say next. "Yes." Duan Rufeng nodded. Then he said solemnly, "Niantian is still alive. There are some things I don't want him to know so soon. I don't want him to live in fear from now on." The ox demon was related to the demon race in the land of exile, and it was also related to the human devil era many years ago. It was not hard to imagine. If his grandson knew that the human race had such a dark history, his grandson would definitely have a shadow in his heart. It would be detrimental to his grandson's growth, and it would do him no good. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Li Ro knew she had guessed correctly. She could not help but gasp before she asked, "Brother Feng, don't scare me. What's the matter?" Li Ro knew her husband very well. He was cautious and would not speak without thinking. For this reason, she could not help but feel chills running up her spine when she heard her husband's words. "The ox devil is from the land of exile," Duan Rufeng explained. Faced with Li Ro's question and Wang Fei Xian's curious gaze, Duan Rufeng finally told them about the ox devil's origin. He also mentioned the human devil era that happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. At this moment, both Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian were so frightened that their faces turned pale. During the human devil era, humans and devils fought against each other. Countless humans were killed and devoured into dried corpses. Apart from the powerhouses, most of the humans who survived were at death's door. Many of them were demonized and became devil cultivators. All in all, during that era, there was chaos everywhere. Nobody could live a peaceful life, not even the people on the mortal continent. The devil clans? The land of exile? When Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian learned about the existence of the land of exile and the strength of the devil clans in the land of exile, both of them were terrified. "Miss Fei Xian, how tall was the ox devil that entered the mystical sky mansion that day?" Duan Rufeng suddenly asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian regained her senses when she heard his question. After she mustered her courage, her pale face regained some color. Then she fell silent for a moment as she thought about it. "I think it was more than 4 meters tall. I think it was less than 5 meters tall, but I'm certain it was more than 4 meters tall." Wang Fei Xian replied to Duan Rufeng after she recalled everything that had happened. "If that's the case, the strength of the ox devil that entered the mystical sky mansion is about the same as the ox devil that entered the azure cloud mansion that day." Duan Rufeng nodded. Although he sounded nonchalant, his expression was tense and did not relax at all. "Entered the azure cloud mansion?" Li Ro's expression changed when she heard Duan Rufeng's words. A worried expression appeared on her face as she asked anxiously, "When? Brother Feng, why didn't you mention this before?" It was obvious Li Ro was unaware that the ox devil had entered the azure cloud mansion. "I didn't mention it because I didn't want you to worry." Duan Rufeng sighed before he continued to say, "Moreover, I've already killed it." "You've already killed it?" Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian were stunned when they heard Duan Rufeng's words. That was a powerful devil that could kill the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion with just a blow. However, it was killed by Duan Rufeng even though it had entered the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Ox Devil clan, in terms of strength, there are many Ox Devils who are much stronger than the Ox Devils who invaded the Mystical Sky Mansion and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ruffing continued to speak in a solemn tone. Initially, I was wondering if there was only one Ox Devil that entered the Debussy Subterranean and entered the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, it seems like there's more than one Ox Devil. Duan Ruffing said with a hint of dread on his face. I've killed one, and another one has appeared in the Mystical Sky Mansion. I'm afraid there are more in other places as well. In the end, a hint of dread appeared on Duan Rufing's face. While Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, and Wang Feixian were discussing the Human Devil era, the Land of Exile, the Devil clans, and the Ox Devil clan, Duan Rufeng continued to speculate. In the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, not many people knew that apart from the top force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Zoroastrianism, there was another powerful force in the western region that even Zoroastrianism was wary of. This force was the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan was a very mysterious clan. It was even more mysterious than the dragons. The reason the Phoenix clan was so mysterious was due to a rule set by the Phoenix clan's ancestor many years ago. The members of the Phoenix clan were not allowed to leave the Phoenix clan. Those who left without permission would be chased out of the Phoenix clan and would be hunted down by the Phoenix clan. Due to this reason, the members of the Phoenix clan were not allowed to leave the Phoenix clan no matter how much they longed to explore the outside world. As the saying went, a phoenix would not land in a place without treasures. The Phoenix clan's estate was located in the northern part of the western region. It was like a paradise that was completely isolated from the outside world. The reason the Phoenix clan chose this place as their estate was similar to the Zoroastrianism's estate. There was also a quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone Reserve underground. Naturally, it was much better than the quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone Reserve in the Zoroastrianism's estate. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was widely spread that there were only 3 quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone Reserves in the world that were in the possession of the 3 great sections. In fact, to a certain extent, the 3 great sects had deliberately spread this news. They wanted to use this to show how different they were. The Phoenix clan's estate was isolated from the outside world through a formation. This formation was a gigantic hybrid formation that was a mixture of offensive formations and illusory formations. Without a cultivation base at the Saint Celestial stage or above, one would not be able to see through the illusory formations that were mixed with the formation. Without a cultivation base at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, one would not be able to resist the offensive formations that were mixed with the formation. Today, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Phoenix clan's estate. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew past. In the next moment, an old figure appeared out of thin air outside the gigantic formation that enveloped the Phoenix clan's estate. It was a white-haired old man with a sage-like demeanor. As he hovered in the air, he looked like an old celestial from afar. If Han Shuanai was here, she would definitely recognize him. This old man was none other than her senior uncle, the Prophet. He was also the previous successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. Chapter 2089. The Phoenix clan's encampment was shrouded by a gigantic hybrid formation. Even if someone passed by, they would not be able to discover the Phoenix clan's encampment. The Phoenix clan's encampment was located in a place surrounded by mountains. It was a real paradise. Not only was this place isolated from the rest of the world, but there were also mountains, rivers, lush flowers, and green trees. It formed a picturesque scenery that gave people a strong sense of belonging. Of course, this was only most of the scenery in the Phoenix clan's encampment. In the west of the Phoenix clan's encampment, the air was filled with an extremely hot aura. The temperature was so high that it would not take long for an ordinary person to be roasted. The deeper one went, the higher the temperature. In the deepest part of the west of the Phoenix clan's encampment, there was a vast altar. On the high platform in the middle of the altar, there was an extremely huge statue sitting there. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be stunned when he saw this statue. Moreover, a paragraph of words recorded in the ancient book, classic of mountains and seas, that was passed down from ancient times in his previous life on earth, would definitely appear in his mind. There was a bird in the world that looked like a chicken. It was called the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King was the earliest name for the phoenix. It was also the king of birds in Duan Lingtian's previous life on earth. Generally speaking, the male was called the phoenix while the female was called the phoenix. Collectively, they were called the phoenix. The phoenix was as famous as the divine dragon in his previous life. Just like the divine dragon, they were legendary existences. In Duan Lingtian's previous life's hometown on earth, ever since the Qin and Han dynasties of ancient times, the dragon had gradually become the symbol of the emperor. The emperors, empresses, and concubines had begun to refer to themselves as phoenixes. The image of the phoenixes had gradually become androgynous. The statue on the high platform in the middle of the altar was a lifelike phoenix. It was completely fiery red. No one knew what material it was made of, but it was constantly emitting waves of hot aura. That old man is here so early? In front of the altar, a beautiful woman sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly opened her eyes. The beautiful woman's eyes were different from the black pupils of ordinary humans. Instead, they were fiery red. With just a glance, it might be enough to make a person feel as though he had fallen into a pit of fire. When the beautiful woman stood up, her voluptuous figure hidden under the loose robe was also exposed. Furthermore, although her face could not be considered to be exceedingly beautiful, it was still beautiful beyond compare. It was very pleasing to the eye. She stood there. Although her clothes were simple and plain, she still gave off a graceful and luxurious feeling. If only I had met that girl earlier. Thinking that she's about to leave, I'm really reluctant to part with her. As the beautiful woman muttered, there was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. It was as if the girl she spoke of was about to leave her. Lord Prophet. Suddenly, a respectful female voice came from outside the altar. Whoosh! Hearing the voice coming from outside, the beautiful woman's figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already outside the altar in front of a young woman dressed in green. She asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The green-clad young woman was very respectful when she faced the beautiful woman. Lord Prophet, Senior Prophet is here. He's waiting outside the Phoenix clan's estate. The beautiful woman's head had an "I already know" look on her face. I already know. Tell him to wait outside. I'll bring him out in a moment. The green-clad young woman was not surprised when she heard the beautiful woman already knew. It was as though she was used to it. After all, the beautiful woman before her was the Phoenix clan's prophet. She could predict the future and destroy all living beings' dharma characteristics. In the eyes of the Phoenix clan, she was omnipotent. Even the patriarch of the Phoenix clan had to be respectful when she saw this Lord Prophet. After the green-clad young woman left, the beautiful woman disappeared again in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already back at the altar. Furthermore, he was behind the altar, behind the incomparably huge Phoenix statue. All of a sudden, the beautiful woman raised her hand. Whoosh! As the beautiful woman raised her hand, a ferocious crack appeared in the air as though she had torn the space apart. Then, she flew into the ferocious crack in a flash, and the crack disappeared as well. If there was another person here, he or she would be dumbfounded when they saw this. It was as though the beautiful woman was swallowed by the crack in the air. Naturally, the beautiful woman who flew into the crack was not swallowed by the crack. Currently, she had entered the Phoenix clan's Saint Land that had been passed down since ancient times. The Phoenix clan's Saint Land was similar to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was also a pseudo-realm. However, it could not be compared to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land since it was only a pseudo-realm. It was also the Phoenix clan's rebirth ground. Any Phoenix clan's clansman with extraordinary innate talent would be able to undergo rebirth ground. Not only would they be reborn, but they would also gain more strength. Their cultivation base would also be improved compared to before they were reborn. For example, A Phoenix Clan's clansmen who were limited by their innate talent and could not improve their cultivation base after reaching the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage if they underwent rebirth ground. In the Phoenix Clan's rebirth ground, apart from the fiery red sky, there was only a fiery red ocean in the Phoenix Clan's rebirth ground. The temperature here was much higher than the temperature outside. Even those with a weaker cultivation base would be vaporized in just a blink of an eye, let alone ordinary people. The beautiful woman hovered in the air as though nothing had happened. It was as though the environment here did not affect her at all. If one looked closely, they would discover that the fiery red ocean was filled with lava. There was a large fiery red ocean in this place. It was the fiery red magma. The magma was constantly rolling and boiling. It was enough to see that its temperature was very high. It made people feel a chill down their spines when they saw it. The temperature in this place was due to the lava. At this moment, the beautiful woman hovered in the air and looked down at the ocean of lava beneath her feet. It was as though there was something in it. Girl! Suddenly, the beautiful woman opened her mouth. She was actually speaking to the sea of magma beneath her feet. Her voice was not loud, but it seemed to have a terrifying penetrating force. It was as though it could penetrate all obstacles and reach the ears of the person she was speaking to. Based on her words, it seemed like there was someone under the boiling lava. Gulp, 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 gulp. Moments after the beautiful woman spoke, the magma that was originally boiling but still considered calm began to churn and boil even more violently. In the next moment, boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, one of the magma exploded, and a fiery red figure rushed out. From afar, it seemed to have merged with the magma. The person who emerged from the ocean of lava was a woman dressed in a fiery red robe. She exuded a scorching aura and the pressure of a powerhouse. Senior Prophet. After she emerged, she appeared near the beautiful woman and bowed respectfully. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. It seemed to contain endless charm. Her figure was graceful and perfect. It gave people the urge to go up and hug her. The woman dressed in red had beautiful long hair that fell on her shoulders and behind her back like a waterfall. Under the long hair was a beautiful face that could captivate even birds and beasts. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting. Her eyes were as clear as water in autumn. Her nose, red lips, and white teeth formed a perfect outline. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. She was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize her with just a glance. This woman dressed in red who looked like a fire elf was none other than Feng Tianwu. Girl, you've completed your rebirth in our Phoenix Clan's place of rebirth. I'm sure you've realized you're leaving soon, right? The beautiful woman sighed softly. Senior Prophet, is Senior Uncle Prophet here? Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Feng Tianwu immediately figured it out. The old man who had sent her here had passed by. He would come to take her away after she had completed her rebirth in the Phoenix Clan's place of rebirth. Yes. When the beautiful woman saw how smart Feng Tianwu was, the reluctance in her eyes intensified. It was as though she did not want Feng Tianwu to leave. Senior Prophet, if I have time in the future, I'll come back to visit you. Feng Tianwu saw the reluctance in the beautiful woman's eyes, and she immediately consoled her. You won't have the chance. However, when the beautiful woman heard Feng Tianwu's words, a hint of relief flashed in her eyes. She shook her head and said, The reason we allowed you to enter the Phoenix Clan was to follow our ancestors' instructions. We wanted to repay the favor we owed to Feng Qingyang, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. We allowed you to enter the Phoenix Clan's place of rebirth because you have a trace of the Phoenix Clan's prophet's bloodline in your body. Now that the Phoenix Clan has repaid the favor it owed to the Seven Absolute Sect, it's impossible for us to let you in. The beautiful woman added, Senior Prophet, didn't you say I have the same bloodline as you? Can't you treat me as a member of the Phoenix Clan? Feng Tianwu asked. If you want to be a member of the Phoenix Clan, you can't leave the Phoenix Clan. The beautiful woman looked at Feng Tianwu and said, However, Are you willing to stay in the Phoenix clan until you die of old age or ascend to the immortal world? Feng Tianwu fell silent. Stay in the Phoenix clan until she died of old age or ascend to the immortal world. In that case, would she not be able to see the man she was so fond of? Naturally, she could not accept this. Therefore, she shook her head. The beautiful woman was not surprised when she saw this. Chapter 2090. Will I really not be able to see Senior Prophet again? When Feng Tianwu thought about how she would never be able to see the beautiful woman before her, the Phoenix clan's prophet, again, she was filled with reluctance. Although she had not spent much time with the Phoenix clan's prophet, the Phoenix clan's prophet still cared for her like an elder. It made her feel as though she had regained her motherly love. I'm afraid there's no more chance, unless... The Phoenix clan's prophet paused for a moment. Unless what? Feng Tianwu was curious. Unless the human devil era is coming again. However, that's almost impossible. At the very least, it's impossible for the human devil era to come again in our era. The Phoenix clan's prophet said decisively. The human devil era? Feng Tianwu was curious about this. The Phoenix clan's prophet was very patient with Feng Tianwu. She patiently explained the human devil era to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu learned that before the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, there was an era in the Dao Martial Saint Land called the human devil era. During that era, a group of devils from the land of exile had invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. To be more precise, they had invaded the realm where the Dao Martial Saint Land was located. During the human devil era, the ancestors of the Phoenix clan killed countless devils. However, in the end, the Phoenix clan suffered a great loss. Since then, the ancestors of the Phoenix clan set a strict rule to ensure the survival of the Phoenix clan. The clansmen of the Phoenix clan are not allowed to leave the Phoenix clan without permission. Otherwise, not only would they be expelled from the Phoenix clan, but they would also be hunted down by the enforcement elder of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan's prophet continued to say, for this reason, the only person who can leave the Phoenix clan without violating the rules is the enforcement elder. Naturally, there's a condition for the enforcement elder to leave the Phoenix clan. There must be a member of the Phoenix clan who has violated the rules and left the Phoenix clan without permission. Normally, no one from the Phoenix clan would leave the Phoenix clan because even if they did, the enforcement elder would find them in the shortest time possible. The members of the Phoenixes all have innate marks on our bodies. It's impossible for us to escape from the investigation of the deacon. He knew that he was going to die, but he just wanted to see the outside world. In the history of our Phoenixes, there has never been such a stupid person. At this point, the beautiful woman paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, if the human devil era comes again, we won't have to abide by that rule anymore. After all, we'll have to leave the Phoenix clan and attack the devil clans from the land of exile. This is the ancestral instruction left behind by our Phoenix clan's ancestors. It's also the mission of our Phoenix clan. The Phoenix prophet's words also revealed a meaning. The era of non-humans and demons descended once again. Otherwise, the members of the Phoenix clan were not allowed to leave the Phoenix clan without permission. The human-demon era is coming again? Feng Tianwu looked disappointed. Just now, according to the Phoenix clan's prophet, she also learned that only a few 100,000 years had passed since the last human-devil era. It would take at least 1,000,000 years for the devil clans from the land of exile to break through the space barrier and enter the Dao Martial Saint Land again. For this reason, the Phoenix clan's prophet said, it was impossible for the human-devil era to descend again in the current era they were in. Sometimes, things were just so miraculous. Things that you thought were impossible might happen all of a sudden. It was impossible for the human-devil era to descend again in the current era, to the current lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Phoenix clan's prophet's words were undoubtedly a huge joke. However, it could be seen from this that, although the Phoenix clan's prophet could foresee the future and calculate all the phenomena in the world, it did not mean that she could foresee everything. The old man, the prophet, is waiting for you outside. I'll send you out." With a wave of her hand, the Phoenix Clan's prophet brought Feng Tianwu out of the Phoenix Clan's Saint Land, the land of rebirth, and back to the Phoenix Clan's altar. Then, she brought Feng Tianwu out of the Phoenix Clan's estate. Naturally, even though she was a prophet with a high status in the Phoenix Clan, she could not violate the clan's rules and leave the Phoenix Clan's estate. She could only send Feng Tianwu to the edge of the Phoenix Clan's estate. Along the way, Feng Tianwu left with the Phoenix Clan's prophet. When she thought about how she would be able to see the old man who called himself her senior uncle prophet, she felt as though she was dreaming. Previously, after she left the Greenwave Han Mansion, a fifth-rate force in the Debussy subterranean, she continued to search for the man she missed, Duan Lingtian. At that time, the old man who called himself her senior uncle prophet appeared in front of her and revealed that she had obtained the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance from her master. He even mentioned the Seven Absolutes sect that her master had mentioned to her before. For this reason, she believed the old man's words. Naturally, even if she did not believe him, she did not have the ability to resist when the old man wanted to take her away. Initially, she refused because of Duan Lingtian. However, the old man told her that if she wanted to meet Duan Lingtian, she would have to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, the old man promised that she would be able to meet Duan Lingtian in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In order to meet Duan Lingtian, she finally left the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with the old man and came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She followed the old man's arrangement and came to the Phoenix Clan. "I can't believe that great-grandmother and I both inherited the Phoenix Clan's prophet's bloodline. However, the bloodline great-grandmother inherited from the Phoenix Clan's prophet's bloodline is much purer than mine." After arriving at the Phoenix Clan, Feng Tianwu learned about the Phoenix Clan's prophet's bloodline. She had inherited the Phoenix Clan's prophet's bloodline. In the Phoenix Clan, there would be a prophet in every generation. The prophet's bloodline was also a very noble bloodline in the Phoenix Clan. Every prophet in the Phoenix Clan was respected by everyone in the Phoenix Clan. A prophet in the Phoenix Clan could foresee the future and predict everything in the world. Back then, great-grandmother was a prophet. She divined the fate between me and elder brother Duan. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have met elder brother Duan back then. The moment Feng Tianwu thought of this, a blissful smile appeared on her face. Back then, it was because of her great-grandmother's reminder. That was why her father had brought her to that city at the border of the Darkstone Empire and had renamed that city as Phoenix Nest City. It was also because of her great-grandmother's reminder that her father had arranged the spouse selection martial competition for her, allowing her to meet Duan Lingtian and resolve the crisis of her fire spirit body. It's a good thing great-grandmother has the Phoenix Clan's prophet's bloodline. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have met elder brother Duan in this lifetime. The moment Feng Tianwu thought of this, she felt a wave of lingering fear. However, no matter what, meeting that elder brother Duan was the happiest thing in her life. That elder brother Duan was also the man she had set her mind on in this lifetime. However, senior uncle prophet is really amazing. He actually managed to predict that I have the Phoenix Clan's prophet's bloodline in me. In terms of divination, his ability seems to be even stronger than senior prophet. Feng Tianwu thought to herself as she inadvertently glanced at the Phoenix Clan's prophet beside her from the corner of her eyes. Naturally, she did not dare to say this out loud. "We're here." As the Phoenix Clan's prophet stopped moving, they had also arrived at the border of the Phoenix Clan's encampment. Senior prophet. Since they were about to part, Feng Tianwu was naturally very reluctant to part. In her heart, she had already treated the Phoenix Clan's prophet before her as her mother. "Go on." Faced with Feng Tianwu's reluctance, the Phoenix Clan's prophet only felt a wave of panic in her heart. In order to hide her panic, she raised her hand and directly sent Feng Tianwu out of the Phoenix Clan's encampment. After Feng Tianwu disappeared from her sight, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She could not calm the restless emotions in her heart for a long time. After interacting with each other for a period of time, Feng Tianwu treated her like a mother, so how could she not treat Feng Tianwu as her daughter? A gigantic hybrid formation seemed to have separated the Phoenix clan's encampment from the outside world into two different worlds. Whoosh! As the Phoenix clan's prophet made her move, Feng Tianwu only felt her vision turn dark. When her eyes lit up again, she realized that she had already left the Phoenix clan's encampment and appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Senior Uncle Prophet. After returning to her senses, Feng Tianwu saw the old man who was walking in the air not far away and greeted him respectfully. The old man was the Oracle man who had come from the northern region to pick up Feng Tianwu. The Oracle man had come to bring Feng Tianwu back so that he could activate the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by the 7 Absolutes Sex Prodigy Sword Saint to help the current descendants of the 6 Absolutes, including Feng Tianwu, to defy the heavens and change their fates. Little Tianwu, you've successfully undergone rebirth? When he arrived near Feng Tianwu, the Oracle man could also sense the change in her aura. He was instantly shocked. After all, when he brought Feng Tianwu to the Phoenix clan back then, he had the intention of treating a dead horse as a living one. It just so happened that the Phoenix clan owed the 7 Absolutes sect a favor. Feng Tianwu, the current descendant of the 7 Absolutes sect's blazing Phoenix progeny, had the Phoenix clan's prophet's bloodline. For this reason, he had tried to send Feng Tianwu to the Phoenix clan to ask the Phoenix clan to let Feng Tianwu enter the Phoenix clan's saint land, the land of rebirth. If the rebirth was successful, Feng Tianwu's innate talent and strength would be greatly improved. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded in the face of the Oracle man's question. Her face was filled with reluctance. If it wasn't for Senior Prophet sacrificing his cultivation base to help me, with the faint Phoenix clan's bloodline in my body, I wouldn't have successfully undergone rebirth. It seems like the Phoenix clan's prophet is really good to you. The Oracle man nodded and said excitedly, now that you've successfully undergone rebirth, when you undergo the baptism of the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation in the future, you might become the most powerful person after the first Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect, the Fog Rain progeny. Chapter 2091. The 7 Absolutes sect was divided into 7 Absolutes. For a long time, whenever the successor of the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, appeared, he would be able to suppress the other 6 successors and become the leader of the 7 Absolute sect. Apart from the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, not all of the other 6 Absolutes were good at fighting. For example, in the 7 Absolute sect, the second Absolute, Heavenly Secret, was more like a military advisor hidden behind a curtain. It was capable of strategizing from thousands of miles away. For this reason, based on the Oracle man's words, one could deduce that he had high hopes for the Oracle man. He had high hopes for Feng Tianwu. However, Feng Tianwu did not react to the old man Tianji's words. Instead, she went straight to the point. Instead, she asked bluntly, Senior Uncle Prophet, I don't care about other things. I just want to know when I'll be able to see my elder brother Duan. From the beginning until the end, Feng Tianwu had never forgotten the reason she came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She was here to look for her elder brother Duan. As for the other matters arranged by the old man of heavenly secrets, it was only because the old man of heavenly secrets had promised her that he would definitely help her find her big brother Duan. She had followed the Oracle man's orders unconditionally. Now, it was time for the Oracle man to fulfill his promise. Tianwu girl, it's time for me to tell you some things now. When the Oracle man heard the serious tone in Feng Tianwu's voice, he realized he could not continue to brush her off. Otherwise, it might backfire. However, before I give you my permission, I don't want you to talk to anyone, including people you know in the past. The Oracle man said with a solemn expression on his face. All right. Feng Tianwu nodded. She was not a talkative person. The reason I came to the Phoenix clan to pick you up is so that you can meet the current successors of the other 5 Absolutes in the 7 Absolutes sect. The day the 6 Absolutes gather is also the day I activate the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by our 7 Absolutes sect's ancestor. The Oracle man said bluntly, Gathering of the 6 Absolutes? 6 ultimate heaven-defying fate-changing grand array? Hearing the oracle man's words, Feng Tianwu was naturally surprised. The gathering of the 6 absolutes? As the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, Feng Tianwu, naturally, knew what it meant to have 6 absolutes gathered. It meant that she would be able to meet the successors of the other 5 absolutes of the 7 absolutes sect. Although she didn't look forward to it, she was still a little surprised. She never thought that, apart from the first absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, the old man had gathered all the successors of the other 6 absolutes. 6 ultimate heaven-defying fate-changing grand array? What's that? Feng Tianwu could not help but ask. The 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation is a heaven-defying formation left behind by the previous successor of the fog rain progeny in the 7 absolutes sect. Even the oracle man could not help but feel deep respect for the previous successor of the fog rain progeny in the 7 absolutes sect. Then, he continued, the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing formation is a formation prepared by the ancestor for the successors of the 6 absolutes other than the successor of the first absolute, the fog rain progeny. After the successors of the 6 absolutes enter the formation, their cultivation base and martial talent will be greatly improved. In other words, after you and the successors of the other 5 absolutes enter the formation, your cultivation base and innate spiritual root will be greatly improved. The oracle man finished his sentence in one breath. My innate spiritual root will be greatly improved? Feng Tianwu was shocked. It has the same effect as the rebirth in the Phoenix Clan's Saint Land, the Land of Rebirth? In the Land of Rebirth, the Phoenix Clan's Saint Land, Feng Tianwu had successfully completed her rebirth. Apart from her cultivation base being greatly improved, her innate spiritual root had also improved. Moreover, one's innate spiritual root would affect one's martial Tao innate talent. Yes, the Land of Nirvana had not only improved her cultivation, but also her talent in martial arts. It's similar to the Land of Rebirth's rebirth, but it's much more powerful than the Land of Rebirth's rebirth. At this point, old man Tianji's face was filled with pride. It was as though the 6 absolute heaven-defying fate-changing array was something he had created himself. It's even more powerful than the Land of Rebirth's rebirth? For a time, Feng Tianwu was shocked to the point of being dumbstruck, and she was unable to recover from her shock for a long time. As someone who had entered the Land of Rebirth in the Phoenix Clan's Saint Land and experienced rebirth, naturally, Feng Tianwu knew how powerful Rebirth's rebirth was. But now, the old man of heavenly secrets said, the effect of the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation was even more powerful than the Land of Rebirth's rebirth. Of course, what I've said isn't more powerful, the oracle man said. His words caused Feng Tianwu to regain her senses. She looked at him with a puzzled expression on her face. Next, the 6 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect will be reunited. After that, the 7 absolutes will be reunited as well. However, there's still some time before the 7 absolutes reunite. The oracle man continued, the 7 absolutes reunite. Upon hearing the oracle man's words, Feng Tianwu could not help but feel curious. She was curious about the successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. When she was still in the 7th-rate Drift Blaze sect in the 6th-rate Saint Nation Windfall Nation, she had heard from her master Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, that the 7 absolutes reunite. In the 7 absolutes sect, the successor of the first absolute, the fog rain progeny, was the most mysterious and powerful. Once the 7 absolutes reunite, it meant that she would be able to meet the successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolutes sect. As for the day of the 7 absolutes reunite, the oracle man continued to speak. It's the day you meet your elder brother Duan. Boom! The oracle man's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered Feng Tianwu's ears. Feng Tianwu was stunned and could not regain her senses for a long time. The day of the 7 absolutes reunite would be the day she would meet her elder brother Duan. Senior Uncle Prophet? What do you mean by that? After a long while, Feng Tianwu finally regained her senses. She took a deep breath before she asked in a slightly suppressed voice. "Silly girl, I've already said so much. Isn't it obvious?" The oracle man shook his head and smiled. "Your elder brother Duan is the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect." In fact, when the oracle man spoke earlier, Feng Tianwu had already guessed this. However, she found it hard to believe, so she asked the oracle man about it. With the old man of Heavenly Secrets' confirmation, she was absolutely certain. Her elder brother Duan was the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. "I can't believe that elder brother Duan is the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect." Feng Tianwu's heart raced. She could not calm down from the excitement in her heart for a long time. No wonder Master would ask elder brother Duan if he knew about the 7 Absolutes sect. According to Master, the 10,000 Swords territory that elder brother Duan consolidated is the exclusive territory of the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. Soon after, Feng Tianwu recalled the scenes in the Drift Blaze sect. At that time, her master Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, had seen her elder brother Duan consolidate the 10,000 Swords territory. Due to this reason, she had asked her elder brother Duan if he knew about the 7 Absolute sect. However, her elder brother Duan did not know about it. For this reason, her master Zi Yun was certain her elder brother Duan had nothing to do with the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. "Senior Uncle Prophet, I remember my master had asked elder brother Duan if he knew about the 7 Absolute sect. However, elder brother Duan did not know about it. What's going on?" Feng Tianwu was puzzled by this as well. It's not strange that he doesn't know about the 7 Absolute sect. As far as I know, the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, usually doesn't mention the 7 Absolute sect. However, he must know that he's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The old man of Heavenly Secrets explained with absolute certainty. Feng Tianwu finally understood. "Senior Uncle Prophet." All of a sudden, Feng Tianwu seemed to have recalled something. She looked at the oracle man solemnly and asked, "Earlier, did you say that the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by our 7 Absolute sect's patriarch is meant to raise the cultivation base and martial Dao innate talent of the 6 Absolutes, successors other than the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny?" "Yes." The oracle man nodded, puzzled. He did not know why Feng Tianwu would suddenly ask such a question. "Senior Uncle Prophet, I want to give the opportunity to enter the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation to elder brother Duan, so that he can raise his cultivation base and martial Dao innate talent," Feng Tianwu said solemnly as she looked at the oracle man. There was no hesitation in her words at all. She had no regrets. The oracle man was stunned when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. He realized Feng Tianwu had misunderstood him. However, he did not expose her. Instead, he asked calmly, "Do you really intend to give the opportunity to enter the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation to your elder brother Duan?" After asking, the oracle man reminded her in a seemingly friendly manner, "Are you sure? If you give the opportunity to him, you'll only be at the bottom among the 7 Absolutes sect's 7 Absolutes in the future. It's not a good thing for you. I've thought about it." Feng Tianwu replied without any hesitation when she heard the oracle man's reminder. To her, nothing was more important than her elder brother Duan. In the past, she was willing to sacrifice herself for her elder brother Duan. It was the same now. Her heart had never changed. "You're really?" A hint of envy appeared in the oracle man's eyes when he saw how much Feng Tianwu cared about Duan Lingtian. When he was in his prime, why was there no lady who would do this for him? Chapter 2092. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. After a while, the old man of Heavenly Secrets told Feng Tianwu the truth. After that, he added, "Earlier, I told you that the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation was left behind by the previous successor of the Fograin progeny in our 7 Absolutes sect. He's also your elder brother Duan's master. As your elder brother Duan's master, do you think he wouldn't give your elder brother Duan any benefits? He must have his own reasons for not allowing your elder brother Duan to enter the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. For this reason, you don't have to worry about your elder brother Duan at all. The Oracle Man said in one breath. I see. Upon hearing the Oracle Man's words, realization dawned on Feng Tianwu. At the same time, she realized she had made a big mistake. At this moment, her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. All right, it's time for us to leave. Follow me to another place, and we'll be able to return to the northern region. The Oracle Man changed the topic and told Feng Tianwu. Where are we going? Feng Tianwu, who had calmed down, asked curiously when she heard the Oracle Man's words. We're going to pick up my direct disciple. He's also the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. When the Oracle Man mentioned his direct disciple, a satisfied smile appeared on his old face. It was as though he was very satisfied with his direct disciple. The current successor of the Prophet progeny? Feng Tianwu's eyes flashed before she asked teasingly, Senior Uncle Prophet, are you looking for a little faker to inherit your legacy? In Feng Tianwu's eyes, the Oracle Man was like an old faker, and the Oracle Man's direct disciple was naturally a little trickster. That beautiful disciple of mine isn't a little trickster. In terms of beauty, she isn't inferior to you. The Oracle Man looked at Feng Tianwu with dissatisfaction and shook his head. A woman? Feng Tianwu was stunned. She had never expected that the Oracle Man would actually find a female disciple for the Heavenly Mystery Sect. Wouldn't that make her a female disciple? Of course, at the same time, Feng Tianwu was also curious about the Oracle Man's female disciple. What kind of woman would be chosen by the Oracle Man to be the successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's 2nd Absolute, the Prophet progeny? Although she hadn't spent a lot of time with the Oracle Man, she could still feel that he was different. He had very high standards and was very picky. It was not easy to be chosen by him. While Feng Tianwu was following the Oracle Man to look for the Oracle Man's female disciple, in the central province of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After traveling for some time, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at his destination. A vast and imposing city stood in the distance, and it was clearly reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Looking from afar, the city looked like an incomparably huge beast, creeping there, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. As for the city gates that were wide open, they were like the bloody maw of a giant beast, swallowing everyone who came from all directions into its stomach. Why is it so lively? Before he got close, Duan Lingtian could already see many people entering and exiting the city. It only served to accentuate the liveliness of the city. This is the city of sin? Looking at it from the outside, I really can't tell what's so special about this city other than the fact that it's much bigger than the other cities I've seen before. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he got close to Sin City. Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's thought left his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swift sounds of wind whistling could be heard coming from Sin City. Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look. Following that, 3 figures appeared in front of him and flew toward him. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in blue. The old man seemed to be in a hurry. His face was filled with anxiety. His eyes were narrowed, and he was extremely nervous. The reason he was so anxious was because the 2 middle-aged men were chasing after him. Moreover, the 2 middle-aged men were faster than him. They were getting closer and closer to him. Finally, when the old man appeared near Duan Lingtian, the 2 middle-aged men finally caught up to him. It seems like these 2 men are from one of the Sectless Cultivators' alliances in Sin City. When Duan Lingtian saw the 2 middle-aged men wearing the same long green robes with an axe embroidered on their chests, he could not help but wonder who they were. Previously, when he was still in Clarity City, he had learned from the alliance leader of Clarity City's Sectless Cultivators Alliance, Wang Efo, There were many Sectless Cultivators Alliances in Sin City. Moreover, each Sectless Cultivators Alliance was formed by a certain number of Sectless Cultivators. They gathered together to stay together for warmth and to occupy a place in Sin City. Sectless cultivators with ordinary abilities would usually join a Sectless Cultivators Alliance and seek protection if they wanted to stay in Sin City. Of course, while seeking protection, they would also have to contribute to the Sectless Cultivators Alliance. Old Man Shui, are you still trying to escape? One of the middle-aged men moved in front of the old man and blocked his path with his companion. The old man was caught in a dilemma. The old man Shui, had a gloomy expression on his face. After taking a deep breath, he removed the spatial ring from his hand and tossed it to the middle-aged man who blocked his path. He quickly expressed his stance. My friends from the Ground Axe Alliance, the things you want are in the spatial ring. I've already removed the ownership of the spatial ring. I've already handed the things over to the two of you. I hope you'll let me live on account of my cooperation. As Old Man Shui spoke, his attitude became extremely humble. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby, could not help but stop moving. He looked at the scene in front of him as though he was watching a show. However, he did not notice anything. Apart from him, none of the passers-by stopped to watch. Instead, they avoided the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance and the old man who was being chased by the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance as if they were avoiding the plague. It was as though they were afraid of getting into trouble. The Ground Axe Alliance? This Rogue Cultivator Alliance didn't seem to exist among the Rogue Cultivator Alliances that Wang Efo mentioned to me. It seems like this is just a small Rogue Cultivator Alliance in Sin City. After recalling Wang Efo's words, Duan Ling Tian was certain Wang Efo did not mention the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the Ground Axe Alliance, previously when he was at the Emerald Cloud Pavilion in Clarity City. When Wang Efo introduced the City of Sin to him, he also introduced him to some of the powerful Rogue Cultivator Alliances in the City of Sin. Of course, it was just a rough introduction. Duan Ling Tian remembered the names of the Sectless Cultivators Alliances. There was no Ground Axe Alliance. Based on this, Duan Ling Tian was certain. This Ground Axe Alliance was an unranked alliance of rogue cultivators in the City of Sin. This old man Shui seems to have obtained something good, so he's being chased by the two people from the Ground Axe Alliance. Now that they've caught up to him, he's forced to hand over his spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian could roughly guess what was going on. The thing is indeed inside. The Ground Axe Alliance's member who blocked Old Man Shui's way caught the spatial ring that Old Man Shui tossed over. After inspecting the spatial ring, he nodded at his companion. HM? As soon as the Ground Axe Alliance's member finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian saw the Ground Axe Alliance's member's eyes turn cold. The Ground Axe Alliance's member standing behind Old Man Shui turned cold as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the crisp sound of a saber and a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. Old Man Shui was killed. The bloody scene before Duan Ling Tian's eyes shocked Duan Ling Tian. This is the City of Sin? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally felt the atmosphere in Sin City where people would kill if they disagreed with one another. At the same time, he no longer felt that Sin City was nothing special compared to other cities. Phew! Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief before he made his move. He was prepared to enter Sin City. However, just as he was about to make his move, two divine senses swept over at the same time and enveloped him, giving him a feeling of nowhere to hide. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, two figures appeared in front of him and blocked his path. It was clear they were not going to let him leave. Duan Ling Tian took a closer look and realized who they were. The two people who had blocked his path with their divine consciousness were none other than the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance who had killed Old Man Shui earlier. Now that the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance had blocked his way, they were staring at him like hunters who had spotted their prey. I don't know that Old Man Shui, Duan Ling Tian explained with a frown on his face. At this moment, he thought the two of them must have known each other. The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance had blocked his path because they thought he was related to Old Man Shui. "We know you don't know that Old Man Shui." However, one of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance said with a grin on his face, "Mastery Exemplary Saint Stage Cultivation Base. Boy, this is your first time in Sin City, right?" Based on the words of the member of the Ground Axe Alliance, it was obvious he had discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base through his divine consciousness. "So what if I am?" Chapter 2093. So what if I am? When the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the grave expression on his face, they exchanged glances and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. How could an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator be so arrogant in front of them? "Hey, do you know who you're talking to?" The man from the Ground Axe Alliance who asked Duan Lingtian if this was his first time in Sin City asked in a deep voice. He was embarrassed by Duan Lingtian's arrogant question. "I don't even know you. How would I know who I'm talking to?" Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked at the man from the Ground Axe Alliance as though he was looking at an idiot. He was close to calling him an idiot. When the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Duan Lingtian's expression, they were dumbfounded again. After a while, the other man from the Ground Axe Alliance regained his senses. He smirked coldly. "It seems like this kid is really a hothead who has never been to Sin City before. You don't even know what it means to be wearing the same exclusive apparel. I don't have many hobbies. My only hobby is to teach hotheads like you who come to Sin City for the first time a lesson." The man from the Ground Axe Alliance who asked Duan Lingtian earlier regained his senses as well. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes as he sneered. "Hey kid." Then, the mockery in his eyes turned cold. It was replaced by a chilling gleam. "I'll give you a chance. Remove the ownership of your spatial ring and hand it over to me now. Since the way you're looking at me pisses me off, I'll consider sparing your life if you cripple your own eyes." The man from the Ground Axe Alliance spoke in an unquestionable tone, as though he was certain Duan Lingtian's life was in his hands. There was a reason why he thought that way. After all, he had used his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian earlier. He had also discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. He did not care about a mere Exemplary Saint stage powerhouse at all. "Son, I advise you to cooperate." The other member of the Ground Axe Alliance looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not think much of Duan Lingtian at all. "Although your cultivation base is only at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage, I'm sure you must have put in a lot of effort to reach this point. Instead of being killed, you might as well be blind. As for your storage ring, you won't be able to take it away after you're killed anyway, so why don't you hand it over yourself? What do you think?" Although the member from the Ground Axe Alliance sounded like he was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian, he was, in fact, reminding Duan Lingtian, "With your son's cultivation, it's not enough to challenge us. Hand over my spatial ring? Cripple my own eyes?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes before he smiled faintly. "I'm afraid I won't be able to do as you wish. I don't like to torture myself." From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian remained calm even when he was threatened by the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. It was as though he did not feel any pressure at all. His calmness caused the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance's hearts to skip a beat. Faced with their threats, the purple-clad young man before them was still able to maintain his composure at such a time. How could he remain so calm? In this case, there were only two possibilities. First, this purple-clad young man had an impressive background and was not afraid of them at all. Second, this purple-clad young man was deliberately mystifying them. A hint of dread flashed in the eyes of the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. They were afraid of Duan Lingtian's background. "If you really want my spatial ring and my pair of eyes, you can come up and take them yourselves," Duan Lingtian continued to say. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw the dread in the eyes of the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. He smirked disdainfully. If you don't have the guts, it's best for you to scram. Don't block my way. Duan Lingtian's words seemed to have ignited a fuse. The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance who had been suppressing their anger for a long time were instantly ignited. Son, do you think we can't tell you're deliberately mystifying us? How dare a mere mastery exemplary saint stage brat act so arrogantly in front of us? The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance were instantly enraged. Although they were members of the Ground Axe Alliance now, they had never been looked down upon by a mastery exemplary saint stage brat before they joined the Ground Axe Alliance. Now that they had the Ground Axe Alliance as their backer, what was there to be afraid of? Even if the purple-clad young man before them had a powerful background, how could he be more powerful than the Ground Axe Alliance? Even if he was more powerful than the Ground Axe Alliance, he would most likely be an organization outside of Sin City. Even if an organization outside of Sin City was more powerful than the Ground Axe Alliance, they would not dare to touch the Ground Axe Alliance. After all, the Ground Axe Alliance was stronger than the Seckless Cultivators Alliance. In Sin City, the Seckless Cultivators Alliance with ordinary strength would usually seek a powerful alliance to back them up. In order to gain the protection of the Seckless Cultivators Alliance, the Seckless Cultivators Alliance would give the Seckless Cultivators Alliance many benefits every year. The moment the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance thought of this, they immediately straightened their backs. They were no longer afraid of the organization behind Duan Lingtian. The reason they thought Duan Lingtian had an organization behind him was because Duan Lingtian was traveling alone. After all, even those who had been to Sin City once would not choose to travel alone. Only those who came to Sin City for the first time would choose to travel alone like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Brat, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. The member of the Ground Axe Alliance who had spoken to Duan Lingtian earlier snorted coldly. Then he made his move. With a raise of his hand, a sword ray flashed and swept toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The sword light was swift like a shooting star that tore through the night sky, and his gaze was directed straight at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The other member of the Ground Axe Alliance made his move as well. He wielded a saber. As soon as he made his move, the saber ray was as bright as the moon as it swept toward Duan Lingtian. Humph! Faced with the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he activated the Sun Saint energy that he had been accumulating. As soon as the Sun Saint energy appeared, a whirlpool formed with Duan Lingtian as the center. This was the whirlpool formed by Duan Lingtian's devouring tactic. In the next moment, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This sword was one of the spoils he obtained after killing Yang Wu, the second son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, in the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. It was 100 inscriptions Saint's sword. Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the Jasper Celestial Sword because he did not think it was necessary to deal with the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Earlier, he had already asked Hualao about the cultivation base of the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Two cultivators at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage. This was the answer Hualao gave him. The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance were only martial cultivators at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could even kill ordinary powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Two martial cultivators at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage, who had not even entered the Saint Celestial stage, were not worthy of him using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Whoosh! 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 The sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had consolidated his 10,000 swords territory and shrouded himself and the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance, blocking the view of others. Naturally, according to Hualao, not many people were paying attention to them. However, to be on the safe side, Duan Lingtian still consolidated his 10,000 swords territory just in case. Territory. When the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance saw Duan Lingtian casting his territory, they could not help but laugh disdainfully. At their level, would a territory still be useful? Since their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian's territory, they did not notice Duan Lingtian's territory. Duan Lingtian's saint energy was different from the saint energy of an ordinary mastery exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. They did not notice Duan Lingtian's territory. Duan Lingtian's saint energy had unknowingly undergone a huge change. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base at the mastery exemplary saint stage, his son's saint energy was comparable to the saint energy of a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse. This was the uniqueness of the son's saint energy. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, and raised the son's saint energy in his body to the point where it was comparable to the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. Otherworldly celestial. When the 10,000 swords territory was fully consolidated, Duan Lingtian summoned 3 clones with just a thought. Including himself, there were a total of 4 Duan Lingtian in the eyes of the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Nice divine ability. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is too weak. It'll be as easy as killing a chicken for us to kill you. One of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance sneered when he saw the 3 clones of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he mobilized the saint energy in his body to increase the speed of his attack. He was getting closer to Duan Lingtian, whom he had locked onto earlier. Naturally, he did not think it was a big deal even if Duan Lingtian had only left a clone behind. Even if a mastery exemplary saint stage martial cultivator had mastered a high-grade divine ability or had comprehended it to its limit, he would not be able to do anything to him. After all, he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. The other person had similar thoughts as well. He had a mocking smile on his face when he was about to say something. However, the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him shocked him so much that his eyes widened. An expression of despair appeared on his face. Chapter 2094. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For sword cries rang in the air as soon as the man from the Ground Axe Alliance finished speaking. At the same time, the 100 inscription saint swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's main body and the 3 Duan Lingtian's clones disappeared from the sight of the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance. In the next moment, the 2 men's attacks, one from the saber and the other from the Ground Axe Alliance, were destroyed. They only had the time to see the blade and sword lights darting out from their hands being shattered, but they couldn't see what had shattered their attacks. All they heard was the sound of 4 sword cries. Wait a minute. For sword cries? Did this mean there were 2 more sword cries? The 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance felt chills running up their spines when they thought about this. Spurt, spurt, accompanied by 2 soft sounds. A hideous and terrifying bloody hole appeared between their eyebrows. Dazzling and eye-catching blood continuously spurted out from it. Blood splattered in the sky, turning into a demonic bloody light that resembled stars. It was as if they had turned into blooming red roses. This was because all of this had happened in Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory. Most of the passers-by were not at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. For this reason, no one else had witnessed this scene. Duan Lingtian would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Hualao, help me devour their innate spiritual roots. After killing the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance, Duan Lingtian contacted Hualao and asked Hualao to help him devour the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. As the saying went, a mosquito is still meat. Although Duan Lingtian knew the 2 men's innate spiritual roots were not high-grade, he did not want to miss this opportunity. Both of them have light green innate spiritual roots. Hualao quickly informed Duan Lingtian of the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. With Hualao's help, Duan Lingtian also sensed the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. He cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, to devour the 2 men's innate spiritual roots. Your innate spiritual root has reached its limit. Now, all you need to do is devour another green innate spiritual root to improve your innate spiritual root to an indigo innate spiritual root. Soon after, Hualao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian was excited. Duan Lingtian divine ability spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots. My innate spiritual roots cultivation base cultivation speed. Duan Ling Heavens. Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling heavens, Duan heavens, done, Duan heavens, Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat quickened when he thought about this. A peerless genius with a violet innate spiritual root was a genius who stood at the peak of the Tao martial saint land. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, excited when he thought about how he would be able to catch up to those geniuses with his cultivation speed. Took him a long time to calm down. Hualao! After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down. Then, he asked, "Can my divine ability, the devouring tactic, help others devour their innate spiritual roots? For example, I can use the devouring tactic to devour A's innate spiritual root and transfer it to B's soul to help B improve his innate spiritual root." The reason Duan Ling Tian asked such a question was because he was reminded of his family and friends. If this method worked, he would be able to help those around him improve their innate spiritual roots and allow them to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. Once one broke through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would have eternal life. One's lifespan would be as long as heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian hoped that the people around him would have eternal life. That way, he would not have to watch his family and friends die of old age one by one. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he asked this question. Theoretically, there's a 90% chance of it working. Naturally, it'll depend on how it works. In response to Duan Ling Tian's question, Elder Hu replied in a timely manner, "Naturally, the prerequisite is that you've comprehended and raised the divine ability, the devouring tactic, to its limit. Naturally, your soul must be elevated to the Saint Celestial stage as well, since you'll have to rely on yourself to sense their innate spiritual roots when you devour their innate spiritual roots. I can't help you with this." Hualao finished his sentence in one breath. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's reply. An excited expression could be seen on his face. Duan Ling Tian was even more excited than when he found out his innate spiritual root was about to become indigo. This was because the answer Elder Hua had given him was related to his family and friends. It was also related to his family. Fei-er, mother, father, Nian-er, Si-ling, and the others. They'll be able to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, and live forever. Duan Ling Tian was excited when he thought about this. As for Kerr, she already possessed a heaven-defying violet innate spiritual root. It was only temporarily sealed, so Duan Ling Tian did not have to worry about her. As long as he rescued Kerr and asked Hualao to teach her how to remove the seal, Kerr would be able to recover her innate spiritual roots martial Tao innate talent. Although Hualao had given him 2 conditions to help others improve their innate spiritual roots, Duan Ling Tian had to fulfill them. First, his soul had to be at the Saint Celestial stage. Second, he had to comprehend the divine ability, the devouring tactic, to its limit. However, in Duan Ling Tian's opinion, although he could not fulfill these 2 conditions now, as long as he was given time, he was confident he would be able to fulfill these 2 conditions in the future. Duan Ling Tian suddenly regained his senses as though he had sensed something. This was because he noticed that there was a strange energy fluctuation coming from the robes of the 2 Ground Axe Alliance members that he was carrying. It seems to be the aura of a Tao talisman from this mundane realm. At the same time, Hualao's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was obvious he had also sensed the 2 energy fluctuations coming from the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance. Tao talisman? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He searched the 2 men's bodies for a while. When he did not find anything, he put away the 2 men's spatial rings and threw the bodies away. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory and flew towards Sin City. While Duan Ling Tian was making his move, the bodies of the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance fell from the sky and attracted the attention of many passers-by. Those are the bodies of the men from the Ground Axe Alliance? 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance died just like that? Who's that purple-clad man? He's so bold to kill 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance so close to Sin City. Isn't he afraid of the Ground Axe Alliance's revenge? This is how cruel the city of sin is. Even if you have a backer in the city of sin, once you accidentally kick an iron plate, you will not be able to escape death. When the passers-by stopped and sighed, their eyes involuntarily fell on the purple figure in the distance. From the beginning until the end, no one had seen Duan Lingtian's face. As for those who were close to Sin City, they did not know what had happened, so they did not pay any attention to Duan Lingtian who had brushed past them. Sin City finally arrived. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he arrived at one of the gates of Sin City. Although there were 4 gates in Sin City, not many people entered or left through them. Most of them flew out of the city of Sin, or flew in from outside the city of Sin. As such, the 4 wide open doors seemed a little redundant. Duan Lingtian followed the crowd and flew into Sin City. It's huge. Although Duan Lingtian had noticed the size of Sin City from afar, he could not help but feel the vastness of Sin City when he entered the city. After entering the city of Sin, he felt that he was so insignificant, like a fish returning to the sea. In the city of Sin, there were many main roads that ran through the entire city of Sin. There were countless alleys and alleys. On the main road, many people had set up stalls by the side of the road. The items in their stalls were either saint weapons, medicinal pills, or Tao talismans. Many people were asking for prices in front of the stalls. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above one of the main roads in Sin City. He could clearly feel the bustling atmosphere in Sin City. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, a loud noise resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, it attracted his attention. Duan Lingtian turned his head and saw 2 people fighting in the northern sky. Both of them were powerful. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could tell they were at the quintessential saint stage from their fight. One of them was a martial cultivator while the other was a Tao cultivator. Initially, the martial cultivator had the upper hand. Later on, the Tao cultivator took out a few Taoist talismans and crushed them. With the help of the Taoist talismans, he killed the martial cultivator who was fighting him. However, although he killed the martial cultivator, the Tao cultivator was already at the end of his rope. Haha, what a great opportunity for me! At this moment, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Then, Duan Lingtian saw another figure. A black-robed man with the symbol of a crow embroidered on his chest leaped into the air from afar. He flew high into the sky and killed the Tao cultivator who was at the end of his rope. Chapter 2095. When the black-clad man made his move, Duan Lingtian witnessed his strength. He was even weaker than a Tao cultivator when he was at his peak. However, since the Tao cultivator was severely injured, his strength was far from his peak. Therefore, he was easily killed by the black-clad man. After the black-clad man killed the Tao cultivator, he took the Tao cultivator's spatial ring. He took the spatial ring of the martial cultivator who was killed by the Tao cultivator as well. 2 idiots. What's the point of fighting? Didn't I benefit from it in the end? After the black-robed man killed the Tao cultivator, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he laughed and cursed before swaggering away. From the beginning until the end, the people in the surroundings merely watched. Nobody said a word. The people from the Black Crow Alliance are really shameless. Now, whenever there's a fight in Sin City, they have to avoid the people from the Black Crow Alliance to take advantage of the situation. That Tao cultivator was unlucky to have encountered the people from the Black Crow Alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. If he was at his peak, the person from the Black Crow Alliance wouldn't be as strong as the Tao cultivator. He took advantage of the fact that the Tao cultivator was at the end of his rope to kill him and take his spatial ring and loot. After the black-clad man left, the people in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves. As the group of people spoke, they sighed again. The people from the Black Crow Alliance? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Based on the discussion in the surroundings, Duan Lingtian learned about the black-clad man's identity. He was from the Black Crow Alliance, an alliance of sexless cultivators in Sin City. The people from the Black Crow Alliance loved to take advantage of others. Moreover, they had the backing of the Black Crow Alliance. Even if they were to take advantage of the situation, no one would take advantage of them and take advantage of the situation. In that case, the people from the Black Crow Alliance are really despicable. Duan Lingtian had never thought of himself as a saint who would enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. However, he was disgusted by the people from the Black Crow Alliance. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he made his way in the direction the Black Crow Alliance left. No one noticed Duan Lingtian's departure. After all, there were so many people at the scene. If one of them suddenly left, no one would notice. He's really swaggering. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had instinctively followed the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. He did not plan to chase after the burly man. He did not expect the burly man would appear in front of him again. It seems that even the heavens want me to be a hero who upholds justice on behalf of the heavens today. Whether or not my innate spiritual root can transform into an indigo innate spiritual root depends on you. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian did not continue to follow the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. Instead, he descended from the sky and arrived at a deserted alley. Looking around, Duan Lingtian swept out with his divine sense. After confirming that there was no one around, Duan Lingtian continued with the next step. Apart from the purple robes, I only have the Zoroastrianism disciple's uniform left? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to change his clothes, he discovered that apart from the purple robes, he only had the Zoroastrianism disciple's uniform in his spatial ring. Naturally, there were 3 types of Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. One of them was the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in the Black Turtle Sanctum. The other one was the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in the Saint Land. The last one was the Zoroastrianism true disciples' uniform in the Saint Land. Naturally, when Duan Lingtian was in the Zoroastrianism, he had worn the 4-symbol sanctum's disciples' uniform in the First Mind's punishment zone. However, he had returned the uniform when he left the First Mind's punishment zone. For this reason, he did not have the uniform with him now. Forget it, I'll just wear something else. In the end, Duan Lingtian chose the Zoroastrianism disciples' uniform in the Saint Land and changed into it. After Duan Lingtian became a Zoroastrianism true disciple, he had never worn this uniform again. It's better for me to change into the true disciple's uniform. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Then, he changed the Zoroastrianism's Saint Land's elite disciple's uniform into the true disciple's uniform. After changing into the Zoroastrianism true disciple's uniform, Duan Lingtian activated the disguising secret method, causing the muscles on his face to contort before it turned into another face. If there was an Zoroastrianism's Saint Land's elite disciple here, he would be able to recognize Duan Lingtian's face immediately. This was the face of the Zoroastrianism's true disciple, Bu Hong, who was ranked 3rd on the true ranking. Bu Hong was originally ranked 2nd on the Zoroastrianism's true ranking. After he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he was replaced by Duan Lingtian. His ranking had dropped by 1 place as well. Bu Hong was unaware of Duan Lingtian's current actions. If he knew that not only did Duan Lingtian cripple his innate talent, but Duan Lingtian had also disguised himself as him and stirred up trouble in Sin City, he would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. Bu Hong's figure is similar to mine. Even those who are familiar with Bu Hong would think that I'm him if they don't know me better, right? Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction as he touched his face. Whoosh! Since he had changed his clothes and disguised himself, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the alley any longer. He immediately soared into the air and chased after the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. Soon after, the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. A Zoroastrianism's disciple? When Duan Lingtian flew out, he attracted many people's attention. After all, most of the people in Sin City were sectless cultivators. The sudden appearance of a Zoroastrianism's disciple from one of the 3 great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land naturally attracted many sectless cultivators' attention. He's wearing the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's true disciple. Many of the sectless cultivators present on the scene had sharp eyes. They quickly recognized the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's true disciple on Duan Lingtian. Who's he chasing? Soon after, many people noticed that Duan Lingtian was in a hurry. Isn't that the person from the Black Crow Alliance? It seems like a Zoroastrianism's true disciple is chasing after him. When they saw Duan Lingtian was chasing after the burly man in the Black Crow Alliance's uniform, many sectless cultivators immediately flew out to join in the fun. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the group of sectless cultivators flew out, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. As a member of the Black Crow Alliance, it was only natural that the burly man noticed the piercing sound of the wind behind him. He instinctively stopped in his tracks and turned his head around. A Zoroastrianism's disciple? With just a glance, he saw the group of people chasing after him. The person in the lead was the most eye-catching. This was because that person was wearing the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's disciple. A Zoroastrianism's true disciple? The burly man from the Black Crow Alliance narrowed his eyes when he saw the flame embroidered on the uniform of a Zoroastrianism's disciple. As far as he knew, this person was a true disciple. Any Zoroastrianism's true disciple was at the Saint Celestial stage or above. A mere mastery quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator like him could not compare to them. He seems to be targeting me? The burly man from the Black Crow Alliance was shocked that the person charging toward him was a Zoroastrianism's true disciple. However, he suddenly felt the other party's aura locking onto him. Moreover, he could feel waves of murderous intent from the other party's body. He instantly realized the other party was trying to kill him. Friend from Zoroastrianism, I'm from the Black Crow Alliance in Sin City. My name is Jiao Tuesday. My second brother is Jiao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Is there a misunderstanding between us? I don't think I know you. The burly man from the Black Crow Alliance exclaimed in a panicked manner when he sensed the killing intent coming from the burly man and saw the burly man closing in on him. Jiao Tu? It's Jiao Tu. Jiao Tu isn't a good person. He's been doing a lot of bad things just because his brother is the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. The sectless cultivators who came with Duan Lingtian were stunned when they heard Jiao Tu's words. They began to discuss among themselves. Perhaps some of them had never seen Jiao Tu before, but they were familiar with his name. Of course, Jiao Tu's fame was in the form of infamy. I don't know you as well. Duan Lingtian replied coldly when he saw Jiao Tu, who was standing a distance away from him, had spoken in a fluster. Jiao Tu heaved a sigh of relief. However, I don't like you, so I want to kill you. Jiao Tu shuddered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Horror dawned on him immediately. At this moment, Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian did not continue to fly at a leisurely pace. Instead, he activated the Sun Saint energy in his body that was not enhanced by the divine ability, the devouring tactic, and appeared in front of Jiao Tu at lightning speed. Logically speaking, Duan Lingtian's current speed should be comparable to Jiao Tu's full speed. However, since Jiao Tu did not escape in time, Duan Lingtian caught up to him. The reason Jiao Tu did not flee was because he knew it was impossible for him to escape under the nose of this true disciple from the fire worship sect. Therefore, he thought it would be better for him to use this time to exchange a few words and find a way out for himself. Friend of Zoroastrianism, your joke isn't funny at all. Jiao Tu took a deep breath and suppressed the panic in his heart. He forced a smile on his face as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Do you think I'm joking? Chapter 2096. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as killing intent surged out of his body. Even the sectless cultivators who came to watch the show could feel it. This true disciple of Zoroastrianism wants to kill Jiao Tu? Many sectless cultivators were shocked. They did not expect this true disciple of Zoroastrianism would chase after Jiao Tu to kill him. How did Jiao Tu offend him? Some sectless cultivators looked at each other in confusion. Isn't he here already? He doesn't know Jiao Tu. He just doesn't like Jiao Tu, so he wants to kill him. Do you believe that? I think it's believable. After all, the Black Crow Alliance is famous for being the Oriole behind the mantis to take advantage of others in Sin City. Maybe this true disciple of Zoroastrianism doesn't like this and wants to kill Jiao Tu, who's a member of the Black Crow Alliance. Why do I feel that this reason sounds so ridiculous? There are many members of the Black Crow Alliance. Why would this true disciple of Zoroastrianism target Jiao Tu? Moreover, Jiao Tu isn't an ordinary member of the Black Crow Alliance. I'm confused as well. Jiao Tu is the younger brother of Jiao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. Jiao Zhan is a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. That's right. With Jiao Zhan's strength, there are only a few true disciples of Zoroastrianism who can defeat him. This true disciple of Zoroastrianism might not be one of them. Logically speaking, he shouldn't dare to touch Jiao Tu since he's afraid of Jiao Zhan's strength. The sectless cultivators who followed Duan Lingtian discussed among themselves. They were confused by the situation. Naturally, some of them felt things were not as simple as they seemed. Jiao Tu must have offended this true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, why would this person want to kill him? Friends of Zoroastrianism, although I, Jiao Tu, am just an ordinary member of the Black Crow Alliance, my second brother is the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, Jiao Zhan. When Jiao Tu sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Duan Lingtian, he realized Duan Lingtian was not joking. He immediately mentioned his second brother, Jiao Zhan. He seemed worried that Duan Lingtian might not have heard of his second brother, Jiao Zhan. So he added, my second brother, Jiao Zhan, is one of the strongest powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Jiao Tu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that. In his opinion, now that he had revealed the ranking of his second brother, Jiao Zhan, on the Supreme Saint ranking, the disciples of Zoroastrianism would not dare to make a move on him. 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Jiao Tu's words. Yes. Jiao Tu nodded proudly. However, he did not dare to be as arrogant as usual. After all, although his second brother was strong, he was not by his side. It seems like this fellow from Zoroastrianism is afraid when he hears about my second brother's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for confirmation. Jiao Tu thought to himself. The group of sectless cultivators who had come to watch the show shared the same thoughts as Jiao Tuesday. This true disciple of Zoroastrianism won't dare to make a move on Jiao Tu after he finds out Jiao Tu's second brother is Jiao Zhan, who's ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. That's for sure. Moreover, Jiao Zhan is famous in the Black Crow Alliance for being protective. He's very protective of ordinary members of the Black Crow Alliance, let alone Jiao Tu, who's his younger brother. It seems like there won't be a good show to watch. Many sectless cultivators whispered to each other in disappointment. They felt the true disciple of Zoroastrianism would not make a move on Jiao Tu after he found out about Jiao Tu's background. However, would Duan Lingtian be afraid of Jiao Tu and not make a move on Jiao Tu just because he revealed his background? Naturally, the answer was no. If I'm not mistaken, my name seems to be on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. Duan Lingtian's voice rang again. His voice was calm, but the killing intent on his body did not weaken at all. In fact, it seemed to be getting stronger. Jiao Tu's expression turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A true disciple of Zoroastrianism who's ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking? In the entire Zoroastrianism, including the monstrous prodigy who recently appeared in Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, there are only 8 of them, right? The 8 of them are the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. I wonder which one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism he is. The sectless cultivators' eyes lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, they realized Duan Lingtian was a true disciple of Zoroastrianism and one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. For a moment, they were very curious which one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism Duan Lingtian was. May I know which one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism you are? At the same time, Jiao Tu, who was frightened to the point of panic, took a deep breath to calm his surging emotions and mustered up his courage to ask. In any case, you're already a dead man in my eyes. Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like this true disciple of Zoroastrianism was determined to kill him. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I'm Bu Hong, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically when Duan Lingtian reported his name. Naturally, he reported the name of the owner of his current face instead of his own name. Bu Hong. Jiao Tu's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was familiar with this name. In fact, most of the sectless cultivators present on the scene were familiar with this name. In Zoroastrianism, the 8 prodigies were led by 3 powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Among them, Bu Hong was ranked 2nd. He was also ranked 2nd on the true ranking in the fire worship sect. Naturally, the sectless cultivators present on the scene had not heard about Duan Lingtian defeating Bu Hong in Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, they would not have thought Bu Hong was ranked 2nd among the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. In their opinion, Bu Hong was ranked 2nd among the sectless cultivators. Bu Hong was the prodigy of the fire worship sect. He was ranked 421st on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was what the sectless cultivators present on the scene, including Jiao Tu, knew about Bu Hong. For a moment, many itinerant cultivators looked at Jiao Tu with mockery in their eyes. Using Zhao Zhan, who was ranked at the 566th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, as a shield in front of Bu Hong, who was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking, seemed like a joke to Duan Lingtian. Would Bu Hong be afraid of Zhao Zhan? I didn't expect him to be Bu Hong. Many sectless cultivators who had regained their senses could not help but sigh. Apart from being ranked 2nd among the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong is also the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. It's said that the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum is one of the strongest golden flame elders in Zoroastrianism. Some sectless cultivators knew Bu Hong's background like the back of their hands. With Bu Hong's strength and background, why would he be afraid of Jiao Tu? Soon after, a hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the sectless cultivators as they looked at Jiao Tuesday. Remember to keep a low profile in your next life. Also, when you're on the road to hell, remember that the person who killed you is me, Bu Hong. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice rang in the air while everyone was still in a state of shock. As the person involved, Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically. Run! In the next instant, without any hesitation, he turned around in a panic and tried to flee. At this moment, Jiao Tu no longer looked as arrogant as before. He looked like a stray dog that had lost its master. Whoosh! As though he could predict the future, Duan Lingtian followed closely behind Jiao Tu as he tried to flee. He maintained the same distance from Jiao Tuesday. From the beginning until the end, the distance between them did not change at all. In the eyes of the sectless cultivators behind Jiao Tu, Duan Lingtian was not lying. Bu Hong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, was deliberately toying with Jiao Tu. After all, most of the true disciples of Zoroastrianism were at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Only a few of them had become true disciples of Zoroastrianism due to their innate talent. Let alone Bu Hong, even an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism would be able to catch up to Jiao Tu in just a blink of an eye. For this reason, they were certain Bu Hong was toying with Jiao Tuesday. However, they did not know that the fire worship sect's true disciple who was chasing after Jiao Tu was not Bu Hong. It was Duan Lingtian, the monstrous prodigy who had recently risen to power in the fire worship sect. The reason why Duan Lingtian's speed was so slow was because he didn't use the divine ability Devouring Technique or the divine ability Golden Crow Wings. Otherwise, he would have caught up to Jiao Tu in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian did not use the 2 divine abilities, because he did not want to expose his identity. Otherwise, he would not have disguised himself as Bu Hong. Currently, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body was comparable to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage Saint energy. It was similar to Jiao Tu, whose cultivation base was at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. For this reason, he did not have an advantage in terms of speed. Bu Hong, there's no enmity between us. Why do you want to kill me? When Jiao Tu saw Duan Ling Tian following behind him at a leisurely pace, he thought Duan Ling Tian was just toying with him. He panicked and began to flee as he yelled at Duan Ling Tian. I just don't like you, so I want to kill you. Duan Ling Tian replied at a leisurely pace. Chapter 2097. Since he had decided to impersonate Bu Hong, it was only natural that he had to take everything into consideration. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, only after he was certain the sectless cultivators behind him could not see his movements clearly since they were too far away. Naturally, he did not cast it at full strength. Even so, a faint whirlpool still appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. The vortex moved along with his body, and wherever he passed, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the air was swallowed up by him. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy had risen to the peak of the quintessential saint stage. However, it did not stop there. Continued to rise. Meanwhile, the distance between Duan Lingtian and Jiao Tu had shortened. No, you're not Bu Hong. The sectless cultivators behind Duan Lingtian did not notice the divine ability, the devouring tactic. However, Jiao Tu, who was closest to him, could clearly sense the increase in Duan Lingtian's saint energy. As soon as Jiao Tu spoke, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body had risen to the level of the saint origin of a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage. At this point, the Sun Saint energy did not continue to rise. You only realized it now? It's too late. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Before Jiao Tu, who had a look of despair on his face, could react, a vast energy swept out like a gigantic beast pouncing on Jiao Tu's boom. A loud explosion rang in the air as Jiao Tu was engulfed by the energy from Duan Lingtian's palm. It was as though he had been swallowed by a giant beast. When the energy dissipated, Jiao Tu completely disappeared. Only a spatial ring was left hovering in the air. During this time, Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Hui to help him devour the innate spiritual root in Jiao Tu's soul that had yet to dissipate after he was killed. Yellow spiritual root. What Hualao said next greatly disappointed Duan Ling Tian. Jiao Tu only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Although Hualao possessed a dark yellow innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root did not turn indigo after he devoured Jiao Tu's innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was naturally very disappointed. Your innate spiritual root has already transformed to the brink of becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. From now on, even if you only devour a yellow innate spiritual root, it'll be enough for your innate spiritual root to transform into an indigo innate spiritual root. What Hualao said next made the disappointment in Duan Lingtian's heart disappear. Forget it. Sooner or later, I'll be able to transform into an indigo innate spiritual root. It's only a matter of time. Duan Lingtian comforted himself inwardly. After Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he raised his hand and took the spatial ring that he had obtained as a reward. Then, he turned around and left the sectless cultivators behind. Following which, his figure also disappeared before the eyes of the group of rogue cultivators as if he had never appeared. Naturally, the group of sectless cultivators could not ignore Duan Lingtian's presence. Naturally, they were unaware of Duan Lingtian's true identity. They thought Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong, who was ranked second among the 8 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism. Jiao Tu, he died just like that? Many sectless cultivators had a shocked expression on their faces. Although they could not see the movements of the true disciple of Zoroastrianism due to the distance between them, they saw the true disciple of Zoroastrianism was the only one who left. Jiao Tu had completely disappeared without a trace. That true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong, is too domineering. Doesn't he know this isn't Zoroastrianism but Sin City? Moreover, Jiao Tu's second brother, Jiao Zhan, might seek revenge on him at any time? Some of the sectless cultivators were shocked by the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Bu Hong's boldness. After all, one would not dare to kill the younger brother of the Vice Alliance leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City if one did not have a certain level of confidence. Since Bu Hong dares to do such a thing in Sin City, he must have something to rely on. I'm guessing he came to Sin City with his master. That's possible. With his master around, even the leader of the Black Crow Alliance won't be able to do anything to Bu Hong. If it was someone else who was killed, I might feel pity for them. However, I don't feel pity for Jiao Tuesday. Instead, I'm gloating over his death. I feel the same way as you. Jiao Tu used to rely on his identity as a member of the Black Crow Alliance and his identity as the younger brother of Jiao Zhan, the Vice Alliance leader of the Black Crow Alliance, to kill many people for no reason. This time, he finally got what he deserved. None of the sectless cultivators present on the scene felt pity for Jiao Tu's death. Many of them even cheered for Bu Hong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, for his actions. Naturally, they were unaware that Bu Hong was not the true disciple of Jiao Tuesday. Instead, he was the new monstrous genius of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, who had recently risen to prominence in Zoroastrianism, had disguised himself as Bu Hong. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian's disguise technique and the fact that he did not leave any traces behind, the only person who knew the truth was Duan Lingtian. After killing Jiao Tu, Duan Lingtian immediately left. He looked for a secluded place and changed into a purple robe. At the same time, his face began to distort as he reverted back to his original appearance. It was the new face that he had put on a whim when he arrived near Sin City. Naturally, although his current appearance was different from his original appearance when he was a member of Zoroastrianism, the difference was not too big. Both of them had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. Both of them were extraordinarily handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. I've never heard Wang Efo, the alliance leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City, mention the Black Crow Alliance. It seems like it's just a Sectless Cultivator Alliance in Sin City, just like the Ground Axe Alliance. The Black Crow Alliance was not one of the Sectless Cultivators Alliances that Wang Efo had mentioned to Duan Lingtian before. That was why he thought so. Let's find a restaurant to sit down and get to know Sin City better. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian flew toward the city center of Sin City. He wanted to find a lively restaurant to sit down and gather some information. I wonder why so many itinerant practitioners have decided to settle down in the city of Sin, a place that is fraught with danger. Duan Lingtian had always been curious about this. Previously, Wang Efo, the alliance leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City, had kept him in suspense. Until now, he was still curious about the answer. While Duan Lingtian was looking for a restaurant, on the other hand, the Black Crow Alliance's base was not calm at all. Although the Black Crow Alliance was an alliance of sectless cultivators in Sin City, and their strength was average, they still had a place in Sin City. They had their own base in Sin City. Bang! In the Black Crow Alliance's base, Jiao Zhan, the vice leader of the Black Crow Alliance, was furious when he learned that his younger brother, Jiao Tu, had been killed. He slammed the table in front of him into dust. Who is it? Then, Jiao Zhan looked at the person who sent the message. His eyes gleamed coldly like a bloodthirsty venomous snake. It was no wonder Jiao Zhan was so angry. In the past, Jiao Zhan had 3 brothers. Apart from Jiao Tu, who was the oldest, he had an elder brother and a younger brother. The 4 of them were sectless cultivators and had always been wandering outside. During this time, his elder brother, Jiao Da, and his 3rd brother, Jiao Hong, had died, leaving him and his 4th brother, Jiao Tu, to depend on each other for survival. Later on, he came to Sin City and formed the Black Crow Alliance. Since then, he had found a place to stay. As for his only remaining younger brother, he naturally doted on him. However, today he learned that his younger brother, Zhaozhan, was dead. His only remaining younger brother, his fourth brother, had been killed by someone. It's Buhong, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Sensing Zhaozhan's towering rage, the messenger shivered and replied with a trembling voice. Buhong. Zhaozhan's eyes widened when he heard the person who sent the message. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure the person who killed my brother is Buhong from Zoroastrianism?" Naturally, he had heard of Buhong. In terms of strength, Buhong was much stronger than him since he was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, that was in the past. Half a month ago, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage by relying on his various techniques, combat skills, and battle sense that he had mastered as a sectless cultivator. He was not afraid of Buhong at all. In fact, he was confident he could defeat or even kill Buhong. After all, Buhong was only at the bottom of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. This could be seen from his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. Zhaozhan was not afraid of Buhong. He was afraid of Buhong's master, the Golden Flame Elder from Zoroastrianism, the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. The Black Crow Alliance and the Ground Axe Alliance were in a mess. He's the one who killed 2 people from the Ground Axe Alliance and took away the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapon? The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance saw an image when he crushed the Major Mirror Image Talisman in the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman. In the image, a handsome purple-clad young man had killed 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance in a golden dazzling territory. Chapter 2098. There were many types of Tao talismans in the Tao Martial Saint land with many functions. The Mirror Image Talisman was only one of them. Apart from that, the Mirror Image Talisman was divided into the Ordinary Mirror Image Talisman and the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman. The Ordinary Mirror Image Talisman could be used to record the scene in front of one's eyes for a certain period of time. When one crushed the Mirror Image Talisman, one would be able to replay the recorded scene. This effect was similar to the video and video recording on Earth in Duan Lingtian's past life. The biggest difference was there was only a picture and no sound. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he was tricked by someone from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch using the Ordinary Mirror Image Talisman. The person from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch displayed the image recorded by the Ordinary Mirror Image Talisman in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate. It shocked the entire Moon Illumination sect and caused Duan Lingtian to part ways with the Moon Illumination sect. The Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman did not refer to one Tao talisman but 2 Tao talismans. Generally, they were considered a set. A set of Minor Major Mirror Image Talismans consisted of a Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman and a Major Major Mirror Image Talisman. The Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman was usually carried around by the person. It would constantly record and refresh the scene in front of the person. Until the person carrying the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman was killed, the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman would record the last scene of the person's life and send it to the Major Major Mirror Image Talisman. As long as one crushed the Major Mirror Image Talisman, one would be able to see the last scene recorded by the owner of the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman. Who's he? The expression of the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was extremely grave when he saw the handsome purple-clad young man with an extraordinary bearing in front of the Major Mirror Image Talisman. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was called Yao Buji. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was the leader of a sectless cultivator alliance in Sin City. Apart from that, Yao Buji was also one of the strongest powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Through the Major Mirror Image Talisman, Yao Buji witnessed the death of 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Moreover, they were killed by a terrifyingly young man. If it was just the death of 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance, it wouldn't have been enough to make Yao Buji lose his composure. The reason why Yao Buji had lost his composure was because He had sent the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance to seize the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. The 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword was stored in the spatial ring that was given to the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance by the old man before they were killed by the purple-clad young man. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that he or the experts from the Ground Axe Alliance would attract too much attention, and that the old man wasn't a threat, he wouldn't have been able to deal with him. He would not send 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance who were merely at the peak of the quintessential saint stage to snatch the old man's spatial ring that contained the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. He had originally thought that it was in the bag. But who would have thought that a purple-clothed youth would appear out of nowhere? 2 idiots. Wouldn't it have been fine if they hadn't provoked him? Although Yao Buji had only seen the scene and could not hear anything, he could roughly guess what the purple-clad young man and the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance were talking about based on their mouths. Based on this, he realized that the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance had provoked the 2 of them. It was the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance who had provoked the purple-clothed young man, which was why the purple-clothed young man had killed them. It's a good thing I gave the 2 idiots a minor mirror image talisman before they left. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know who had obtained the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. Yao Buji felt slightly relieved when he thought of this. At the same time, he felt his heart ache. An ordinary minor mirror image talisman was worthless. However, a minor major mirror image talisman was extremely valuable. Even the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance only had a few sets of them. However, he had wasted 2 sets of them this time. As long as I can find the purple-clad young man and retrieve the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword, it's worth it to waste 2 sets of minor major mirror image talismans. Yao Buji felt slightly better when he thought of this. The purple-clad young man in the scene was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived at Sin City. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect that the old man would be able to retrieve the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. He did not expect the old man who was being chased by the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance would possess a precious saint weapon like the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. Moreover, the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword was currently in his spatial ring. To be more precise, the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword was in his spatial ring. The reason for this was also because the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword belonged to the old man. The old man's spatial ring was in the Ground Axe Alliance's spatial ring. The spatial ring of the Ground Axe Alliance's spatial ring was in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know he had obtained a 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword since he did not have the time to look through his loot. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in a restaurant in the center of Sin City. This restaurant was one of the busiest restaurants in the center of Sin City. Duan Lingtian had been in the restaurant for quite some time now. He had gained a better understanding of Sin City. It's no wonder so many sectless cultivators want to settle down in Sin City. As it turns out, there would be a few sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who would take out some good stuff for the sectless cultivators to fight over. Duan Lingtian was sitting by the window in the restaurant when he heard the sectless cultivators talking about this. There were a few sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. They did not belong to any of the sectless cultivators' alliances, but they had a high status in Sin City. They were loved by many sectless cultivators in Sin City. Every once in a while, these sectless cultivators would take out treasures that were considered treasures by ordinary sectless cultivators and throw them everywhere in Sin City for the sectless cultivators to fight over. These treasures included celestial-grade saint stones, high-grade martial tactics, rare Dao talismans, and 100 inscriptions saint weapons. Those sectless cultivators are treating the sectless cultivators like monkeys. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he learned about this. He had learned from some of the sectless cultivators in the restaurant that sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would take out treasures in Sin City and cause a commotion among the sectless cultivators. And every time, many rogue cultivators would die an unnatural death. Humans were greedy by nature. The items thrown out by a few rogue cultivators were probably just ordinary items that were not worth mentioning to them. However, to the sectless cultivators in Sin City, They were treasures that were worth risking their lives for. If one's unlucky, the treasures will fall into a crowd and have to be fought over. If one's lucky, the treasures will fall into a deserted place. Even a seckless cultivator with a weak cultivation base will be able to obtain them easily. Duan Lingtian sighed when he learned about this. Nothing else. Just this alone was enough to make many rogue cultivators fight tooth and nail to settle down in the city of sin. Perhaps good luck would befall upon them one day. After all, there were many people who thought they were lucky. It's just like the lottery on Earth in my past life. Although the probability of winning is pitifully low, there are still many people who fight over it. The amount of prize money collected in each round is in the hundreds of millions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled the lottery on Earth in his previous life. Was there not a group of speculators who would fight to the death to buy it? It was all because of the pitifully low probability of winning. Compared to the probability of winning the lottery on Earth in my previous life, the probability of obtaining the treasures from the few powerhouses in the city of sin is much higher. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The treasure vault left behind by seckless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before they underwent the heavenly tribulation and ascended? Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about another attractive thing about Sin City from the seckless cultivators' discussion. That was, in Sin City, there would be news about the location of the treasure vault left behind by seckless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before they underwent the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm. Everyone knew that regardless if it was a martial cultivator, Tao cultivator, or devil cultivator, once they had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would have to face the heavenly tribulation before ascending to the Devata realm. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. One would only have the opportunity to ascend after passing the heavenly tribulation. One could ascend immediately or wait for a period of time before ascending. Naturally, the period of time was limited. Generally, those who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to stay in the mundane realm for too long. After a certain period of time, they would be forcefully drawn to the Devata realm by the celestial ascension force. Naturally, even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were not certain they would be able to pass the heavenly tribulation successfully. The heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. Many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were turned into ashes by the heavenly tribulation. Powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from various forces would only leave behind saint weapons and Tao talismans that would affect their strength before they underwent the heavenly tribulation. They would leave the rest of their belongings in their spatial rings for the forces they belonged to. After all, even a spatial ring would be blasted into pieces under the heavenly tribulation. If one successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, they would not bring anything with them when they ascended. Chapter 2099. Powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage could leave everything they had to the sect before they passed the heavenly tribulation or ascended. However, there were many sectless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They did not belong to any sect, family, or friends. Before these sectless cultivators transcended the heavenly tribulation or ascended to the immortal realm, they would usually take out their spatial rings or items from their spatial rings and store them somewhere else. After the sectless cultivator failed the heavenly tribulation and died, or after he successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm, it would become a treasure trove that the people of the mundane realms would scramble for. After all, the treasures left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before they passed the heavenly tribulation or ascended would be stored there. It seems like this is one of the reasons sectless cultivators gather in Sin City. Duan Lingtian discovered another reason why sectless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wanted to stay in Sin City after he learned about the treasure vaults left behind by sectless cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even he was interested in the treasure trove left behind by a sectless cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Would something left behind by a sectless cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage be ordinary? Naturally, the answer was no. However, Duan Lingtian did not hear any other useful information apart from that. After he had some food, he paid the bill and left. For seckless cultivators who had just arrived in Sin City, there were 3 options for a place to stay in Sin City. The first type was the residences that Sin City specially built for rogue cultivators. These residences required rogue cultivators to fight for them with their own strength. Rogue cultivators who were not strong enough would not be able to obtain them. The second option was to stay in a place provided by the Seckless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City. One had to join the Seckless Cultivators Alliance first. The third option was to stay in the expensive inns in Sin City. These inns did not only have ordinary rooms, but they also had independent courtyards and mansions. Naturally, the independent courtyards were more expensive than the ordinary rooms. Furthermore, a mansion was not something that an ordinary person could afford. Let's find an inn to stay at first. After all, he had just arrived at Sin City. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not consider the other 2 residences and decisively chose the inn. The inns in the city of Sin were all owned by the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Under the protection of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, one would not have to worry about trouble if they stayed in the inns. It was much more reassuring. This was also the reason why Duan Lingtian chose the inn. After leaving the restaurant in the center of the city of Sin, Duan Lingtian found an inn that looked luxurious from the outside and walked in. The signboard in front of the inn had the words "Thank you for your hospitality" written on it. Guests staying in the hotel? Behind the counter at the entrance of the inn, there was an old man who was dozing off. When he heard Duan Lingtian enter, he immediately opened his eyes and squeezed out a smile. A Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. As soon as the old man opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian sensed the aura of a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse from his body. He guessed the old man must be a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. First form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Hualao answered Duan Lingtian's question, confirming Duan Lingtian's guess. The innkeeper of an inn is a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. It seems like the Rogue Cultivator Alliance behind this inn isn't simple at all. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yes, I'll be staying in the inn. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the old man's question. Like most inns in Sin City, the rooms in our Thank You Inn are divided into 3 categories: ordinary rooms, courtyard rooms, and mansion rooms. May I know which one you'd like to stay in? The smile on the old man's face widened when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to stay in the inn. How much does it cost? Duan Lingtian asked. Although he had heard that the rooms in Sin City were very expensive when he was in the restaurant, he did not have a concrete idea of how expensive they were. Duan Lingtian's horizons were broadened when the old man spoke. Ordinary rooms cost 1/3 grade Saint Stone per day. Courtyard rooms cost 1 2nd grade Saint Stone per day. Mansion rooms cost 1 1st grade Saint Stone per day. The old man smiled. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he could not help but gasp when he heard the old man's price. Expensive. Too expensive. The old man's price was only the price of staying in the inn for a day. Perhaps a day was not an exaggeration. However, how many people only stayed for a day? Is this your first time in Sin City? The old man asked with a smile on his face. He seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's surprise, but he did not reveal any other emotions. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. There was nothing to deny. It was indeed his first time here. Sir, the rooms in our Decline Guest Inn are clearly priced. They are not as expensive as other inns. However, our service is definitely better than most inns in Sin City. The old man said confidently. Perhaps our Decline Guest Inn does not have an advantage in terms of the quality of the rooms. However, there are not many inns that can compare to our Decline Guest Inn in terms of safety. Our Decline Guest Inn is a property of the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Usually, there are powerhouses from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance on duty. Once you stay in our Decline Guest Inn, you won't have to worry about your safety. The confidence on the old man's face grew as he spoke. Mighty Tyrannical Alliance? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the old man's words. This was because he had heard of the Seckless Cultivators Alliance before he came to Sin City. Previously, When he was still in Clarity City, he had heard the alliance leader of Clarity City's Seckless Cultivators Alliance, Wang Efo, mention about the Seckless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City. It was considered one of the stronger Seckless Cultivators alliances in Sin City. It seems like you've heard of our mighty tyrannical alliance. The old man was very observant. He quickly noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes, I've heard of it. Duan Lingtian did not deny it. After he nodded, he raised his hand and took out a first-grade Saint Stone as well and placed it on the counter in front of the old man. Shopkeeper, a courtyard room for 10 days in advance. All right. The innkeeper became even more enthusiastic when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to stay in the courtyard room. After helping Duan Lingtian register, the innkeeper passed a token with the words Earth 27 on it to Duan Lingtian. The token was slightly heavy in his hand. It emitted a strange wave. A formation? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to detect the wave of a formation. Please wait for a moment, sir. I'll get someone to bring you over. At the same time, the innkeeper greeted Duan Lingtian before he took out a Dao talisman and crushed it. It took about 3 breaths after the Dao talisman was crushed. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and a short but nimble servant appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. After taking the token with the words Earth 27 from Duan Lingtian, he led Duan Lingtian through the inn and into the backyard. Sir, this is your room. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at a spacious courtyard under the servant's lead. There were flowers and grass in the courtyard. It was exquisite and pleasant. There was also a spacious room at the back. This token is also the room key. With it, you can easily pass through the hybrid formation that shrouds this room. At the same time, the servant returned the token to Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian saw a plaque with the words Earth 27 hanging in front of the courtyard. It was a perfect match for the token in his hand. The servant watched as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard before he left. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard, he discovered the surroundings had become quiet again. Not a single sound could be heard. It seems like the hybrid formation that shrouds this courtyard also has a soundproof formation. However, it's still a little expensive to pay a second-grade Saint Stone a day. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A soundproof array could be easily set up by spending low-grade Saint Stones. In any case, Duan Lingtian finally had a place to stay in this unfamiliar Sin City after arriving at the Decline Inn and staying at the Earth 27 room. Meanwhile, Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, personally drew a portrait and made many copies before he distributed them to the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Then he ordered, "Find the person in the portrait at all costs. Those who have information on this person's whereabouts will be rewarded with 100 first-grade Saint Stones. Those who bring this person back to the Alliance will be rewarded with 100 quasi-celestial grade Saint Stones." As the saying went, generous rewards will attract brave men. The moment Yao Buji gave the order, the entire Ground Axe Alliance was in an uproar. Even the Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in the Ground Axe Alliance left the Ground Axe Alliance with the portrait and began to search Sin City. This was because the face Duan Lingtian was using was the same one he had used to kill the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Therefore, it did not take long before the members of the Ground Axe Alliance discovered Duan Lingtian was in the center of Sin City. They even found out which restaurant he had eaten at. They even found out which inn he was staying in. Welcome guests at an inn? Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, could not help but frown when he found out Duan Lingtian was staying in the Decline Inn. He didn't care about a mere inn that refused to entertain guests. Chapter 2100. The safest place to stay in Sin City was the Seckless Cultivator Alliance's base or the inn that was next to the Seckless Cultivator Alliance. Of course, in comparison, the inn was much safer. The strength of the Seckless Cultivator Alliances varied. If one joined a weak alliance, one would not be safe even if they hid in their base. But an inn was different. Although there were many inns in Sin City, there were not many of them. At the very least, not all sectless cultivator alliances had the ability to open an inn to make a profit. Even if third-rate sectless alliances like the Ground Axe Alliance and the Black Crow Alliance opened inns, not many guests would dare to stay there since they were not guaranteed their safety. Even the leader of such third-rate sectless cultivator alliances was only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. The deputy leaders and their subordinates were even weaker. Even if such a sectless cultivator alliance opened an inn, it would only be a threat if the leader was there. However, was it possible for the leader to stay in an inn all the time? The Mighty Tyrannical Alliance was not something sectless cultivator alliances such as the Ground Axe Alliance and the Black Crow Alliance could compare to. The Mighty Tyrannical Alliance was one of the top sectless cultivator alliances in Sin City. It was said that the leader of the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance was a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the leader of the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance who stayed in the Declined Guest Inn was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, even if Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, barged into the Declined Guest Inn, he might not be able to get anything out of it. In fact, he might even offend the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance. It seems like I can only wait for him to leave the Declined Guest Inn. Once he leaves the inn, the powerhouses from the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance won't be able to protect him anymore. In the end, Yao Buji could only wait. Apart from that, he had no other choice. I don't believe that you can keep hiding in the inn and not come out, Yao Buji said in a deep voice. His eyes were as cold as a knife. Ever since Yao Buji made up his mind, more and more people had stopped and loitered around the inn. Every once in a while, a new face would appear among these people. These people were the members of the Ground Axe Alliance that Yao Buji had sent out to monitor the situation. They had been loitering around the Xieku Lai Inn in order to keep an eye on Duan Lingtian. Once they discovered that Duan Lingtian had left, they would immediately track him down and report back to the Ground Axe Alliance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that he had been targeted by the Ground Axe Alliance. However, as soon as he entered the guest room, he took a look at his loot and took out the 2 spatial rings from the members of the Ground Axe Alliance and the burly man from the Black Crow Alliance. Although it's not a great harvest, it's still not bad. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the Saint Stones in the 3 men's spatial rings. This Sin City is really a perfect place for me to improve my innate spiritual root. In the city of Sin, there were plenty of people who hurt and killed people over a disagreement. The so-called evildoers accounted for more than half of the total population. Duan Lingtian did not feel guilty about snatching and devouring these people's innate spiritual roots. This spatial ring, it seems to belong to the old man whom the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance were chasing. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a spatial ring in one of the Ground Axe Alliance's spatial rings. The spatial ring looked familiar. It did not take long before he recalled where he had seen this spatial ring. This spatial ring belonged to the old man who was being chased by the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance outside the city of Sin. The 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance had chased after the old man for this spatial ring. Could it be that there's a treasure in it? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. At the same time, he dripped his blood on the ownerless spatial ring to establish ownership over it. After inspecting it for a while, his eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian only glanced at the other items in the spatial ring. He did not pay much attention to them. In the end, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on a sword lying quietly in the spatial ring. The sword looked simple and unadorned, but it gave Duan Lingtian a different feeling. As a saint inscription master who specialized in the strange inscription Dao, Duan Lingtian had a keen sense of smell when it came to saint inscriptions. In this aspect, he was much better than ordinary saint inscription masters. Is this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword? After a brief inspection, Duan Lingtian confirmed the seemingly simple sword was indeed 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. It seems like the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance are after this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. After looking through the other things in the old man's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian did not find anything valuable. Therefore, he quickly confirmed this. However, with that old man's strength, I wonder where he got this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword from. Also, how did the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance know the old man has 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Duan Lingtian was no longer the hothead he was when he had just arrived in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. After spending some time in the Zoroastrianism, he had learned a lot about the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. This included the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Weapon. 1,000 inscriptions Saint Weapon was a top-notch treasure in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Zoroastrianism, the value of 1,000 inscriptions Saint Weapon was as high as 10 million contribution points. In the Zoroastrianism, apart from the high-ranking officials who were Golden Flame Elders and above who possessed 1,000 inscriptions Saint Weapon, only a few Silver Flame Elders possessed 1,000 inscriptions Saint Weapon. Based on this, one could see how precious 1,000 inscriptions Saint Weapon was. However, such a precious 1,000 inscriptions Saint Weapon had fallen into the hands of an old man at the quintessential Saint stage before it was snatched away by two men from the Ground Axe Alliance who were also at the quintessential Saint stage. If the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance did not provoke him, he would not have obtained the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. In that case, I should thank them for provoking me and trying to kill me. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but laugh. This was probably what they meant by the saying, "Nothing is certain in the world." Duan Lingtian no longer thought about how the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword ended up in the hands of an old man at the quintessential Saint stage. Since the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword had fallen into his hands, it was already his. With this 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword, the 100 inscriptions Saint Sword can no longer be used. I can use this 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword in the future. As for the Jasper Celestial Sword, I won't use it unless I have to. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he smiled in satisfaction. Although it's just 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword, it'll still attract unwanted attention. The most important thing now is for me to raise my strength. As long as I'm strong enough to wield the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword, nobody will dare to covet it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian did as he was told. With just a thought, he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. As soon as Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy surged into his body as though it was free. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered his cultivation speed was much faster than before. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After all, his innate spiritual root was no longer the same as before. He was only half a step away from attaining an indigo innate spiritual root. At this rate, I'll definitely be able to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage in 2 months. Duan Lingtian made a conservative estimate when he sensed his cultivation speed. He was certain his cultivation base would be able to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage in 2 months. Once his cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, his strength would increase as well. As time continued to pass, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down and began to cultivate. His strength continued to increase. Initially, it was only a slight increase. However, as time passed, the increase became clearer and more obvious. Zoroastrianism in the Western region. No! In one of the floating islands around the Saint Island in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, a hysterical and tragic cry suddenly rang in the air. This roar was like the roar of a wild beast, but it was also like a thunderclap. It was so shocking that several people appeared in the air above the nearby small floating islands. It's senior brother Bu Hong's voice. The few people who appeared above the floating islands were true disciples of Zoroastrianism. The floating islands they were standing on were also the cultivation grounds of true disciples of Zoroastrianism. Now, several true disciples were looking at the small floating island from which the voice came, and they were stunned. This was because they knew who the owner of the floating island was. It was none other than Bu Hong, the person who was currently ranked 3rd on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. Although Bu Hong had been defeated by Duan Lingtian, a prodigy who had recently risen to prominence in Zoroastrianism, it was only because Duan Lingtian was too monstrous. It was not because Bu Hong was weak. For this reason, Buhong was still a lofty existence in the eyes of the true disciples of Zoroastrianism. However, today, Buhong had lost his composure and shouted. The few true disciples who lived nearby were at a loss. What's wrong with senior brother Buhong? I don't know. Ever since he was defeated by senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've never heard of him leaving his cultivation grounds. I didn't expect him to leave so suddenly today. Based on his voice, it seems like he's suffered a huge blow. Could it be that he's still traumatized by being defeated by senior brother Duan Lingtian and can't extricate himself? That's possible. The true disciples discussed among themselves as though no one was around. In the end, they reached a consensus that Buhong was still unable to accept the fact that he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2101. No, this is impossible. How can my cultivation speed be so slow? How is this possible? In one of the rooms on the floating island, Buhong was lying limply on the ground. His eyes were glazed over, and his face was pale as he muttered to himself. He seemed to have lost his mind and was in a wretched state. He looked like a cripple. Not long ago, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, the monstrous prodigy from the Zoroastrianism. Buhong was filled with grief and indignation. He wanted to work harder in his cultivation to reach a higher level. Duan Lingtian had defeated him and knocked him out in front of everyone. This was a great humiliation to him. He swore he would take revenge for this. He would kill Duan Lingtian in the Palace of Death and use Duan Lingtian's blood to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. However, just as Buhong was about to cultivate, he discovered he could no longer sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Soon after some effort, although he could sense the heaven and earth spirit chi again, he found that the heaven and earth spirit chi he sensed was very weak. Moreover, the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy was so slow that it was as slow as a snail. I'm afraid his cultivation speed is even worse than those mediocre people who possess red innate spiritual roots. This was what Buhong thought at that time. Initially, Buhong thought the slow speed at which he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy was due to the aftereffects of being knocked out by Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he thought he would be able to recover in a few days. However, as the days passed, everything remained the same. Buhong's heart sank day by day. At this moment, Buhong finally realized a problem. He was crippled. He was completely crippled. What did Duan Lingtian do to me? What did he do to me? Buhong finally regained some of his vitality. However, his eyes were cold and filled with hatred. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Find Master. Let's go find Master. After taking a deep breath, Buhong finally remembered his master, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. Following that, the fire worship sect's true disciples who were alarmed by Buhong's roar also saw him leaving his residence. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from their sight. However, they could still vaguely grasp Buhong's whereabouts. Senior brother Buhong seems to be heading in the direction of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Soon, a core disciple recovered from his shock and exclaimed in surprise, "Is he planning to look for his master?" Another true disciple guessed, "Is he going to find his master to avenge him?" Another true disciple shook his head as he looked at Buhong's back that was about to disappear. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Despite being a direct disciple as well, after being defeated, the other party did not show any signs of improvement. Instead, he complained to his elders and complained to them. Such actions were despicable. There were rules in Zoroastrianism. Saint Land disciples, whether they were direct disciples or elite disciples, were not allowed to enter the four symbol sanctums without the permission of the sanctum leaders. Those who violated the rules would be severely punished. However, for some people, this rule existed in name only. These people were the direct disciples of the sanctum leaders of the four symbol sanctums. Even if the direct disciples of the sanctum leaders of the four symbol sanctums trespassed without prior notice, The sanctum leaders of the sanctums would definitely protect them since they were their masters. As the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Bu Hong, naturally, had this privilege as well. He stood outside the pavilion in the front yard respectfully. In the pavilion, there was a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure standing there. The muscles all over his body bulged, causing the clothes on his body to appear somewhat tight, as if they were cast from steel. The middle-aged man, who looked like an iron tower, had a determined expression on his face. He had thick eyebrows and thick lips, exuding a majestic aura. He was none other than the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Lu Tai. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as Bu Hong's body became lighter. He fell to his knees and knelt in front of Lu Tai. Bu Hong, I've embarrassed master. After kneeling, Bu Hong lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Get up." Lu Tai said nonchalantly. His tone was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Yes. Bu Hong did not dare to disobey Lu Tai's words. He immediately rose to his feet. However, he bowed and lowered his head as though he was too ashamed to face his master. Based on what happened earlier, I've listened to Yen Er. Lu Tai's tone was as calm as before as he said nonchalantly, "It's not unjust that you were defeated by Duan Lingtian. However, with your innate talent and indigo innate spiritual root, as long as you cultivate diligently, it's only a matter of time before you catch up to Duan Lingtian and wash away the humiliation. At that time, we'll just have to get our revenge." In the end, Lu Tai's tone changed and became much gentler. There was a hint of encouragement in his words. Lu Tai was very satisfied with this direct disciple. If it was not for his good luck, he would not have been able to take Bu Hong as his disciple. Bu Hong possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. With such innate talent, it was more than enough for him to become a direct disciple of a sect leader or a guardian of the fire worship sect or a vice sect leader. Among the Golden Flame elders of Zoroastrianism, he was the only direct disciple who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. The other Golden Flame elders who had a direct disciple with an indigo innate spiritual root treated him like a treasure. How could he not? "Master, I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future." However, when he heard Lu Tai's hopeful words, Bu Hong's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His voice became even more hoarse. At the same time, Bu Hong clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. It was obvious he was extremely agitated. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Tai's expression darkened when he heard Bu Hong's words. Then, an expression of disappointment appeared on his face. "You're resigned to your fate after just one failure? Resigned to my fate?" A bitter smile appeared on Bu Hong's face. So what if he did not resign to his fate? With his current cultivation speed, how was he going to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian? The gap between him and Duan Lingtian would only grow bigger and bigger until he could no longer catch up. What's going on? At the same time, Lu Tai also realized that there was something wrong with his first direct disciple. His face immediately turned gloomy. Bu Hong took a deep breath and told Lu Tai everything that had happened. He did not dare to hide anything from Lu Tai. "If that's the case, your talent seems to have vanished into thin air overnight?" Lu Tai's expression changed drastically as he said, "I'll use my divine consciousness to check the innate spiritual root in the depth of your soul. Don't resist." Chapter 2102. How's this possible? After probing with his divine sense, Lu Tai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was filled with shock. At the same time, he cried out in disbelief. "Master!" Bu Hong was shocked when he heard Lu Tai's words. Am I innate spiritual root? Is there something wrong with my innate spiritual root?" If there was something wrong with his innate spiritual root, it was understandable that his cultivation speed was so slow. The only thing he was concerned about was his innate spiritual root. He wanted to know if there was a way to recover his innate spiritual root. If he could recover his innate spiritual root, he would be able to regain his innate spiritual root and regain his cultivation speed. At that time, he would still be a genius with an indigo innate spiritual root in Zoroastrianism. As long as he was given enough time, he might be able to kill Duan Lingtian in the future to wash away the humiliation he had received from Duan Lingtian. There's nothing wrong with your innate spiritual root. When Lu Tai heard Bu Hong's question, he shook his head in a daze. Bu Hong's eyes lit up when he saw this. There's nothing wrong with my innate spiritual root? In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with his innate spiritual root. As long as there was nothing wrong with his innate spiritual root, no matter what caused his cultivation speed to slow down, there would definitely be a way to solve this problem. Instantly, he let out a sigh of relief. There's nothing wrong with your innate spiritual root. Lu Tai hesitated for a moment before he finally revealed the truth in a deep voice. It's because your innate spiritual root is gone. Your innate spiritual root is gone. When Bu Hong heard Lu Tai's words, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was completely stupefied and collapsed to the ground with a look of despair on his face. Although he was in despair earlier, he still held on to the hope that he would be lucky. But now, Lu Tai's words were like a death sentence to his innate talent. Since his innate spiritual root was gone, what talent did he have left? How could this be? Bu Hong was in complete despair. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Bu Hong heard his master, Lu Tai, roar. This was the first time he had heard his master speak in such an angry tone. Honger, don't worry. I'll definitely avenge you. Lu Tai solemnly swore to Bu Hong with a cold glint in his eyes that was as sharp as a knife. Master, why you mean the loss of my innate spiritual root has something to do with Duan Lingtian? While feeling despair, Bu Hong also heard something from Lu Tai's words. It must have something to do with him. Lu Tai said coldly. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, brought his direct disciple, Gu Chun, to denounce him. He was the one who destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. At that time, nobody, including me, believed Duan Lingtian had such a technique. After all, those below the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to sense another person's innate spiritual root with their divine consciousness. Even if a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage or above could sense another person's innate spiritual root, they wouldn't be able to destroy another person's innate spiritual root without damaging their soul. Li En and Gu Chun didn't have any evidence. Moreover, Gu Chun wasn't sure if Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed his innate spiritual root. For this reason, he didn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. For this reason, this matter was left unsettled in the end. Initially, I thought this was just a farce. I thought Lien and his disciple were slandering Duan Lingtian. However, it seems like Duan Lingtian really knows how to destroy a person's innate spiritual root. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Did you lose your innate spiritual root after you fought with him as well? Lu Tai's words confirmed Bu Hong's speculation. His speculation was flawless as well. He had destroyed another person's innate spiritual root before me? Upon hearing Lu Tai's words, Bu Hong was certain Duan Lingtian had used the same technique to destroy his innate spiritual root. Honger, I'm avenging you. As for you, you can stay here and wait for the good news. As soon as Lu Tai finished speaking, he disappeared before Bu Hong's eyes without waiting for a reply. When he left, Lu Tai's anger soared to the extreme. Although he had two personal disciples, the one he valued the most was Bu Hong, his eldest personal disciple. Now that Bu Hong had been crippled by someone else, it destroyed the high hopes he had for Bu Hong. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands to vent his anger. Since Lu Tai was certain Duan Lingtian had destroyed his direct disciple's innate spiritual root, he no longer had any qualms. Whether it was using the soul-searching secret tactic to force Duan Lingtian to submit or using other methods, he was determined to destroy Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, Lu Tai was destined to fail. Currently, Duan Lingtian was no longer part of Zoroastrianism. Even if he wanted to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, he could only wait for Duan Lingtian to return. However, due to Lu Tai's actions, Lu Tai finally learned about this. Only then did he learn that Duan Lingtian had left the fire worship sect. At the same time, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, also received the news. Duan Lingtian has left Zoroastrianism? How's this possible? Dong Yuanjin found it hard to believe. He had ordered people to keep an eye on Duan Lingtian, who had repeatedly humiliated his son, Dong Lin. How could Duan Lingtian have left Zoroastrianism? However, regardless of whether he believed it or not, it was a fact. This was because Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had come to the enforcement hall to accuse Duan Lingtian of destroying Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. The enforcement hall had also sent out their enforcement elders to follow Lu Tai into Duan Lingtian's residence. However, they did not manage to find Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was nowhere to be found in Zoroastrianism. With this, it was certain Duan Lingtian had indeed left Zoroastrianism. He had left Zoroastrianism right under Dong Yuanjin's nose. Don't worry, father. Since we're certain Duan Lingtian has destroyed Bu Hong's innate spiritual root, he won't be able to escape punishment as long as he returns. Dong Lin smiled sinisterly. Moreover, I heard from Sanctum leader Lu that Gu Chun, the direct disciple of Black Turtle Sanctum's elder Lin, had his innate spiritual root destroyed by Duan Lingtian as well. In that case, he can be sentenced to death. However, Dong Yuanjin suddenly thought of something. He said warily, currently, I'm afraid everyone in the enforcement hall has learned about Duan Lingtian destroying Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. If news of this spreads out and Duan Lingtian, who has left Zoroastrianism, finds out about this, I'm afraid he won't return. As long as Duan Lingtian did not return, the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism would not convict him of any crime, let alone send powerhouses to kill him. After all, it was impossible for them to convict Duan Lingtian based on the words of Sanctum leader Lu Tai alone. Lin I'm glad you've thought of this. Dong Yuanjin was relieved when he heard Dong Lin's words. You've thought of this as well. Moreover, you've ordered a lockdown on this news. For this reason, this news won't spread out of the enforcement hall before Duan Lingtian returns. As long as this news doesn't spread out of the enforcement hall, naturally, it won't spread out of the sect. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to know about this. In the end, Dong Yuanjin's face was filled with confidence. Your wise father. Dong Lin's eyes lit up. An expression of admiration could be seen on his face. Dong Yuanjin could not help but frown. However, I still don't understand how he left Zoroastrianism. Dong Yuanjin found it difficult to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian had left Zoroastrianism under his watch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was in Sin City in the central region, was unaware that a trap had been set in Zoroastrianism. He was not aware that someone had already prepared a trap for him in Zoroastrianism. I've finally made a breakthrough. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, it only took him 2 months to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Naturally, the reason he was able to make a breakthrough so quickly in an environment without a soul-gathering formation was mostly due to his innate spiritual root that was close to an indigo innate spiritual root. It was also due to his hard work. I've spent more than 50 days on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, but only slightly more than 5 days have passed in the outside world. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I'll spend the next few days comprehending the divine ability. When the room fee is due, I'll leave the inn and look for prey. It's time for my innate spiritual root to transform into an indigo innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind about what he would do in the next few days. Naturally, the few days he spent here were the time in the outside world. Compared to 4 days in the outside world, Duan Lingtian could stay in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for more than a month. After a month, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although Duan Lingtian did not make a breakthrough in the divine ability he comprehended during this period of time, he was becoming more and more familiar with it. He was one step closer to making a breakthrough. After opening the door and walking out, Duan Lingtian had a pleasant expression on his face as he breathed in the fresh air that was filled with the scent of flowers and plants in the courtyard. Soon after, he left the guest room in the courtyard where he had stayed for 9 days and checked out. After checking out, he immediately left the Decline Inn. As soon as he left the inn, Duan Lingtian's sharp senses told him a few pairs of eyes were on him. However, they only lingered on him for a moment before they left. If he was not a weapon specialist who was adept at anti-tracking and anti-reconnaissance in his previous life, he would not have noticed the malicious intent in those eyes even if his cultivation base was high. Chapter 2103. Don't tell me they're targeting me and want to kill me? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer cared about it. It would be fine if these people did not provoke him. However, if they really dared to provoke him, he would just devour all of their innate spiritual roots. Currently, his innate spiritual root was only a little bit away from becoming an indigo innate spiritual root. Walao! What's the cultivation base of these people? However, out of concern for his own safety, Duan Lingtian still asked Elder Hua to help him investigate the cultivation base of these people who were staring at him with ill intentions. When Hua Lao heard Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately replied to Duan Lingtian, "They're all at the quintessential saint stage. They're nothing to you." Quintessential saint stage? Duan Lingtian chuckled when he heard the answer from Hua Lao. Do I look like a weakling? Even a few small fries at the quintessential saint stage dare to target me? Fortunately, the people who were secretly monitoring him did not hear Duan Lingtian's words. Otherwise, they would be so angry that they would throw up blood. No matter what, they were still at the quintessential saint stage. Although they were not the best in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they were still considered to be above average. However, in Duan Lingtian's mouth, they had actually become shrimps. Moreover, Duan Lingtian seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Based on his current cultivation base, he was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Anyone who was at the quintessential saint stage or above would not take him seriously after probing his current cultivation base. They would only think of him as an ordinary exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. So, after Duan Lingtian found out the people who were staring at him with ill intentions were only at the quintessential saint stage, he no longer had any concerns. He immediately flew away from the Decline Inn. And according to Hua Lao's answer just now, those people could threaten him, so he would return to the Decline Guest Inn to renew the room. If we really can't afford to offend them, can't we just avoid them? Although it was important to improve his innate spiritual root, it was not as important as his own life. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. After Duan Lingtian left the inn, he left. Your group will continue to follow him. Our group will return to the Alliance and report this matter to the Alliance leader. Alright. The group of people who had been staring at Duan Lingtian with ill intentions quickly divided into 2 groups. One group followed Duan Lingtian, while the other went in the opposite direction. These people were from the Ground Axe Alliance. The group that went in the opposite direction made their way to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate. Their goal was to return to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate and report to the Alliance leader that their target had left the Decline Guest Inn. They could sense the Alliance leader's high regard for this person, so they did not dare to neglect him. Not all of them are following me? Could it be that they're not a group? When Duan Lingtian saw the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance following him, he noticed many of them had left. For this reason, he guessed they were not a group. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted inwardly as he flew out of Fallen City. Soon after, he left Sin City. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's speed was not fast. It was similar to an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He's left Sin City. After Duan Lingtian left Sin City, the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance who were following him was stunned. Should we still follow him? Of course. Lord Alliance Leader has ordered us to follow him as soon as he leaves the inn. Don't lose him. Based on this person's speed, I'm afraid his cultivation base is only at the exemplary saint stage. I really don't know why Lord Alliance Leader thinks so highly of him and even promised such a ridiculous reward for him. Judging by the time, Lord Alliance Leader should be here soon. After Duan Lingtian left Sin City, the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance followed him. Naturally, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, they still kept a distance from Duan Lingtian. Little did they know Duan Lingtian had already noticed them. Let's do it here. After leaving Sin City, Duan Lingtian, who was flying north, saw a mountain forest with a complicated terrain. His eyes gleamed as he thought of something. Before he left the city of Sin, he had a thought in his mind. He wanted to find a place where the people who were following him would not be able to hide. At that time, he would like to ask these people what they wanted to do. If they could not provide him with an answer, he did not mind turning their innate spiritual roots into nourishment for his innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian had his eyes on the mountain forest with a complicated terrain. He wanted to find a place where the people behind him would not be able to hide. After arriving near the mountain forest, Duan Lingtian continued to fly forward as he descended from the sky. Swoosh! He seemed to have turned into a parabola as he descended into the mountain forest. At the same time, he disappeared from the sight of the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance. What's that guy doing here? Don't tell me there's something good here? Don't tell me it's a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw Duan Lingtian disappearing into the mountain forest. As they discussed animatedly, their eyes couldn't help but light up. After all, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance had asked them to follow the purple-clad young man. Since the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was so concerned about the purple-clad young man whose cultivation base was only at the exemplary saint stage, they did not believe the purple-clad young man had nothing to do with them. If it's really a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Ground Axe Alliance is going to strike gold this time. Many of the people from the Ground Axe Alliance's eyes lit up. As members of the Ground Axe Alliance, even if they could not obtain any treasures from the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would still be able to benefit from following the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. He has already entered the mountain forest. Let's follow him. Don't lose him, one of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance suddenly said. His voice was loud, causing the other members from the Ground Axe Alliance to snap out of their daze. That's right. We can't lose him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, a group of Ground Axe Alliance's members descended from the sky and entered the mountainous forest with complicated terrain. They were stunned when they entered the mountain forest, because they discovered that the purple-clothed youth they were following had completely disappeared after entering the forest. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air before their eyes. He's gone. We didn't arrive much later than him. Why did he suddenly disappear? With his speed, it's impossible for him to shake us off even if we're quite a distance away from him. The group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance was dumbfounded when they entered the mountain forest. They felt that something was amiss. If the purple-clad young man was really at the exemplary saint stage, even if he was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, it was impossible for him to disappear from their sight in such a short time. What's going on? Did we lose him? If Lord Leader finds out we've lost him, based on how much Lord Leader values that person, I'm afraid we'll be severely punished. Punishment is one thing, but I'm afraid the Ground Axe Alliance will miss the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The members of the Ground Axe Alliance looked at each other anxiously. Why don't we split into a few groups and look for him separately? One of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance suggested. How about this? There are 9 of us here. We'll split into 3 groups. Each group will have 3 people. We'll look for the purple-clad young man in the north, west, and east. What do you think? Another member of the Ground Axe Alliance agreed and gave his own suggestion. The other 8 people agreed to his suggestion as well. Let's go. One of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance shouted. The 9 members from the Ground Axe Alliance were about to split into 3 groups and search in 3 different directions. There's no need to search. I'm here. A voice that seemed to come from all directions rang in the air. It clearly entered the ears of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance, causing their expressions to change drastically. Immediately after, their pupils constricted. That was because a person had suddenly appeared before their eyes. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This speed. Naturally, the members from the Ground Axe Alliance did not think the person had appeared out of thin air. Due to this reason, they felt chills running down their spines when they saw the person had appeared out of thin air. Among these people, the strongest ones were at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, while the rest were at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or the mastery quintessential saint stage. However, they did not see the purple-clad young man's figure when he appeared. A saint celestial stage powerhouse. The same thought appeared in the minds of the 9 members from the Ground Axe Alliance at once. It was precisely because of this that their expressions had completely changed. Oh God! The person they were tailing was a saint celestial stage powerhouse? To think they had thought the person was only at the exemplary saint stage due to his slow speed. However, it seemed like the person had done it on purpose. Perhaps the person had discovered them long ago. The person who had appeared out of thin air in front of the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance was, naturally, Duan Lingtian. He had used the tactic of luring the enemy into a trap to expose the 9 people who were tailing him. All of you are from the Ground Axe Alliance. Chapter 2104. As soon as Duan Ling Tian asked this question, his son's saint energy that had been boosted by the divine ability, the devouring tactic, emitted a terrifying aura that swept toward the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, his son's saint energy was comparable to the saint energy of an ordinary quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, even without the help of the devouring tactic. With the help of the divine ability, the devouring tactic, his saint origin was comparable to a saint celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, the aura of Duan Lingtian's son, saint energy, pressed down on the members of the Ground Axe Alliance, causing them to tremble violently as their faces turned pale. It was obvious they were under great pressure. Yes, my lord. A few members with a weaker cultivation base were the first to succumb to the pressure. They replied in a trembling voice. At the same time, they lowered their heads humbly, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian. The remaining members of the Ground Axe Alliance did not dare to slack off when they realized Duan Lingtian was a saint celestial stage powerhouse. At this moment, they could not help but feel resentment toward the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. If they had known the purple-clad young man was a saint celestial stage powerhouse, they would not have dared to follow him even if they were given 100 guts. Facing a group of Ground Axe Alliance members who were almost scared out of their wits, the rest was simple. No matter what Duan Lingtian asked, they did not dare to hide anything from Duan Lingtian. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance has his eyes on me? At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned that Duan Lingtian had been sent by the Ground Axe Alliance. These members of the Ground Axe Alliance were sent by Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, to keep an eye on him. As for why Yao Buji would target him, the members of the Ground Axe Alliance had no idea. However, they guessed he had information about the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless when he heard the members of the Ground Axe Alliance's speculations. He did not expect the members of the Ground Axe Alliance to be so imaginative. This is strange. Why would the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance have his eyes on me? Duan Lingtian naturally was puzzled. He was certain, when he had killed the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance outside the city of Sin, no one had seen his face clearly. That's right. After the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance died, I sensed a Dao talisman fluctuation from their bodies. Could it have something to do with that? Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian's Dao sect had a Dao origin body. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Elder Hua when he thought of this. It's a possibility. Dao talismans. Talismans used body used Dao talismans of the Dao talismans on the talismans was sect consumed Dao talismans. Talismans. This means the two Dao talismans can be activated automatically if the owner of the Dao talisman is dead. I think the two Dao talismans must have the ability to transmit images. They must have transmitted the scene of you killing the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance to the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance through the Dao talisman's power. Hualao said, "There's such a Dao talisman?" Duan Lingtian was shocked by Hualao's words. He found it hard to believe there was such a Dao talisman in this world. There must be. Hualao answered Duan Lingtian's question with certainty. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to believe it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "It seems like I should learn more about the Dao talismans in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land when I return to Sin City. Even if I killed two members of the Ground Axe Alliance, there's no need for the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance to make such a big fuss over it. Could it be because of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword?" Duan Lingtian thought about the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword he had found in the spatial ring of one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword belonged to the old man who was killed by the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was even more certain of his guess. What's the cultivation base of the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance? Apart from the leader, what's the cultivation base of the other high-ranking officials? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. Duan Lingtian learned from the members of the Ground Axe Alliance that the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was the strongest. The strongest person in the Ground Axe Alliance was Yao Buji. He was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was also the only powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Ground Axe Alliance. Although Yao Buji's strength was not the strongest among all the powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he could easily be ranked in the upper middle. Similarly, Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Before Duan Lingtian defeated Bu Hong in the Zoroastrianism tournament, he was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, was ranked at the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on this, one could see the gap between the two of them. The Ground Axe Alliance only has one powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not afraid even if he knew Yao Buji was much stronger than Bu Hong. With his current strength and the Jasper Celestial Sword, he could kill Yao Buji in a blink of an eye if Yao Buji was not at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Yao Buji was the only powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Spiritual Eyes form, in the Ground Axe Alliance. In other words, Duan Lingtian was the only one. Apart from Yao Buji, no one else in the Ground Axe Alliance could capture the Jasper Celestial Sword when Duan Lingtian activated the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for Yao Buji, he might be able to vaguely capture the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, at that time he would be a dead man. "The 9 of you, do you want to live or die?" Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. His voice was so calm that it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. "My lord, I want to live. My lord, I want to live as well." The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance heard Duan Lingtian's words and expressed their opinions one after another. They gave the same answer to Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Who would want to die if they had a chance to live? "Lead the way. Bring me to the Ground Axe Alliance," Duan Lingtian said again. Although his voice was calm, a murderous intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious he was enraged and intended to kill his way to the Ground Axe Alliance. Gasp! 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 The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance gasped when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Based on the purple-clad young man's words, it seemed like he was going to the Ground Axe Alliance. Was he not walking into a trap and seeking his own death? However, no matter how they looked at it, they did not think the purple-clad young man before them was someone who would seek his own death. In that case, there was only one possibility. I'm afraid this lord isn't afraid of Lord Alliance leader. The moment the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance thought of this, their hearts skipped a beat. A bitter smile appeared on their faces. Lord Alliance leader, what kind of people did you offend? They believed the purple-clad young man before them did not casually ask about the cultivation base of the Ground Axe Alliance's high-ranking officials. He was trying to figure out the Ground Axe Alliance's cultivation base. Naturally, the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance did not dare to reject Duan Lingtian. They immediately brought Duan Lingtian away from the forest and made their way back to Sin City. Lord, I used a communication jade token before we entered the forest. Soon after they left the forest, one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance stammered to Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid the Lord Alliance leader of the Ground Axe Alliance is heading in this direction. He's coming. As soon as the member of the Ground Axe Alliance finished speaking, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. He looked in the direction of Sin City. Whoosh! Along with the sound of wind whistling that was getting closer and closer, Duan Lingtian saw a figure flying toward him at an extremely fast speed. The figure was so fast that even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to move as fast as him. After a while, the figure appeared out of thin air in front of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The appearance of the figure caused the members of the Ground Axe Alliance to perk up. They bowed respectfully in unison. Lord Alliance leader. It was Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had also confirmed the newcomer's identity. At the same time, he sized up the newcomer. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, Yao Buji ignored the members of the Ground Axe Alliance when he appeared. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. This was because he was a young man. He had seen the purple-clad young man through the major mirror image talisman earlier. The purple-clad young man had killed his subordinate and taken the spatial ring that contained the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's sword. You. Just when Yao Buji spoke coldly and wanted to say something to Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the ears of Yao Buji and the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. As Yao Buji's pupils shrank, he saw a swift sword light flying towards him. The speed was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. No, there was no way he could dodge the sword ray. He did not even have time to react. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the ears of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. They were so shocked that their hearts skipped a beat. In the next moment, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Buji, was a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, he was killed by a sword that pierced the space between his brows. An indigo innate spiritual root. Lord! However, when Duan Lingtian was about to leave, one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance mustered up his courage and called out to him. Duan Lingtian had just mobilized his son's Saint energy, so he did not leave immediately. Duan Lingtian glanced at the member of the Ground Axe Alliance who had called out to him. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is there anything else?" The other members of the Ground Axe Alliance sighed in relief when they saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of making a fuss about it and was about to leave. When they saw their companions calling out to Duan Lingtian, they were so frightened that their hearts were in their mouths. "Idiot! What are you trying to do? Damn it! That fiend is about to leave. Why did you call out to him? What if this fiend suddenly goes back on his word and attacks us again? Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The other members of the Ground Axe Alliance immediately sent voice transmissions to the member who had called out to Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to rip his mouth off. However, the member of the Ground Axe Alliance ignored their voice transmissions. He looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully and asked, "Lord, May I know your name? Why are you asking this? Duan Lingtian replied coldly. It was clear he did not intend to tell the member of the Ground Axe Alliance. Lord, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Buji, is ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The member of the Ground Axe Alliance said solemnly. Today, all of us witnessed how you killed Yao Buji with our own eyes. As long as we know your name, we'll spread the news so that you can replace Yao Buji on the Supreme Saint ranking. Of course, if you're ranked higher than Yao Buji on the Supreme Saint ranking, you can just pretend I'm not here. The member of the Ground Axe Alliance said sincerely as though he was concerned about Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing the member of the Ground Axe Alliance's words, the other members of the Ground Axe Alliance's eyes lit up immediately. Why did they not think of this? To a certain extent, their actions could be considered as flattering this powerhouse before them. They did not have to worry about Duan Lingtian going back on his word and killing them. Lord, he's right. As long as you tell us your name, we'll spread the news of today's incident. Lord, don't worry. If anyone doesn't believe us, we're willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove it. Although the other 8 members of the Ground Axe Alliance were slightly slow to react, they still began to flatter Duan Lingtian after the first member of the Ground Axe Alliance reminded them about the situation. Duan Lingtian looked at the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance and nodded nonchalantly before he said, I'm Li Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared before the eyes of the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. After Duan Lingtian left, the 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance sighed in relief. They knew they had escaped death. Li Feng? This name. Is there a person with this name on the Supreme Saint ranking? One of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance asked curiously after he caught his breath. I pay attention to every issue of the Supreme Saint ranking. However, there's no Li Feng on the latest issue of the Supreme Saint ranking. It seems like Li Feng was a sectless cultivator who lived in seclusion before this. Another member of the Ground Axe Alliance said. Although the Supreme Saint ranking was said to have gathered the 1,000 most powerful people in the Dao Martial Saint land, the Supreme Saint ranking was still considered as a saint ranking. However, the Dao Martial Saint land was so huge that some sectless cultivators who lived in seclusion would not appear on the Supreme Saint ranking no matter how strong they were. In the eyes of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance, the powerhouse who had killed the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Buji, who called himself Li Feng, was one of those sectless powerhouses who lived in seclusion. As soon as he appeared, he went from a nobody to the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. From today onward, the name Li Feng will definitely spread throughout Sin City and the entire Dao Martial Saint land. The members of the Ground Axe Alliance were certain of this. In the eyes of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land represented the entire Dao Martial Saint land. In fact, this was indeed the case. In this era, the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land had become a vassal of the upper province to a certain extent. Although the upper province and the lower province only made up the Dao Martial Saint land, all the powerhouses in the upper province were in charge. When the members of the Ground Axe Alliance returned to Sin City, they did not dare to slack off. They quickly recounted everything that they had witnessed today to their superiors. This news instantly caused a commotion in Sin City. Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, was a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a powerhouse could be considered one of the top powerhouses in Sin City. For this reason, the sectless cultivators in Sin City were shocked when they learned he had been killed. A powerhouse called Li Feng killed Yao Buji? Moreover, he killed Yao Buji with just a blow? He didn't even launch a sneak attack? Many sectless cultivators in Sin City were stunned when they heard the news. It was not as simple as being half as strong as Yao Buji. As a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, Yao Buji is ranked in the upper middle among all the powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. How could such a powerhouse be killed with just a blow? Li Feng's strength is most likely at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or even higher, Many people speculated. Many people agreed with this speculation. They believed Yao Buji was a powerhouse. Even the most powerful powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land would not be able to kill Yao Buji with just a blow. The news continued to spread. Chapter 2106. The Supreme Saint ranking was the most authoritative ranking in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It would be updated every month. The Supreme Saint ranking would appear in the form of a book. It was similar to the magazines on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. It was circulated in the Tao Martial Saint Land. As Li Feng's name spread in Xin City in the Central Province, more than half of the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land learned about him. Another sectless cultivator who had been in seclusion had appeared in front of everyone. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Due to this reason, Li Feng's name was the most eye-catching on the Supreme Saint ranking. Anyone who had a book on the Supreme Saint ranking would know about Li Feng's existence immediately. Li Feng had gone from an unknown person to a famous figure in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land in just one night. Even the person involved, Duan Lingtian, did not expect this to happen. After killing Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, and returning to Sin City, Duan Lingtian had immediately looked for an inn to stay in and focus on his cultivation. Currently, his innate spiritual root had already turned indigo. For this reason, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and break through to the quintessential saint stage. I won't come out of closed-door cultivation until I've broken through to the quintessential saint stage. After entering the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian had set a goal for himself before he entered closed-door cultivation. As for the outside world, no matter how popular something was, it would gradually die down after a while. Li Feng's name had only spread in Sin City for a while before it was rarely mentioned anymore. Naturally, this was also because the people in Sin City were the first to learn about Li Feng's existence and how Li Feng had killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the original Extreme Saint ranking. Outside, in many small cities, the discussions about Li Feng did not die down at all. During this period of time, almost everyone in the Central Province knew about Li Feng. In the Qiu clan's estate in Clarity City at the border of the Western Province. Miss Mu Qing, good news, good news. Early in the morning, an excited and aged voice broke the silence outside Qiu Mu Qing's residence. Of course, the visitors only dared to stand at the entrance of the mansion. Without permission, they did not dare to enter. It was an old man with a brand new book in his hand. The words Supreme Saint ranking were written on the book. It was the latest issue of the Supreme Saint ranking. Elder Liang, Miss invites you in. A moment later, a maid walked out and said to the old man. When the old man heard this, he followed the maid into the residence. He saw the young miss of the Qiu clan, Qiu Mu Qing, in the pavilion in the front courtyard. Qiu Mu Qing was as beautiful as ever. She looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. Elder Liang, you said you had good news early in the morning. I wonder what it is. Qiu Mu Qing asked with a smile when she saw the old man walking into the pavilion. The old man was none other than the second elder of the Eastern Fang clan, Dongfang Liang. He was also one of the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in Clarity City. If anyone saw him behaving so respectfully in front of the young miss of the Qiu clan, their eyes would have popped out of their sockets. It was shocking and unbelievable. In Clarity City, there were very few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses, and their statuses were high. Dongfang Liang, the second elder of the Eastern Fang clan, was not an ordinary Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Even the clan leader of the Qiu clan, who was also a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, did not dare to slight him. However, he was like a servant in front of the daughter of the clan leader of the Qiu clan. In fact, Dongfang Liang was indeed a servant by Qiu Mu Qing's side. Initially, Dongfang Liang was reluctant. However, when he discovered Qiu Mu Qing did not treat him as a servant just because he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, He no longer resisted and gradually got used to his role. Perhaps this was what it meant to win someone over with virtue. Miss Mu Qing, take a look. Dongfang Liang raised his hand and passed the latest Supreme Saint ranking to Chiu Mu Qing. The second page is the headline at the back of the table of contents. Take a look. Chiu Mu Qing took the Supreme Saint ranking curiously. Then, she opened it and flipped to the second page according to Dongfang Liang's instructions. It did not take long for Chiu Mu Qing's eyes to light up again. This was because she saw the name Li Feng. Li Feng, a sexless cultivator who lived in seclusion. He killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the original Supreme Saint ranking in the north of Sin City in the central region in just one blow and replaced him. Apart from this sentence, the entire page was filled with information about Yao Buji's past achievements to show how extraordinary Li Feng was. Moreover, the Supreme Saint ranking also stated, Li Feng's true strength was most likely ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Central Region, Sin City, Li Feng. Moreover, he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, Chiu Mu Qing was certain of this. This Li Feng was the man who had been haunted by her dreams. Naturally, she knew Li Feng was only a pseudonym. His real name was Duan Lingtian. He was one of the 8 prodigies of Zoroastrianism. He was famous for a long time. I can't believe he's been gone for so long. However, I still feel as though I've just seen him yesterday. Chiu Mu Qing sighed inwardly. A complicated expression appeared on her face. In the past, she would not have believed she would fall in love with a man she had only known for a day. Initially, she thought she would forget about him as time passed. At that time, there was no need for her to continue with her plan. However, it seemed like she had not forgotten about him at all. For so many years, she had never put a man in her heart. But now, a man had entered her heart. It was like a gangrene attached to the bone. While she was suffering, she could not get rid of it. Perhaps it's time for me to leave Clarity City. Chiu Mu Qing thought to herself as her eyes glinted. Miss Mu Qing, do you think he's Lord Li Feng? Dongfang Liang asked when he saw Chiu Mu Qing was in a daze for a moment before she regained her senses. Although he guessed that Li Feng was Lord Li Feng, who had displayed his invincible might in the Chiu family's main hall, he was not certain. It's him. Chiu Mu Qing nodded before she said, before he left, he told me he's going to Sin City in the central region. Dongfang Liang gasped when he heard Chiu Mu Qing's confirmation. It was really him. Meanwhile, in the western region, Zoroastrianism, one of the 3 strongest sects in the Tao Martial Saint land, had also made its way to the central region. Everyone from Zoroastrianism knew about Li Feng. However, it did not cross their minds that Li Feng was a disciple of Zoroastrianism. His name was Duan Lingtian, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism, in the Azure Dragon Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. Recently, Bu Hong, the eldest direct disciple of Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, had been staying in his mansion. A few days ago, a piece of news had spread from Sin City in the central region. Bu Hong, who was already in a bad mood, was so angry that he almost threw up blood. Previously, he had been to Sin City in the central region and killed the younger brother of the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, a sexless cultivator alliance. He had made an enemy out of Sin City. Although he had Zoroastrianism and the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum as his backing, he was not afraid of the Black Crow Alliance. However, he was still furious that he was wronged. Li Feng, a sexless cultivator who lived in seclusion, killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and replaced him. At this moment, Bu Hong was holding the new Supreme Saint ranking in his hand. In the new Supreme Saint ranking, he had fallen from the 421st place to the 537th place. He was frustrated. How good would it be if I can enter the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking like Li Feng and become famous in the Tao Martial Saint land? At that time, even Master would be proud of me. Bu Hong clenched his fists so tightly that the Supreme Saint ranking began to distort. With my innate talent, it's only a matter of time before I enter the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. As long as I'm given enough time, I might even be able to enter the top 100, top 50, or even top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking. This is because I possess an indigo innate spiritual root. With an indigo innate spiritual root, I'm considered a top genius in the Tao Martial Saint land. However, all of this is gone now. It's gone. Bu Hong muttered to himself as his eyes turned red. He was so agitated that his body began to tremble. He felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell in just one night. And all of this is because of Duan Ling Tian. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I wouldn't have lost my indigo innate spiritual root. Bu Hong continued to mumble to himself as he grew increasingly crazed. However, in the end he strangely quieted down. In his mind, the scene of the battle with Duan Ling Tian that day replayed before his eyes, and it was extremely clear. At this moment, Bu Hong was extremely calm. Although this calmness was very short, it still reminded him of a very important matter. That day, Duan Ling Tian defeated me. Based on his assist-type divine ability, it's impossible for him to be stronger than me even if he comprehended his martial tactics and divine abilities to the peak. However, his sword was so fast that I couldn't react at all. Based on his strength and techniques, it's impossible for him to achieve that even if he used the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. Chapter 2107. Bu Hong's master was Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Lu Tai was a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism sect. Not only that, but he was also one of the strongest golden flame elders in the Zoroastrianism sect. It was only natural that someone like him would possess a 1,000 Inscriptions Saint weapon. Due to this reason, Bu Hong's understanding of 1,000 Inscriptions Saint weapons was much deeper than ordinary people. If the sword he used was only a 1,000 Inscriptions Saint sword, his sword wouldn't have been so ridiculously fast even if he had cast a high-grade martial tactic and comprehended a high-grade sword-type divine ability to its limit. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is also known as the Spiritual Eyes form. After I entered the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, I've also awakened a pair of spiritual eyes. Even then, his sword strike was just a flash in my eyes. What does this mean? This means the sword he's using must be a sword of a higher grade than the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint sword. In the Tao Martial Saint land, only 10,000 Inscriptions Saint swords have a higher grade than a 1,000 Inscriptions Saint sword. There are a total of 10,000 Inscriptions Saint weapons in the Tao Martial Saint land. There are the 10 grade-level Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Among these 10 grade-level Saint weapons, only 2 of them are swords. The 9 Cloud Sword and the Traceless Sword. I wonder which sword does Duan Ling Tian have? Bu Hong's breathing quickened when he thought of this. If my innate spiritual root wasn't destroyed by Duan Ling Tian, I definitely wouldn't have spread this news. After my cultivation base surpasses his, I'll enter the Palace of Death and sign a death pact with him. I'll kill him and take the 10,000 Inscriptions Saint sword for myself. As Bu Hong muttered to himself, a chilling light shot out from his eyes. However, now that my innate spiritual root has been destroyed by him, I won't be able to defeat him in the future. If that's the case, there's no need for me to keep this news to myself. Should I only tell Master, or should I spread the news widely? As Bu Hong muttered to himself, a trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. It was difficult for him to make a decision. Master definitely wouldn't spread the news if he only told it to him. That's a 10,000 Inscriptions Saint sword, a level 10 Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Even Master would be tempted by it and want to take it for himself. Human nature was selfish. Bu Hong was very clear about this. He was certain, if he told this news to his master, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, his master would definitely not spread the news. He would also forbid him from spreading the news. As long as one was a person, they would want to take possession of a sacred artifact. Forget it, I should tell Master first. With his master's strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill that Duan Ling Tian and seize the 10,000 Inscriptions Saint sword from him. This way it can be considered as revenge for me. Soon after, Bu Hong made up his mind. He would tell his master that Duan Lingtian possessed the 10,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. If master obtains the sword, he'll definitely feel indebted to me in the future. After all, he only managed to obtain the sword because of my reminder. Bu Hong thought to himself. In Bu Hong's opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian was dead, it did not matter who killed him. If it was his master who did it, that sacred artifact would only be beneficial to him and not harm him. Moreover, it would be beneficial to him. Since Bu Hong had made up his mind, he immediately left to look for his master. Master. Bu Hong entered the backyard of his master's residence. His master, Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, was tending to some flowers and plants. When he heard Bu Hong's voice, he immediately stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at Bu Hong. What's the matter? A puzzled expression appeared on Lu Tai's face. Ever since his first direct disciple found out that Duan Lingtian had secretly left the Zoroastrianism, he had been in seclusion all day. Today, in order to relieve Bu Hong of his boredom, he had even sent the latest issue of the Supreme Saint ranking to Bu Hong's room. However, he did not expect Bu Hong would come out of his room to look for him. Master, I just remembered something very important, Bu Hong said solemnly. Oh, what is it? Lu Tai knew his direct disciple very well. He knew his direct disciple was not a person who would speak without thinking. Since he said it was something important, it must be something important. Master, I suspect that Duan Lingtian who defeated me possesses a level 10 saint weapon. When Bu Hong spoke again, he did not beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. Level 10 saint weapon. As Bu Hong's voice fell, Lu Tai's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and a look of horror appeared on his face. At the same time, his heart began to beat faster. Even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land, there were only 10 level 10 saint weapons. Moreover, they were famous in the 10 great saint weapons ranking of the Dao Martial Saint land. Even the Zoroastrianism only had one level 10 saint weapon. It was the inheritance saint weapon of Zoroastrianism. It was in the hands of the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. Based on this, one could see how precious a level 10 saint weapon was. However, his first direct disciple was telling him that Duan Lingtian possessed a level 10 saint weapon? How could he not be shocked? Are you sure? Are you sure Duan Lingtian has a level 10 saint weapon? When Lu Tai looked at Bu Hong again, he had a solemn expression on his face. It caused the atmosphere in the backyard to turn solemn. Master, that Duan Lingtian. Then, Bu Hong began to tell Lu Tai about the details of his battle with Duan Lingtian that day. He even told Lu Tai about his suspicions. His suspicions were well-founded, so Lu Tai had no choice but to believe him. If that's the case, he must have obtained the 9-cloud sword or the traceless sword from the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Lu Tai took a deep breath. After a while, he said, based on what you said, he must have obtained the traceless sword. The traceless sword is known as the traceless sword. It's impossible to guard against it. Your cultivation base has broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, the spiritual eyes form. With your spiritual eyes, it's normal for you to only be able to catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's traceless sword. However, for those below the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who haven't awakened their spiritual eyes, it's impossible for them to catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's traceless sword. Lu Tai said, if that's the case, we can explain why Duan Lingtian has mastered the mysterious sword-wielding art. It's because he has the traceless sword that not many people can catch a glimpse of his sword. Even your junior sister was defeated by his traceless sword. If he doesn't have the traceless sword, he might not be a match for your junior sister. Lu Tai became more and more certain as he spoke. As for Bu Hong's junior sister, she was none other than his other direct disciple, Wen Yan. The traceless sword. He's really lucky. He actually obtained the traceless sword, one of the 10 great saint weapons. Bu Hong's expression was filled with jealousy. After his master's confirmation, He was even more certain that Duan Lingtian's sword was the traceless sword that was listed on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. He's really lucky. Unfortunately, he's destined to be mine. Lu Tai's eyes flashed as a sneer appeared on his face. Based on his words, it was as though Duan Lingtian's sword was already his. Indeed, he felt the same way. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was still far from being a match for Lu Tai. Hong if Master obtains the traceless sword, you'll be the one to take the credit. Lu Tai turned to look at Bu Hong with a smile on his face. No matter how he looked at Bu Hong, he found his eldest direct disciple pleasing to the eye. Master, if you want to obtain the traceless sword, you'll have to make a move against Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian returns, he'll be arrested by the enforcement hall to determine if he destroyed my innate spiritual root or not. Bu Hong seemed to have recalled something as he said with a worried expression on his face. Once this matter is confirmed, Duan Lingtian will definitely be punished by the enforcement hall. Perhaps the enforcement hall won't execute him. However, he has offended Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Once he's convicted, Dong Yuanjin will seek revenge for destroying Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. It won't be difficult for Dong Yuanjin to kill Duan Lingtian in the enforcement hall. If Duan Lingtian is killed by Dong Yuanjin in the enforcement hall, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to obtain the traceless sword. Bu Hong voiced out his worries in one breath. You're right. After hearing Bu Hong's words, Lu Tai couldn't help but frown because he knew that what Bu Hong said was very likely to happen. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, was a vengeful person who was much stronger than Lu Tai. If the traceless sword fell into Dong Yuanjin's hands, it would be impossible for Lu Tai to obtain it. If the traceless sword fell into the hands of the enforcement hall, it would be even more impossible for Lu Tai to obtain it. Hong Lu Tai quickly made up his mind. He looked at Bu Hong and said, Master plans to go to the enforcement hall and withdraw the charges against Duan Lingtian. We'll just say that you destroyed your innate spiritual root due to a mistake in your cultivation. However, don't worry. Even if the enforcement hall doesn't stand up for you, I'll do my best to kill Duan Lingtian and avenge you. At the end of his speech, Lu Tai solemnly swore and promised. Of course, I believe in Master. Bu Hong nodded. He knew this was the best way for his master to obtain the traceless sword in Duan Lingtian's possession. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was not here. Otherwise, he would be rendered speechless. When did he obtain the traceless sword, one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking? Chapter 2108. Due to the interference of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had gone to the enforcement hall to file a complaint against Duan Lingtian for crippling his eldest direct disciple's innate spiritual root. This matter did not spread to the outside world, let alone Zoroastrianism. Lu Tai could understand Dong Yuanjin's actions, and he agreed with him. After all, if news of this matter spread out, it would alert the Duan Lingtian to the point that he would no longer dare to return to Zoroastrianism. Lu Tai did not want that to happen as well. Today, Lu Tai had gone to the enforcement hall to file a complaint against Duan Lingtian. Although this matter did not cause an uproar in Zoroastrianism, it still caused a commotion in the enforcement hall. Lu Tai's actions could be considered a false accusation. According to the rules of the enforcement hall, Lu Tai had to be punished. However, the enforcement hall's elder in charge of the registration was only a Silver Flame elder. For this reason, he had no right to punish Lu Tai. Under such circumstances, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, stepped forward. Sanctum Leader Lu, are you really going to file a complaint against Duan Lingtian? Dong Yuanjin frowned as he looked at Lu Tai. He was puzzled as he asked, Can you tell me why? He did not believe Lu Tai's excuse about Bu Hong's innate spiritual root being crippled due to qi deviation. He felt there must be a deeper reason behind this matter. As it turned out, Dong Yuanjin was right. However, he could not figure out the real reason even in his wildest dreams. Vice Hall Master Dong, I've already done what I should. Lu Tai replied indifferently, as though he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water when faced with Dong Yuanjin's doubts. Naturally, Lu Tai knew Dong Yuanjin's doubts. It was obvious Dong Yuanjin was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to avenge his son, Dong Lin. Sanctum Leader Lu, are you sure you're making a false accusation? It's slander. Although Duan Lingtian is no longer a member of Zoroastrianism, the Enforcement Hall still has the right to punish you according to the rules. Dong Yuanjin said in a deep voice. It was obvious he was threatening Lu Tai. However, was Lu Tai someone he could not threaten? Vice Hall Master Dong. I'm aware of this. I'm prepared to accept the punishment. However, as far as I know, my punishment will be reduced to 50% since I've surrendered, right? From beginning to end, Lu Tai's face was calm, as if the punishment he was about to face was nothing to him. Indeed, it was Dong Yuanjin's Lu Tai. With his cultivation base at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, these wounds were no different from scratching an itch to him. Seeing that Lu Tai had already made up his mind, Dong Yuanjin did not say anything else. However, in the depths of his heart, a seed of doubt had been planted. He had a feeling that there was something behind Lu Tai's actions that he did not know. Hall Master Sanctum Leader Hall Division Master. Dong Hall Leader, S Hall Sex Nu Zong Master. Shalav of Lu to Lu 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 Ren Hall Dong's Hall Leader Hall, not Lu 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 Li, and Lu 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 Master Lu Lu. Hall's Tai. In the end, he could only resign himself to his fate. Although he had resigned himself to his fate, he was still unwilling to accept it. He finally had a chance to openly deal with Duan Lingtian, but now it had just passed him by. How could he be willing to accept this? A few days later, the peace of Zoroastrianism was broken by the arrival of a person. The person who had arrived was none other than Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He was also a good friend of Lien, the 1st Silver Flame elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Yang Chong had come to look for Lien. However, when he arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, he discovered Lien was not around. Under his request, the other Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders went to check on Li and Soul Pearl. They discovered Li and Soul Pearl had shattered, and it seemed like it had been shattered for quite some time. Something's wrong. As expected, something's wrong. Yang Chong's expression turned grave when he saw Li and Soul Pearl had shattered. Elder Yang Chong, what happened? Tung Shan, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elder, asked in a deep voice as he looked at Yang Chong. Guixiong and Meng Jin, who were also Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders, looked at Yang Chong in confusion. They did not know what Yang Chong meant. Naturally, the death of Lien, who was also a Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elder, had stirred up a storm in their hearts. Some time ago, Yang Chong revealed the whole story under the watchful eyes of the 3 Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders. Naturally, he did not bring a few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to investigate Duan Lingtian. Lien had only brought a few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, when he discovered Lien and the others had yet to return, the soul pearls of the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect had shattered. At this moment, he realized something might have happened to Lien and the others. The first thing he wanted to do was to head to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to investigate what had happened. However, when he arrived at the nearest inter-province transportation formation, he discovered the inter-province transportation formation could not be activated. At that time, he thought there was something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation. When he went to the other inter-province transportation formations in an attempt to teleport to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he discovered the inter-province transportation formations could not be activated. At this moment, he heard from someone who was near the inter-province transportation formation. It had been a while since the inter-province transportation formation could not teleport people to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. That's why I came to Zoroastrianism. As expected, something has happened to Lien as well. Yang Chong's expression was grave as he continued to say, I heard from some people who are familiar with the inter-province transportation formation that many of the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Marshall Saint Land are connected to the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Marshall Saint Land. If there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province, we won't be able to teleport people there. If there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province, the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province won't be affected because the latter doesn't need to rely on the former. Usually, the people who are teleported to the upper province of the Dao Marshall Saint Land will be sent to random places in the upper province of the Dao Marshall Saint Land. Yang Chong said, just like when Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi were teleported to the upper province through the lower province's inter-province transportation formation, they were sent to random places in the upper province. They did not appear near the inter-province transportation formation. For this reason, I think there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province. Yang Chong said in a deep voice, there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province? Guoxiong's expression turned solemn as he continued to say, as far as I know, the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province is much more stable than the ones in the upper province. It's said that when the inter-province transportation formation was set up, those seniors had fused it with the Grand Sealing Formation that sealed the Land of Exile and shared the defensive formation in the Grand Sealing Formation. Let alone a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Even if a few powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage join forces, they might not be able to break through the defensive formation. Apart from being the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Guoxiong was also the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder. He was also the most knowledgeable person in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He had done some research on some of the ancient stories in the Dao Marshall Saint Land. He had read about the inter-province transportation formation in the Debussy subterranean being merged with the Grand Sealing Formation used by the powerhouses during the Human Devil era to seal the Land of Exile in an ancient book. The Grand Sealing Formation was used to seal the Land of Exile. In fact, it was used to seal the entrance from the Land of Exile to the Dao Marshall Saint Land. The entrance was also a gap in the space barrier. The gap in the space barrier had prevented the Devil clans from invading the Dao Marshall Saint Land for hundreds of thousands of years. One could easily imagine how terrifying the defensive formation in the Grand Sealing Formation was. Although there were not many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who had not ascended in time, there were still a few of them. However, they still could not break through the Grand Sealing Formation. For this reason, Guoxiong was confident. Even if a few powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage joined forces, they might not be able to break through the inter-province transportation formation that shared the defensive formation in the Grand Sealing Formation. If the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province is really destroyed, doesn't that mean the Grand Sealing Formation is destroyed as well? Guoxiong's expression changed when he thought about this. In Sin City in the central region. Boom! In the quiet guest room of the inn, the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda that had turned into dust in front of the bed suddenly exploded. Rolling waves of air swept out as if it had been affected by some kind of power. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, opened his eyes and laughed excitedly. He had made a breakthrough. After 2 months, he had finally made a breakthrough. Early quintessential saint stage. After he stopped laughing, Duan Lingtian tried to circulate the Sun Saint energy in his body. He discovered his Sun Saint energy had transformed again. Now, even without using the divine ability, the devouring tactic, my Sun Saint energy is comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial Stage. My light blue innate spiritual root has given me such an innate talent. If my innate spiritual root transforms into a violet innate spiritual root, how terrifying would my cultivation speed be? The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. However, his excitement did not last long. When Duan Lingtian was about to leave the inn, he overheard some passing sectless cultivators mentioning something. For some reason, the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land could no longer send people to the lower province. Chapter 2109. The inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land can't send people to the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this news. The excitement that had arisen in his heart due to the breakthrough in his cultivation had also vanished in an instant. Perhaps this news was nothing to most people in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. After all, not many people from the upper province would use the inter-province transportation formations to travel to the lower province. However, to Duan Lingtian, this news was like a bolt from the blue. The reason being that his family and friends were all in the lower district. Could it be that there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province? Duan Lingtian tried his best to calm down. He felt this news was a little exaggerated. Would the inter-province transportation formations that connected the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land lose their effectiveness just because they failed? He did not believe it. He thought this was just a rumor. However, as he wandered around Sin City, he heard the same news again and again. It shook his firm belief. Could it be that there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he thought of this. If he could not return to the lower province from the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, it meant he would not be able to see his family and friends again. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to feel anxious again. It seems like there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province. The inter-province transportation formations in the upper province are still intact. It's only because there's no inter-province transportation formation in the lower province that the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province can't be activated. I heard about it as well. One has to rely on the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province to travel from the upper province to the lower province. However, there's no need to rely on the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province to travel from the lower province to the upper province. So one-way, random transportation. Now that there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province, it means people from the lower province can't come to the upper province and people from the upper province can't go to the lower province. In any case, I've never thought of going to a godforsaken place like the lower province. It has nothing to do with me if there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province. Similar discussions could be heard all over the city of Sin. Most of them had the mentality of it has nothing to do with me. After all, it did not matter to them whether they could go to the lower province or not. However, similar remarks were quickly crushed by a cruel reality. Do you really think it's as simple as us not being able to move to the lower district? Soon after, an even more shocking piece of news spread throughout Sin City without any warning. It was like a hurricane and a swarm of locusts that swept through the entire Sin City. This shocking news was spread by a group of rogue cultivators in Sin City. If there's really something wrong with the transportation formation in the lower province, it means there's something wrong with the Grand Sealing Formation left behind by our ancestors in the Dao Marshal Saint Land hundreds of thousands of years ago. You asked me what the Grand Sealing Formation from more than 100,000 years ago was? The Grand Sealing Formation is a formation that seals the land of exile. To be more precise, it exists to repair the gap in the space barrier between the Dao Marshal Saint Land and the land of exile. What's the land of exile? It started from the Human Devil era more than 100,000 years ago. The Human Devil era, the land of exile, the Devil clans. Many people did not know about this in the past. However, now that the news had spread through Sin City, it caused a huge panic in Sin City. At this moment, many people finally found out. As it turned out, the Dao Marshal Saint Land had fallen into a dark era more than 100,000 years ago. That era was called the Human Devil era. During that era, A group of devils had entered the Dao Martial Saint Land from the land of exile through the gap in the space barrier. They carried out a large-scale massacre. Almost all those who were killed were devoured by them and turned into dried corpses. More than 90% of the devils relied on devouring the vital essence and blood of other living beings to strengthen themselves. The human devil era? The land of exile? The devil clans? At the same time, Duan Lingtian also learned about the human devil era, the land of exile, and the devil clans. There's no lack of powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the devil clans. As for the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province, it shares the defensive formation in the Grand Ceiling formation. If the transportation formation in the lower province is damaged, it means the Grand Ceiling formation is damaged as well. It won't be able to seal the gap in the space barrier between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the land of exile. After learning about this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned graver and graver. Previously, when he found out he could not return to the lower province from the upper province, his first thought was that he would not be able to see his family and friends again. However, he was not worried about their safety at all. With his father and the Azure Cloud Mansion around, he believed the safety of his family and friends would not be a problem. However, all of this was under the premise that the devil race did not invade. If that's the case, the devil clans will invade the Dao Martial Saint Land from the land of exile. To be more precise, they'll invade the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 100,000 years ago, the Dao Martial Saint Land wasn't divided into two. There were many powerhouses, and there were many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, in the current lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, powerhouses at the quintessential Saint stage are as rare as phoenix feathers, let alone powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage. If the devil clans invade the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm afraid none of the humans will survive. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he was so anxious that he almost went crazy. His family and friends were all still in the lower district. If the devil clans invaded, they would not be able to defend themselves with their strength. The devil clans are invading the Dao Martial Saint Land again? They're invading the lower province, right? Although the upper province exists in the lower province and is surrounded by the lower province, it's an independent space and realm. If that's the case, the devil clans won't be able to affect the upper province? That seems to be the case. To think I was worried about this. It seems like I was worried for nothing. If the devil clans invade, the lower province is doomed. However, if the devil clans really invade, it means the transportation formations in the lower province are destroyed. In that case, the devil clans in the lower province won't be able to come to the upper province. I was planning to go to the lower province to have a look. Fortunately, I didn't go. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to return. At this moment, all over the city of Sin, there were all sorts of voices saying that they had gotten lucky. However, it did not take long before they were drowned out by another piece of cruel news. It won't affect the upper province? It won't be able to come to the upper province? I think you're dreaming. That's right. There's no lack of powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and formation experts in the devil clans. They can repair the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province or set up a new one. At that time, they can easily invade the upper province. Do you really think there's no one in the devil clans? How naive. As the cruel news spread, the people in Sin City began to feel threatened. They felt it was not safe even if they stayed in the upper province. It was only a matter of time before the devil clans invaded the upper province. Now, I can only hope that there's another reason why the people from the upper province can't use the inter-province transportation formation to go to the lower province. Otherwise, not only will the lower province be doomed, but the upper province will be doomed as well. Just thinking about the human devil era is terrifying. I just hope that era never comes again. Just hearing about the devil clans makes me shudder. I don't want to fight them. If it's possible, I don't want to see them for the rest of my life. The atmosphere in the city of Sin gradually became stifling. It did not take long for the oppressive atmosphere to spread and sweep out in all directions. As time passed, The news had spread to half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, causing everyone in the upper province to feel threatened. Many people even made their way to the inter-province transportation formations to see if they could not return to the lower province. Duan Lingtian was one of them. For an entire month, Duan Lingtian had made his way to the inter-province transportation formations near Sin City at his fastest speed. He had even made his way to the inter-province transportation formations near Sin City. However, he received the same answer. It was true that the inter-province transportation formations could no longer send people to the lower province. Could it be that there's something wrong with the lower province's inter-province transportation formations? Did the devil clans really invade the lower province from the land of exile? Is the human devil era from hundreds of thousands of years ago really coming again? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about it. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became about the safety of his family and friends. However, there was nothing he could do no matter how worried he was. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Hualao, is there really no other way? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao bitterly. A few days ago, he had asked Hualao if there was a way to return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land without using the inter-province transportation formation. Hualao had given him an answer. Only after he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation would he be able to tear open the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province and enter the lower province before he ascended. However, it was not realistic for him to do that now. Even if he had a violet innate spiritual root, it would still take a long time for him to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone an indigo innate spiritual root. Distant water could not quench a present thirst. At that time, there would be no one left alive in the lower province. Chapter 21:10. Urgent. 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 At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was about to lose his mind. Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were also on the verge of losing their minds. Once the devil clans invaded the upper province, they might not even be able to survive. At that time, they could no longer just hide. Once the human devil era arrived, the devil clans would wreak havoc in every corner of the upper province like locusts. As humans, no matter where they hid, they would eventually be found. Damn it! How can there be creatures like the devil clans in this world? If it weren't for this incident, I wouldn't have known that devil cultivators originated from the devil clans. The human devil era and the devil clans are too terrifying. I really hope it's just a guess and the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province isn't destroyed. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in Sin City. As time passed, the people began to relax. Although they were still worried about the devil clans invading the upper province, they were no longer as worried as before. No matter what, the devil clans had not invaded the upper province yet. Moreover, it was just a guess. It was possible that the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province was not destroyed. However, due to some other reason, the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province could not be used to travel to the lower province. Naturally, even if all the guesses were true, there was nothing they could do now. They could only wait. It's useless to be anxious now. I can only hope it's just a guess and that the situation won't really happen. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart when he returned to Sin City. At the same time, he gradually calmed down. As time passed, the atmosphere in Sin City began to change. The originally anxious crowd gradually calmed down. Naturally, most of them only appeared calm on the surface, but they were still worried inwardly. However, with the influx of people from the major forces in Sin City, the atmosphere in Sin City became tense again. The people from the major forces came to Sin City to collect all kinds of resources. Their purpose for collecting supplies was also obvious. It was to prevent the devil clans from invading. They had to prepare a large amount of resources in advance so that they could defend their positions when the devil clans invaded. Before they ran out of resources, they could prepare for a battle with the invading devil clans. This was also the best choice. Recently, many people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism have come to collect resources from all over the city of Sin. They're even offering double the price of ordinary forces. The other forces have also increased their prices, but even so, no one is willing to sell their resources to them. That's right. Although it was still uncertain whether the demons would invade, it was still necessary to take precautions. At this time, only a fool would hand over the resources in his hands. In a restaurant in the city of Sin, many of the customers were in a heated discussion. Based on his words, he scoffed at the actions of the major forces including Zhuangzi Buddhism. Zhuangzi Buddhism? Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting by the window, could not help but narrow his eyes when he heard the discussion of the group of customers. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. When he heard the words Zhuangzi Buddhism, the first person he thought of was Elder Xiazong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, who had snatched his devil seal tablet away from him. Sometimes the world was just this simple. Excuse me, I just saw Elder Xiazong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism in the city earlier. A dringer's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing him to open his eyes immediately. There was a cold gleam in his eyes that was as cold as a blade. Xiazong was in Sin City? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had seen the hope of revenge. Xiazong? The son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism? Yes, that's him. Speaking of him, he's really lucky. I heard he went to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and snatched the Devil Seal Tablet from someone from the lower province. The Devil Seal Tablet can only deal with some devil cultivators in the past. However, if the devil clans invade the upper province, the Devil Seal Tablet will be very effective. It is said that the power displayed by the demon sealing tombstone when it was used to kill the devil race was much stronger than when it was used to kill ordinary devil cultivators. If sect leader Xiazong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism uses the Devil Seal Tablet, even a devil at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage won't be able to do anything to him. If the human devil era comes again, the Devil Seal Tablet will become the most useful Super Saint weapon among the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Even if it's not ranked in the top 3 of the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, it's destined to shine during the Human Devil era because of its ability to suppress devils. After the group of customers in the restaurant mentioned Xiazong, they shifted the topic to the Devil Seal Tablet, one of the 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. They did not change the topic for a long time. They had been talking about the Devil Seal Tablet for a long time. The Devil Seal Tablet? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he heard the customers mentioning the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was originally the Super Saint weapon in his possession. It was only because Xiazong had snatched it from him that he lost it. Xiazong, I heard you left Zhuangzi Buddhism and came to Sin City. Since you're here, don't even think about going back. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even colder. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. I can only hope the Devil Seal Tablet is still with him. If that's the case, I can kill him and take back the Devil Seal Tablet that belongs to me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, he knew it was impossible. After all, the Devil Seal Tablet was a Super Saint weapon. After Xiazong returned to Zhuangzi Buddhism, he had most likely passed it to his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 imperial kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The 4 imperial kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism were as famous as the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. All of them were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. However, it doesn't matter if the Devil Seal Tablet is with him or not. Since he came to Sin City and delivered himself to me, not only would I be letting myself down, but I would also be letting Elder Ku and the 10 black armored soldiers of the Azure Cloud Mansion down if I don't kill him. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified as he thought to himself. Then, Duan Lingtian paid the bill and left the restaurant. After he left the restaurant, he began to search for Xiazong's whereabouts. 15 minutes had passed, but he found nothing. Half an hour had passed, but he still found nothing. After an hour, he finally found Xiezong's whereabouts. Xiezong's cultivation base has already broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism, who's at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, is with him. Although he leaves him occasionally, he's not too far away. If you kill him directly, there's a high chance you'll succeed. However, it'll alert Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism, who's at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He might even kill you. Hualao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding Duan Lingtian not to act rashly. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian asked Duan Lingtian to investigate Xiezong and the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism who were near Xiezong, Duan Lingtian was anxious. He could hear the impatience in Duan Lingtian's tone. It was as though he could not wait to kill Xiezong. It's better for you to wait for the right time. Wait until they're further away from each other before you make a move. Hualao reminded Duan Lingtian again. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would act rashly and kill Xiezong. Don't worry, Hualao. Xiezong isn't worth my life. When Duan Lingtian heard Elder Hu's concern, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Third form of the Saint Celestial stage. According to Hualao, he's only at the early stage of the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Xiezong, it seems like you've been making no progress at all. Perhaps, even in your dreams, you've never imagined that the person who was like an ant in your eyes not long ago has the strength to kill you with just a blow. Just like what Duan Lingtian had said to Hualao, he did not think Xiezong was worth his life. However, in the next 2 hours, Duan Lingtian became more and more anxious when he saw Xiezong and the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage kept moving from place to purchase resources. Elder Duan Lingtian from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder keeps moving closer to Xiezong. He must be trying to protect Xiezong. Soon after, Duan Lingtian came to a conclusion. It seems like there's no point in waiting any longer. I have to take the initiative to attack. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not impulsive enough to make a move on Xiezong. He might be able to kill Xiezong in just one move. However, after he killed Xiezong, he would not be able to escape from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He would have to exhaust almost all of the Sun Saint energy in his body to kill Xiezong with the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even if he did not exhaust any of his Sun Saint energy, he would not be a match for Elder Duan Lingtian from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could kill Xiezong in just one move. Similarly, Elder Duan Lingtian from the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder would be able to kill him in just one move. I have to think of a way to lure Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism away or make Xiezong distance himself from Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism. That would give me a chance to kill him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he racked his brains to come up with a plan. I've got it. Heaven rewards those who work hard. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally came up with a plan. Chapter 21:11. Recently, news of the devil clans from the land of exile invading the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land had spread to the Black Kshetra sect. Moreover, news that the devil clans might invade the upper province at any time had spread to the Black Kshetra sect. Everyone in the Zhuangzi Buddhism was shocked when they learned about this. However, compared to the people in the upper province, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was much calmer. No matter what, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was one of the three great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was one of the strongest forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Ordinary people might be afraid of the devil clans and feel uneasy because of the appearance of the devil clans. However, to the people in the Zhuangzi Buddhism, although the devil clans were terrifying, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was not weak either. They could fight the devil clans with all their might. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, the Zhuangzi Buddhism, one of the strongest forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land, would become the last hope of mankind along with the other two great sects. Regardless of whether the devil clans would invade the upper province in the future, the Zhuangzi Buddhism was prepared to make a move as soon as possible. For this reason, the Zhuangzi Buddhism elders came to Sin City to purchase resources. Xiezong was one of the Zhuangzi Buddhism elders who came to Sin City. Humph! There are fewer and fewer people who are willing to sell resources to us. Xiezong, who was flying side by side with another black Kshetra sect's elder, said in a deep voice with a grave expression on his face. If it's me, we'll just kill those who refuse to sell their resources to us. If the devil clans invade the upper province in the future, the Zhuangzi Buddhism will be the main force. The sectless cultivators in Sin City are only a bunch of cannon fodder. It's a waste to leave the resources to them. Killing intent could be seen on Xiezong's face when he finished speaking. Elder Xiezong, even if that's the case, it'll be bad if we kill them. The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xiezong shook his head and said, no matter what, those people are sectless cultivators. In Sin City, sectless cultivators at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage don't care about the fights between sectless cultivators. However, if we, the Black Kshetra sect's elders, kill the sectless cultivators in Sin City, there's a 90% chance that they'll kill us. The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder had a solemn expression on his face. Elder Chu, are there so many sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City? Xiezong Chu Li Elder. I'm afraid the number of cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City is no less than our Zhuangzi Buddhism. Otherwise, do you think our Zhuangzi Buddhism would allow such a chaotic city to exist so close to our Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate? The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder who was walking next to Xiezong shook his head again. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. Xiezong was speechless when he heard this. The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to him was not an ordinary Zhuangzi Buddhism elder. He was a Zhuangzi Buddhism elder who was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Xiezong Chu believed the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder's words. At this moment, Xiezong and the other Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xiezong did not notice that someone was staring at them from afar. Far away, there was a person staring at them without blinking. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian, who wanted to kill Xiezong. Xiezong, an elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had entered the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only did he snatch the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, but he had also killed Xiezong's father's right-hand man, Elder Ku, and a group of black armored guards. At that time, Duan Lingtian had regarded Xiezong as his mortal enemy. Today, Duan Lingtian saw Xiezong again in Sin City. He was certain this was the best opportunity to kill Xiezong. Otherwise, he did not know when Xiezong would return to the Zhuangzi Buddhism. After all, the group of Zhuangzi Buddhism elders, including Xiezong, had been purchasing resources from all over Sin City in preparation for the devil clans from the land of exile who had invaded the upper province from the lower province. If Xiezong returned, he would not be able to leave the Zhuangzi Buddhism for the time being. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to miss this opportunity. I'll just have to wait for them to separate. As soon as they separate, I'll be able to carry out my plan. Duan Lingtian waited silently as he stared at Xiezong and Duan Lingtian from afar. As the strongest weapons specialist on Earth in his past life, Duan Lingtian's tracking ability was extraordinary. Although the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xiezong was a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he still did not notice Duan Lingtian spying on him. About 15 minutes later, perhaps, God had heard Duan Lingtian's thoughts. The Zhuangzi Buddhism elder next to Xiezong finally separated from him. At the same time, the distance between them increased. When the distance between them reached a certain distance, the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage would take the initiative to move closer to Xiezong. It was as though he was intentionally keeping a certain distance from Xiezong so Xiezong would not leave the range of his divine consciousness. Xiezong was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since Xiezong had come with him, it was only natural that he had to keep an eye on Xiezong. Otherwise, if something happened to Xiezong, he would not be able to bear the consequences even if he returned to the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Although he was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was like an ant in front of the Golden Lion King. This was because the Golden Lion King was a Zhuangzi Buddhism Karmapa, and all the Zhuangzi Buddhism Karmapa were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. This is the time. Soon after, Duanling Tian discovered there was quite a distance between them, so he immediately made a move as well. Naturally, when he made his move, his speed was neither too fast nor too slow. It was similar to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. So, soon after, Duanling Tian arrived near Xiezong. He flew past Xiezong when he was about 10 meters away. Duanling Tian's approach naturally attracted Xiezong's attention. However, when he saw Duanling Tian's speed, he did not even look at Duanling Tian. He thought Duanling Tian was only an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator who posed no threat to him. Whoosh! Just as Duanling Tian was about to pass by Xiezong, Duanling Tian suddenly raised his hand as though he had caught something. Then he came to an abrupt halt. Xiezong felt as though he was facing a formidable enemy when he saw Duanling Tian's actions. He immediately came to a halt and stared at Duanling Tian fiercely. He extended his divine consciousness in an attempt to probe Duanling Tian's cultivation base through Duanling Tian's soul. Early quintessential saint stage? Xiezong was relieved when he discovered Duanling Tian's cultivation base. He felt he had been overly cautious. A mere early quintessential saint stage powerhouse was not a threat to him at all. He didn't stop because of me. Xiezong shook his head when he saw Duanling Tian did not even look at him. He was about to leave when he saw Duanling Tian had come to a halt. At this moment, Azura Saber! Duanling Tian cried out in surprise. Xiezong's eyes lit up immediately. Azura Saber? Wasn't that one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Why would this early quintessential saint stage disciple suddenly say Azura Saber? Was there a reason behind this? Xiezong discovered something else. The early quintessential saint stage disciple who did not look at Xiezong initially glanced at his surroundings secretly after he cried out, Azura Saber. When he saw Xiezong, horror dawned on his face. Then he saw the Azura Saber. After taking a deep breath, the early quintessential saint stage disciple turned and headed west. He mentioned the Azura Saber first, and now he's heading west? He seemed to have raised his hand earlier. He must have received a voice transmission jade token. Could it be that the voice transmission jade token contains news about the Azura Saber? It said that the Azura Saber appeared in the western region some time ago. Now that he's heading to the western region, many thoughts appeared in Xiezong's mind at once. Let's follow him and see. Perhaps he really has news about the Azura Saber. If I can obtain the Azura Saber and give it to Father, I'm sure Father will be happy. A hint of greed flashed in Xiezong's eyes as he followed the early quintessential saint stage disciple whom he had his eyes on. The purple-clad young man had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was a handsome young man. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. Xiezong, who was following the purple-clad young man to the west, found the purple-clad young man's figure familiar. However, he could not recall where he had seen this person before. However, he was certain this person was not a stranger to him. He had never seen this purple-clad young man before. Otherwise, it was impossible for him not to recognize him. Elder Chu, I have something to attend to. I'll meet you later. As he followed the purple-clad young man, Xiezong sent a voice transmission to Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage through divine consciousness. Xiezong immediately left the detection range of Elder Chu's divine consciousness. He did not want Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, to know about the Azura Saber. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain the Azura Saber. Although Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism could not compare to his father in terms of status and strength in Zoroastrianism, Elder Chu was still a Saint Celestial stage disciple. However, the Black Kshetra sex elder had a Karmapa as well. If he gave the Azura Saber to the Karmapa, it would have nothing to do with him and his father. That was not what he wanted. Chapter 21:12. Chu Tanshang was the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder who had parted ways with Xiezong not long ago. His cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he was far away from Xiezong, his divine consciousness was constantly on Xiezong, keeping an eye on Xiezong's safety. If Xiezong was in danger, Chu Tanshang would immediately sense it and rush to Xiezong's side to save him. However, Chu Tanshang knew nothing about Xiezong's surroundings. This was because the focus of his divine sense was always on Xiezong. Only when Xiezong had any unusual movements would he be able to detect it. As for who appeared or what happened near Xiezong, as long as it did not affect Xiezong's safety, Chu Tanshang would not be alarmed, because he had no time to be distracted. Elder Chu, I have something to attend to. I'll meet you later. Suddenly, Xiezong's voice came through Chu Tanshang's divine sense, causing Chu Tanshang to be stunned. When Chu Tanshang regained his senses, he discovered Xiezong had left his divine consciousness. Xiezong had already left the detection range of his divine sense. Even if he spread out his divine sense at the right time and focused on the surrounding situation, he still did not discover Xiezong's whereabouts. Xiezong is really spoiled by the Golden Lion King. Doesn't he know that danger lurks everywhere in the city of sin? Chu Tanshang's expression darkened when he realized that even though he had extended his divine consciousness to search for Xiezong's whereabouts, he still could not find anything. I hope he's fine. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King will kill me when I return to the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Among the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King was the most hot-tempered one. None of those who died in the Golden Lion King's hands had a complete corpse. Let's continue searching. When Chu Tanshang thought about how terrifying the Golden Lion King was, he no longer had the mood to purchase resources. He began to search for Xiezong in Sin City. Unfortunately, he began his search in the east. When he couldn't find any trace of Xiezong in the east of Sin City, Xiezong had already left Sin City with the purple-clad young man and arrived at the west gate of Sin City. The Azura Saber. The reason Xiezong had set his eyes on the purple-clad young man and followed him out of Sin City was because of the purple-clad young man's cry of surprise. It made Xiezong realize that the purple-clad young man had obtained clues about the Azura Saber. The purple-clad young man had turned west in time. This confirmed Chu Tanshang's suspicion. For this reason, he had followed the purple-clad young man. His target was the Azura Saber, one of the 10 Super Saint weapons rankings 10 Super Saint weapons. The purple-clothed youth that Xiezong was staring at was none other than Duan was. It's a success. When Duan Ling Tian discovered he had successfully lured Xiezong out, he could not help but feel excited even though he was mentally prepared. Was he elders to kill? Was he's? Old was he was Buddhism, Xieli Dun En. Was Long's long. This was the only way he could be sure Xiezong would not be killed by Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism after he killed Xiezong. If he wanted Xiezong to leave Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism's side, he would need something that Xiezong was unwilling to share. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought about the Azura Saber. The Azura Saber was a Super Saint weapon. It was ranked on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. The reason Duan Lingtian brought it up was because he had heard a piece of news in Sin City some time ago. Not long ago, the Super Saint weapon, the Azura Saber, had appeared in the western region. Now, almost everyone in Sin City knew about this news. Since the Zhuangzi Buddhism was right next to Sin City, they must have heard about it as well. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Xiezong had heard about it as well. Therefore, he planned to use the Super Saint weapon, the Azura Saber, to lure Xiezong out of Sin City. He wanted Xiezong to leave Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism's side. Before they left Sin City, Hualao had informed Duan Lingtian that Xiezong had killed Xiezong. Xiezong had left Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism's side. Now that they had left Sin City, Duan Lingtian knew it was time for him to make his move. However, he was not in a hurry to make his move. Instead, he continued to head west. The further I go, the safer I'll be. This was Duan Lingtian's thought. Humph! Xiezong, you can only blame yourself for being too greedy even if you die today. There are only 10 Super Saint weapons in the Tao Martial Saint land. You're not satisfied with just one Super Saint weapon, and you want a second one? Duan Ling Tian snorted inwardly as he continued to head west. Do you really think you're favored by God? Duan Ling Tian knew very well that Xiezong was the one who had killed Xiezong. The reason Xiezong had followed him alone was because he wanted to take the Azura saber for himself. This time, he had taken advantage of one of the weaknesses in human nature to lure Xiezong out. At this moment, it seemed like Xiezong was an insatiable person. When they were about 10,000 miles away from Sin City, Duan Ling Tian finally came to a halt. He immediately mobilized the Sun Saint energy in his body and released it without holding back. Devouring Tactic. Duan Ling Tian instantly cast the divine ability, the Devouring Tactic, and caused the Sun Saint energy he released to form a whirlpool. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area. At the same time, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Ling Tian's body rose at a ridiculous speed. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, after casting the divine ability, the Devouring Tactic, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy had risen again. Although it did not rise to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was very close to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. After breaking through to the early quintessential Saint stage, my Sun Saint energy has risen a lot as well. Now, even if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword, ordinary powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage are no match for me with the various divine abilities and techniques I've mastered. Duan Ling Tian felt his body was filled with explosive energy when he sensed the Sun Saint energy in his body that had become extremely powerful after being enhanced by the divine ability, the Devouring Tactic. He could not wait to find someone and fight for 300 rounds. If I use the Jasper Celestial Sword, no one below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage is a match for me. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to escape death if I used the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian's confidence grew when he thought of this. It's just as well. I don't want Xiezong to die so easily. Now that I've broken through to the early quintessential Saint stage, I can slowly toy with him with the various divine abilities and techniques I have. I'm going to let him have a good taste of what regret and despair are like. When Duan Ling Tian recalled Elder Ku and the black armored army soldiers who were killed by Xiezong in such a domineering manner in the Azure Cloud Mansion, fury rose in his heart. It was as though a prairie fire was about to burst out at any moment. Huh? Why did he stop all of a sudden? What's he doing? Why does it feel like his energy has undergone such a huge change in just a blink of an eye? Did he cast an assist-type divine ability earlier? Xiezong, who had been tailing Duan Ling Tian, came to a halt when he saw Duan Ling Tian had stopped moving. Soon after, he noticed the strange movement in Duan Ling Tian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the purple-clad young man whose cultivation base was only at the early quintessential Saint stage, possessed energy that was even stronger than the Saint origin of an ordinary powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although it was not as strong as the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was not much different. Looks like this guy seems to have quite a few secrets on him. Even then, Xiezong did not feel any sense of danger. After all, even after Duan Ling Tian had cast all sorts of techniques, his strength was still weaker than his. Xiezong had not even cast any techniques yet. He was confident he could defeat Duan Ling Tian if he cast all his divine abilities. Xiezong. However, just as Xiezong was immersed in his thoughts, a thunderous voice rang out beside his ear. You're right. Xiezong found the voice familiar. It was as though he had heard it before. However, he could not recall where he had heard it from. When Xiezong regained his senses, he saw the purple-clad young man had turned around. He did not know when the purple-clad young man whom he had been tailing had turned around and soared through the clouds. He was standing not far away from Xiezong, staring at him. You noticed me? Xiezong's expression changed slightly when he realized Duan Ling Tian had noticed him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian seemed to know him. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian know his name? I intentionally lured you out. Do you think I wouldn't notice you were tailing me? Duan Lingtian said disdainfully as he stared at Xiezong coldly. You lured me out? Xiezong would have lived in vain if he still could not figure out what was going on when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had mentioned the Super Saint weapon, the Azura Saber, to lure him out. Xiezong's expression darkened as he looked around warily. He thought Duan Lingtian had other helpers since he did not think Duan Lingtian alone was a match for him. There's no need to look around. There's only the two of us here. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Xiezong was thinking when he saw Xiezong's reaction. He could not help but sneer. Chapter 21:13. It's just the two of us? Xiezong did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. He continued to look around. He extended his divine consciousness and probed every corner in the surroundings. It was as though he would not rest until he found the person hiding in the dark. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw Xiezong's actions. However, he did not say anything. His gaze gradually turned cold. Xiezong, who was being stared at, felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. After a shudder, he regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he could clearly feel the killing intent rising from Duan Lingtian's body. Who are you? Why did you lure me out? Xiezong asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he was still vigilant of his surroundings. He was afraid someone would appear from the side and attack him. Whether it was the figure or the voice of the purple-clad young man before him, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as though he had seen or heard of him before. However, he could not recall where he had seen or heard of him. He had no clue at all. However, he was certain that he had never seen this purple-clad young man before. At the very least, he had never seen this purple-clad young man's face. Moreover, he was certain there were no signs of disguise on this person's face. Due to this reason, he was extremely puzzled. Who was this purple-clad young man? Why did he lure him out? Why did it give him such a familiar feeling? Who am I? Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Xiezong's question. His laughter gradually became louder and louder. In the end, he laughed heartily as though he had gone mad. What are you laughing about? Duan Lingtian's laughter sent chills down Xiezong's spine. He immediately cried out, Brat, do you know who I am? I'm a Xian. I know you're an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. I also know your father is the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Before Xiezong could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian, who had stopped laughing, mercilessly interrupted him. If this is all you want to say to me, there's no need for you to do so. This is because I know everything about you. Otherwise, why didn't I lure others out but you? In the end, Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Xiezong as a mocking smile appeared on his face. You? Who are you? Xiezong's expression changed rapidly, and his tone became increasingly gloomy. At this time, even if he did not feel that the purple-clothed young man in front of him was a match for him, he still felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He thought that this sense of crisis was given to him by the purple-clothed young man's hidden helper. Therefore, his divine sense continued to extend and spread out as he continued to investigate the surroundings. Xiezong, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Who am I? Duan Lingtian's voice suddenly changed, and at the same time, the muscles on his face began to contort. In the end, in front of Xiezong, it was a completely different face. And this face was also his true appearance. Xiezong's pupils constricted abruptly when he saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance. His face was filled with astonishment and disbelief, and his throat trembled as if it was stuck in his throat, causing him to be unable to make a sound for a long time. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. When Duan Lingtian revealed his true appearance, Xiezong, naturally, recognized Duan Lingtian. Previously, he had snatched the Devil Seal Tablet, one of the 10 Great Super Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, from this person in front of him. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he would have killed him back then. Naturally, he did not kill Duan Lingtian back then because he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to achieve much even if he was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. When he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had used his divine consciousness to check Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. He was certain Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In his opinion, although a person with a yellow innate spiritual root was considered to have a high innate talent in the lower province, it was not worth mentioning in the upper province. He did not think Duan Lingtian was a threat, and he was worried killing Duan Lingtian, who was a nine-clawed dragon warrior, would bring trouble to himself. Due to this reason, he did not kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, how's this possible? How's it possible that it's you? Xiezong finally regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he could not help but gasp. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. His eyes shone with disbelief as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect this at all. After casting his divine ability, this purple-clad young man whose strength was almost on par with his was actually Duan Lingtian, whom he had met in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. In the past, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a light yellow innate spiritual root. Even if he came to the upper province from the lower province, he would only be at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. It would be difficult for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the quintessential saint stage, it would be difficult for him to make any more progress in the future. In the eyes of a saint celestial stage powerhouse like him, even if Duan Lingtian grew stronger in the future, he would still be an ant that was not worth mentioning and posed no threat to him at all. However, he had never expected that, in just 1 or 2 years, Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, who was like an ant in his eyes, had actually grown so strong that his strength was almost on par with him. Xiezong. Duan Lingtian ignored Xiezong's shock. He looked at Xiezong with an increasingly cold gaze. He said in a deep voice, "That day, after you killed Elder Ku of my Azure Cloud Mansion and took away my Devil Seal tablet, you went back on your word and said you wanted to kill everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, I swore in my heart that if I, Duan Lingtian, don't kill you in this lifetime, I'm not a man. Today, it's time for me to fulfill my oath." In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's voice was extremely cold. However, in the end, his voice was no longer cold. It was strangely calm. However, the murderous intent on his body continued to rise. Killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Ha 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 ha. When Xiezong heard Duan Lingtian's words and confirmed that there was no one hiding in the dark, he could not help but laugh maniacally. Duan Lingtian watched on calmly. After a short moment, Xiezong's laughter stopped, and he revealed a disdainful expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know what fortuitous encounter you obtained, to actually be able to walk to this step with such a lousy natural talent in the martial Dao in a short 1 or 2 years. However, do you really think you can defeat me now? Although Xiezong was shocked and in disbelief by Duan Lingtian's improvement in just 1 or 2 years, he knew he was already clear. However, he was clearly aware that what was done could not be undone. No matter how shocked he was, it was useless. For this reason, he managed to calm down. At the same time, he could faintly guess. Duan Lingtian must have relied on his current strength and the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to challenge him. With the strength Duan Lingtian currently displayed, it might be difficult for him to defeat Xiezong if he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. However, there was a high chance he could fight Xiezong to a draw. Even then, Xiezong was not afraid at all. He, Xiezong, was the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Apart from his strength, how could he not rely on anything else? If he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, I should be able to fight him to a draw at most. However, what's the harm in playing with him? When I'm tired of playing with him, I'll use the voice transmission jade token to inform Elder Chu to come over. Even if he's stronger than me, I won't be able to wait for Elder Chu to come over. If he really pushes me too far, I'll send him to hell with just a Dao talisman. When he thought up to here, Xiezong's heart calmed down, and he no longer had any fear towards Duanling Tian. You'll find out soon enough whether I've defeated you or not, Duanling Tian said nonchalantly. At the same time, his body suddenly jolted. In just a blink of an eye, vast and majestic sun, saint energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body and transformed into a pair of flaming wings on his back. The wings were extremely realistic. The flaming wings seemed to raise the temperature of the air by a few degrees. Golden Crow's wings. This was the movement divine ability Duanling Tian had cast. To be more precise, it was a high-grade movement divine ability. You're the prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Duanling Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian cast his movement divine ability and formed a pair of Golden Crow's wings on his back, Xiezong, who was looking at Duanling Tian with disdain, cried out in surprise. If one listened carefully, they would be able to tell that Xiezong's voice was trembling. Xiezong's voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Upon seeing this, Xiezong recalled the assist-type divine ability that Duanling Tian had cast earlier. He could not help but recall the new prodigy of Zoroastrianism who had recently become famous in the Dao martial saint land. Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was a prodigy of Zoroastrianism who had recently risen to prominence. Not long after his rise to prominence, he had defeated Buhong and replaced him as the second prodigy of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. When Duanling Tian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism, became famous, news of him mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land, shocking everyone. It was not unusual for a powerhouse from the older generation to master 4 high-grade divine abilities. However, as a prodigy of Zoroastrianism, Duanling Tian, who was one of the younger generation of Zoroastrianism, had mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. This was extremely rare in the history of the Dao martial saint land. For this reason, news of Duanling Tian mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities had spread in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. Xiezong, who was from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had also heard about it. Golden Crow's wings. Chapter 21:14. When Xiezong saw Duanling Tian casting the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, he instantly confirmed his other identity. He was the second heavenly pride of Zoroastrianism, Duanling Tian. Although he had seen the portrait of the Duanling Tian from Zoroastrianism, Xiezong did not recognize Duanling Tian. The appearance of that Duanling Tian was different from the appearance of the current Duanling Tian, as well as the appearance of the Duanling Tian just now. Moreover, the people of Zoroastrianism also confirmed that Duanling Tian was not in disguise. However, after witnessing Duanling Tian use a mysterious secret technique to disguise himself, he could easily guess that Duanling Tian had also changed his appearance when he was in Zoroastrianism. However, he still used the name Duanling Tian. I didn't expect you to recognize me as the Duanling Tian from Zoroastrianism with just 2 divine abilities. Hearing Xiezong's exclamation, Duanling Tian knew that Xiezong recognized him as the Duanling Tian from Zoroastrianism. Eating alone, he did not show too much surprise. After all, he had already displayed 2 divine abilities in front of Xiezong. At this time, if Xiezong still did not connect him with the Duanling Tian from Zoroastrianism, it would mean that Xiezong was too ignorant or slow to react. Of course, the reason why Xiezong only reacted now was because the news that the Duanling Tian from Zoroastrianism was a 9-clawed dragon warrior was only circulated within Zoroastrianism. It was not widely circulated outside. In fact, this news had also spread from Zoroastrianism. However, because not many people outside believed it, it did not spread, let alone to the Zhuangzi Buddhism of the central region. The reason they did not believe it was because the identity of a 9-clawed dragon warrior was too illusory. To the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land, a nine-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence. It was elusive, and one could only dream of it but not reach it. For this reason, Xiezong did not know that the Duan Lingtian from Zoroastrianism knew how to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Otherwise, he would have already confirmed it. The Duan Lingtian from Zoroastrianism was Duan, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, whom he had snatched the Devil Seal tablet away from. You didn't expect this, and neither did I. Xiezong's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "If I knew you would grow to such an extent, I wouldn't have held back in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province." Hold back? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Xiezong's words. Xiezong, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't kill me because you were afraid of my identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior, right? Of course, you must also think that with my innate talent in the martial Dao, I'll never be able to catch up to you. If that's not the case, would you have shown me mercy? What a joke! Duan Lingtian's words had exposed Xiezong's thoughts, causing Xiezong's face to turn green and pale. Now, are you regretting not killing me? When Duan Lingtian saw the changes in Xiezong's expression, he continued to say, "Are you thinking that if you had killed me back then, I wouldn't have grown to this stage today? It's a pity that there's no medicine for regret in this world. Today I, Duan Lingtian, will fulfill the oath I made to kill you, Xiezong, to avenge Elder Ku, and to avenge the 10 black armored army soldiers of my Azure Cloud Mansion." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his voice was as loud as a clap of thunder. At the same time, he revealed his desire for revenge. Regret. Duan Lingtian's words caused Xiezong to regain his senses. After he regained his senses, he was stunned for a moment before he sneered. Duan Lingtian, don't you think you've overestimated yourself? I admit that you're quite strong. When he discovered Xiezong's speed was on par with his, he immediately transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had transformed from a human into a monster with a human head and a dragon's body. This was the form of a nine-clawed dragon warrior. There's no need for me to hide my strength anymore. I'll let Xiezong know what despair is. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian no longer held back as he activated his strength as a nine-clawed dragon warrior. At this moment, apart from the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian had used all the techniques he had at his disposal. He no longer held back. Before Duan Lingtian transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, his speed was already on par with Xiezong. However, now that he had transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Lingtian's speed had increased to another level. He had completely surpassed Xiezong's speed. Xiezong! Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted as he charged towards Xiezong at an even faster speed. He was getting closer and closer to Xiezong. Damn it! After witnessing Duan Lingtian's speed, Xiezong knew he would not be able to gain an advantage in terms of speed. For this reason, he did not continue to move. Instead, he came to a halt. After he came to a halt, he raised his hand and a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear shook, causing the air to tremble. Ripples began to spread in all directions. Along with the ripples, an extremely sharp aura could be felt. This aura was not something an ordinary saint weapon would possess. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect Xiezong, a mere Zhuangzi Buddhism elder at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, would possess 1,000 inscription saint weapon. However, when he thought about Xiezong's other identity, he felt relieved. It was not difficult for the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, to obtain 1,000 inscription saint weapon for his son. I didn't expect you to be able to recognize 1,000 inscription saint weapon. Xiezong smirked. He shook the long spear in his hand as terrifying Saint Origin surged out. At this moment, all the martial tactics, divine abilities, and 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon that Xiezong had mastered exploded. Xiezong attacked with all his might. Boom! When the long spear swept out, a thunderous sound reverberated in the sky. It seemed to drown out all other sounds in the world. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a short-lived sword cry resonated in the air as a sword ray shot out toward the Thousand Inscriptions Saint's spear. When Duanling Tian made his move, Xiezong saw a sword ray that flashed for a moment before it entered his eyes. Thousand Inscriptions Saint's sword. With his spiritual eyes, it was easy for Xiezong to see how extraordinary Duanling Tian's sword was. When he sensed the aura on it was similar to his Thousand Inscriptions Saint spear, he knew it was a Thousand Inscriptions Saint sword. Initially, Xiezong thought he had the upper hand in terms of saint weapons. However, when he saw Duanling Tian using the Thousand Inscriptions Saint sword, his expression changed drastically. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air as the Thousand Inscriptions Saint sword and the Thousand Inscriptions Saint spear collided. The energy contained in the two weapons clashed with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms. However, compared to the sound of metal colliding, the sound was like the buzzing of a mosquito. PFFF. After a while, Xiezong finally fell into a disadvantageous position. He was affected by the aftershock of the collision and flew out like an arrow from a bow. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of black and red blood. The blood splattered in the air. It was dazzling. Chapter 21:15. The battle between Duanling Tian and Xiezong happened in the blink of an eye. It was also this lightning-fast exchange that allowed them to determine the winner in just a moment. Duanling Tian's strength completely crushed Xiezong. It was an absolute suppression. I haven't used my offensive divine ability yet. When Duanling Tian's next words entered the ears of Xiezong, who had been blasted away by the remaining force and was in an extremely sorry state, he was so angry that his body trembled, and he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Duanling Tian's words were undoubtedly a huge blow to Xiezong, making him very angry. Without using any offensive divine ability, he was already forced to such a state. If he used an offensive divine art, wouldn't he be able to kill him in the blink of an eye? Whoosh! After flying for a distance, Xiezong finally stabilized his sorry figure. At the same time, his pale face turned completely gloomy. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Duanling Tian, do you really think that you're stronger than me and that you're going to defeat me today? What? You want to send out a voice transmission jade slip and ask for help? Hearing Xiezong's words, Duanling Tian smiled contemptuously, as if he could see through Xiezong's thoughts. At the same time, he acted as if he didn't care at all. In fact, Duanling Tian didn't really care. With his strength that completely crushed Xiezong, even if Xiezong sent out the sound transmission jade slip, before the person that Xiezong sent out the request for help received the sound transmission jade slip, he would have already killed Xiezong. By the time the person Xiezong had asked for help arrived, he had already disappeared. Don't forget about the minor-major mirror image talisman. At this moment, Duanling Tian heard Hualao's voice. Hualao reminded him. After killing Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Duanling Tian returned to Sin City and studied the Dao talismans in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Through Hualao's confirmation, he also learned that the talisman that had exposed his identity to the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was the minor-major mirror image talisman. Don't worry. Upon hearing Hualao's reminder, Duanling Tian nodded and said, Before I kill him, I'll take out the minor mirror image talisman that might be on him. I'm not in a hurry to kill him. I want to ravage him slowly and let him die in despair again and again. In the end, Duanling Tian's tone became colder and colder, as if it could make people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The enmity of Elder Ku, the enmity of the Black Armored Army, the enmity of stealing the Devil Seal tablet. He would not let this go. The minor-major mirror image talisman was further divided into the minor mirror image talisman and the major mirror image talisman. Once the person who carried the minor mirror image talisman was killed or activated, or used the minor mirror image talisman, The minor mirror image talisman would record the person's recent experiences to the major mirror image talisman. At that time, as long as the major mirror image talisman was crushed, the person would be able to see the images. Xiezong, an elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, it was impossible for someone like him to not have a minor mirror image talisman. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. Before he killed Xiezong, he would injure him severely and take the minor mirror image talisman from him before he killed him. However, would Duan Lingtian be able to do as he wished? I don't have to look for help. I alone am enough to kill you. Xiezong smiled coldly in the face of Duan Lingtian's disdain. Whoosh! As soon as Xiezong finished speaking, he raised his hand and a talisman that shone with a purple light appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, one would see it was a Dao talisman. It was not that the Dao talisman was purple, but it looked like a purple Dao talisman when it was surrounded by purple lightning bolts and thunderbolts. As soon as the Dao talisman appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area was pushed away. In just a blink of an eye, the air in the area seemed to have been sucked away. The violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman. As soon as Xiezong took out the Dao talisman, Duan Lingtian recognized the Dao talisman immediately. Horror dawned on his face immediately. When he was learning about Dao talismans in Sin City, Duan Lingtian had also learned about the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman. He knew the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman was a powerful offensive Dao talisman that could only be drawn by a quasi-celestial grade Dao talisman master. The violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman was said to be able to kill anyone below the 4th form of the saint celestial stage. It did not matter if it was a human or a saint beast. Those whose cultivation base had not broken through to the 4th form of the saint celestial stage or above would be killed. Even a powerhouse at the 4th form of the saint celestial stage would be severely injured by the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman even though it would not kill them. Moreover, it would be a life-threatening injury. Usually, only powerhouses at the 5th form of the saint celestial stage or above would be able to withstand the power of the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman. Ha ha! Xiezong burst out laughing when he saw the horror on Duan Lingtian's face and heard Duan Lingtian's exclamation. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to recognize the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman, Xiezong said coldly. Based on his words, it was obvious he was surprised Duan Lingtian, a country bumpkin from the lower province, recognized the Dao talisman from the upper province. The violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman was given to him by his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Duan Lingtian, you didn't die in vain after being killed by the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman. Xiezong said again before Duan Lingtian could reply. The moment his words left his mouth, he raised his hand and threw the Dao talisman that was surrounded by purple lightning and thunderbolts at Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and was about to shout, "Activate." However, once he shouted the word, "Activate," the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman would transform into a powerful force and sweep toward Duan Lingtian. It would devour and kill Duan Lingtian. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. At this moment, Xiezong opened his mouth. Whoosh! At this critical moment, before Xiezong shouted the word, "Activate," the short-lived sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air again. This time, another flash of sword light appeared in front of Xiezong. This sword isn't the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. It's even more powerful than the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. This was Xiezong's last thought. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a terrifying bloody hole appeared between his brows before he could even react. Spurt! The sound of a sharp sword piercing flesh and bone resonated in the air. The speed of sound was slower than the speed of light after all. Xiezong, who was spurting blood from the hole between his brows, finally fell to the ground. His mouth remained open, but he could no longer make a sound. Oh no! At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had killed Xiezong with the Jasper Celestial Sword, had a slight change of expression on his face. This was because he could clearly sense the Tao Talisman's fluctuation on Xiezong's body. Minor Mirror Image Talisman. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Tao Talisman on Xiezong's body must have been the Minor Mirror Image Talisman when Xiezong died. Since the Minor Mirror Image Talisman had been depleted, it must have transmitted the scene to the Major Mirror Image Talisman that was paired with it. The Major Mirror Image Talisman must be in the hands of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. It's too late. At this point, Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it, even though he was afraid. He could not afford to be careless in the situation earlier. There was no time for him to retrieve the Minor Mirror Image Talisman from Xiezong. If Xiezong had shouted, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would have been activated. The force that could kill anyone below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage would have swept toward Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, even if Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, and used all his defensive techniques, he would not have been able to block the force. He could only barely block the force of the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman by activating the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. However, if he did that, he would be drained of all his strength. Even if he managed to block the force of the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, he would not be able to fight Xiezong if he was drained of all his strength. Although Duan Lingtian had activated the Jasper Celestial Sword at the critical moment, he did not wait for Xiezong to activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Instead, he killed Xiezong before he could activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. The entire process seemed smooth, but it made Duan Lingtian tremble with fear. This was because he had taken a huge risk by doing that. If he had activated the Jasper Celestial Sword and used the sword-wielding technique from the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword to kill Xiezong, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would have been activated. At that time, he would have perished together with Xiezong. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Fortunately, Xiezong was too slow. After Duan Lingtian regained his senses and calmed himself down, he put the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman into his spatial ring. From now on, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would be his trump card. It was so powerful that it was comparable to the Jasper Celestial Sword when he activated it with all his might. Kualao, help me devour his innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not forget to contact Kualao and ask him to devour Xiezong's innate spiritual root. As the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xiezong possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Naturally, it was only a light blue innate spiritual root. Although such an innate spiritual root was only a drop in the bucket compared to Duan Lingtian's indigo innate spiritual root, it was still better than nothing. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was delighted after devouring Xiezong's innate spiritual root. I wonder if the Devil Seal tablet is still in his hands. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took Xiezong's spatial ring from Xiezong's corpse and performed ownership claim on it before he looked inside. Chapter 21:16. In Xiezong's spatial ring, there were piles of high-grade saint stones and all kinds of items. Duan Lingtian was dazzled when he saw them. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes were soon attracted by an item in the corner. The Devil Seal tablet. The item that attracted Duan Lingtian's attention was a stone tablet with a missing corner lying quietly in the corner of Xiezong's spatial ring. It was the great saint weapon that he dreamed of obtaining. The Devil Seal tablet. When Duan Lingtian saw the Devil Seal tablet, he was surprised and overjoyed. Xiezong did not give the Devil Seal tablet to the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 imperial kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, when he snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him. This was something he did not expect. I didn't expect the Devil Seal tablet to come back just like that. Duan Lingtian took the Devil Seal tablet out with just a thought in his mind. He reached out and touched it gently. He was so excited that he could not calm down for a long time. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. At the same time, he put the Devil Seal tablet away. If the Devil clans really invade the Dao Martial Saint land, the Devil Seal tablet will become a nightmare for the Devil clans. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. After learning about the land of exile and the Devil clans, it was very likely that the Devil clans would invade the Dao Martial Saint land again. Duan Lingtian missed the Devil Seal tablet that Xiezong had snatched away. The power that the Devil Seal tablet displayed when facing the Devil clans was much stronger than when facing ordinary Devil cultivators. However, I still hope that it's just a guess. The Devil clans didn't invade the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If the Devil clans really invaded the Dao Martial Saint land, it would mean that the people in the lower province would be plunged into misery and suffering. His family and friends would be affected as well. This was not something he wanted to see. He only hoped that his family, his friends and family, could all live safely and peacefully. It's time to go back. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian snapped back to reality. With a lift of his hand, a gush of vast Sun Saint energy swept out and turned Xiezong's body into dust before he returned to Sin City. Along the way, Duan Lingtian transformed from a 9-clawed dragon warrior back to his human form. He even put on a new face that he had never seen before. This time, Duan Lingtian's disguised face was not as handsome as before. It looked very ordinary. He was the type that could not be found in a crowd. I'm sure the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, knows about Xiezong's death. I'm afraid he's on his way to Sin City right now. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. However, he was not worried. He was very confident in his disguise. Even if the Golden Lion King stood in front of him, he would not be able to tell he was the one who killed Xiezong. However, I'm sure the Golden Lion King will be able to figure out my true identity from the images he saw. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. Previously, after Xiezong snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him and returned to the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he must have mentioned him to his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Golden Lion King must have known he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, the Golden Lion King would have seen his true appearance through the mirror image talisman. I hope the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province won't be able to send people back to the lower province for a while. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King will definitely vent his anger on my family to avenge his son. At this moment, Duan Lingtian hoped the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province would continue to be ineffective and would not be able to send people back to the lower province for a while. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King would definitely go to the lower province and look for trouble with his family and friends after learning about his background. That was not something he wanted to see. It was just as Duan Lingtian thought. When Xiezong was killed by Duan Lingtian, in the mountains not far from Sin City, in the depths of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate, an earth-shattering roar that sounded like a lion's roar resonated in the air. Zong-er! Apart from anger, there was only anger in this earth-shattering roar. Boom! In the depths of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate, a room in a standalone mansion collapsed with a loud bang. Dust filled the air as a tall and muscular figure shot out from the room. The figure belonged to an old man who was 2 meters tall. His white hair stood on end, making him look like a lion's head. Apart from that, he had a pair of thick eyebrows, a pair of eyes that were as large as gongs, and a white beard that covered his face. He hovered in the air as a terrifying aura swept out from his body, causing the air around him to stagnate. This old man was none other than the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was also one of the strongest powerhouses in the Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage was also known as the Heaven-Defying form. If there were no accidents, one would live as long as heaven and earth. The Golden Lion King was only a title. The Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had another name. Xiekong Sun. Zong-er. At this moment, Xiekong Sun, The Golden Lion King, who was trembling violently, was looking at his open palm as he muttered to himself. In the center of his palm was a pile of fragments. These were the fragments of his son, Xiezong's, soul pearl after it shattered. This meant his son, Xiezong, had been killed. With a raise of his hand, a Dao talisman appeared in the Golden Lion King's hand. The Dao talisman was a mirror image talisman. It was the major mirror image talisman from the minor major mirror image talisman. This major mirror image talisman was a pair with the minor mirror image talisman that his son, Xiezong, possessed. As soon as Xiekong Sun crushed the major mirror image talisman, a series of images appeared before his eyes. In the scene, his son, Xiezong, appeared, and a violet-clothed young man appeared along with him. Xiekong soon saw the purple-clad young man's face contorted before it transformed into another face. Based on the shape of his son and the purple-clad young man's lips, Xiekong Sun could roughly deduce what they were talking about. He's the person from the lower province whose devil seal tablet was snatched away by my son. At the same time, Xiekong Sun had also learned about the identity of the purple-clad young man in the video after he roughly understood the sequence of events. It was none other than the young mansion master of the Debussy subterranean Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. The grade saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in his son's hand was taken from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy from Zoroastrianism who has recently risen to prominence. Soon after, Xiekong Sun's expression turned grave. He did not expect the person whose Devil Seal Tablet was snatched away by his son was Duan Ling Tian, the second strongest prodigy from Zoroastrianism who had recently become famous in the upper province. Both of them were the same person. He did not expect this at all. Following that, the images before his eyes continued to change. Xiekong Sun witnessed how his son was killed even though he had taken out the Z Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Xiekong Sun's expression turned grave immediately. The atmosphere in the surroundings seemed to have frozen at this moment. In the next moment, waves of terrifying killing intent rose from Xiekong Sun's body. Flames of hatred could be seen burning in the depths of his eyes. It was as though a prairie fire was about to burst out at any moment. That sword is much more powerful than his 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Its speed is so fast that even the mirror image talisman can't capture it. It must be the Traceless Sword, one of the 10 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Xiekong Sun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He began to recall the images that he had seen earlier. The images seemed to have taken root in his mind and were difficult to erase. For this reason, he was certain the sword Duan Ling Tian had used was extraordinary. He guessed it was the Traceless Sword, one of the 2 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. I should be right. The Traceless Sword is known as the Traceless Sword. As Xiekong Sun muttered to himself, the killing intent on his body rose even more. The flames of fury in the depths of his eyes grew even more intense. It seemed as though it could burn everything. Zonger, don't worry. I'll go find Duan Ling Tian and kill him to avenge you. When the people in the surroundings heard the commotion and rushed towards Xiekong Sun's residence, Xiekong Sun's body moved and disappeared into the void. He immediately left the Xuanzi Buddhism. After leaving the Xuanzi Buddhism, he made his way to Sin City. Duan Ling Tian, how dare you kill my son? You'll die for sure. As Xiekong Sun traveled, the flames of fury in his heart grew even more intense. It did not seem like it was going to subside at all. In his heart, Xiekong Sun thought to himself that Duan Ling Tian from the lower province was already a dead man. In Sin City, Duan Ling Tian, who had guessed the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Xuanzi Buddhism, would be coming soon, found another inn to stay in after he returned. Hualao, do you have any secret technique that allows you to change your body shape? Duan Ling Tian immediately asked Hualao after he had checked in. Although he could disguise himself without leaving any traces, he could not change his appearance. However, his body shape would not change. If the Golden Lion King from Zhuangzi Buddhism remembered his body shape through the major mirror image talisman, it would be possible for the Golden Lion King to recognize him. There were many people with similar body shapes as him. Chapter 21:17. The secret technique to change one's physique is related to the transformation of one's bones. It's the work of a celestial. Elder Hu's calm reply mercilessly extinguished the flame of hope that was ignited in Duan Ling Tian's heart. The meaning behind Elder Hu's words was very simple. Although there were secret techniques to change one's physique, Duan Ling Tian was not capable of mastering it. Only a celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to a Devata realm was capable of such a technique. It seems like I have no choice but to think of another way, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian temporarily left the inn and went to get a few sets of large black robes. They were all black robes with a hood that could completely cover his entire body and completely cover his body. If I wear these robes, let alone the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, even father and mother won't be able to recognize me based on my physique. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved as he looked at the large black robes in his hands. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's tensed heart finally relaxed. Although Duan Ling Tian appeared calm on the surface when he learned Xiezong had used the minor mirror image talisman, he could not help but feel pressured. This pressure came from Xiezong's father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Golden Lion King's cultivation base was at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his current strength, Duan Ling Tian would definitely die if such a person came to look for him. Duan Ling Tian finally felt relieved after he had made various preparations. With my disguise and the long robes, even the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism won't be able to recognize me if I'm fully armed. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved when he thought of this. After calming down, he recalled the scenes that he had experienced today. He had lured Xiezong out of Sin City and killed him before Xiezong could activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. After Xiezong's death, Duan Ling Tian had taken back the Devil Seal tablet that belonged to him. Up until now, Duan Ling Tian still felt as though he was dreaming when he recalled all of this. When Xiezong came to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he treated me like an ant with his tyrannical strength. At that time, I was as weak as an ant in front of him. Duan Ling Tian recalled the time when Xiezong came to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. At that time, Xiezong was extremely powerful. Under Xiezong's threat, Duan Ling Tian had no other choice but to hand. Duan Ling Tian's heart was still vivid. Apart from that, after he killed Elder Ku, he went back on his words and said he would kill everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion apart from those who are close to me. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was furious and aggrieved when Xiezong went back on his word. Of course, there was more of a deep sense of helplessness. Even if Xiezong went back on his word, Duan Ling Tian did not have the ability to stop Xiezong. He could only secretly swear in his heart that he would treat Xiezong as his mortal enemy. Now that I've come to the upper province after 2 years, I've fulfilled the oath that I secretly swore. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned misty as he muttered, Elder Ku, I've already killed Xiezong and avenged you. You can rest in peace now. Also, my 10 brothers from the Black Armored Army, this incompetent young mansion master has also avenged all of you. All of you can rest in peace now. After muttering to himself, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Xiezong, I'm sure you didn't expect me to kill you so easily until the moment you died, right? Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian thought about Xiezong whom he had killed today. Today, he had killed Xiezong with the Jasper Celestial Sword when Xiezong thought he could turn the tables with the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. From the beginning until the end, Xiezong did not even have time to react before he was killed by Duan Ling Tian. It's a pity I didn't let Xiezong die in despair. Xiazong was killed by Duan Lingtian with just one strike. Perhaps he did not feel despair until the moment he died. After all, Xiazong thought he could turn the tables when he took out the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt a wave of pity again. No matter what, he's dead now. The enmity between us can be considered to have come to an end. After he died, not only did he give me the Devil Seal Tablet, but he also gave me the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he raised his hand and took out the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Upon closer inspection, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman looked like an ordinary Dao Talisman. However, with the surrounding purple lightning and thunderbolts, the Taoist talisman appeared extremely extraordinary. It faintly emitted waves of terrifying aura as though it could destroy everything. When Duan Lingtian took out the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman to study it, whoosh, a tall figure with terrifying speed entered Sin City and looked for Chu Tanshang, a Xuanzi Buddhism elder. Chu Tanshang was none other than the Xuanzi Buddhism elder who was with Xiazong today. He was also the leader of the group of Xuanzi Buddhism elders who came to Sin City to purchase resources for Xuanzi Buddhism. Lord Karmapa. Chu Tanshang's expression changed drastically when he saw the Golden Lion King, Xiakong Sun, who was exuding a murderous aura. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. The Golden Lion King had left Xuanzi Buddhism and come to Sin City. He didn't believe that the Golden Lion King was just here to relax. Slap. Faced with Chu Tanshang's respectful greeting, Xiakong Sun's response was a resounding slap across his face. Half of Chu Tanshang's face swelled up. He was stunned, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Did something happen to Xiazong? Chu Tanshang's heart trembled. At this moment, he could clearly feel the Golden Lion King's towering rage. My son, Xiazong, was lured out of Sin City and killed by this person. Right at this moment, the Golden Lion King, Xiakong Sun, raised his hand, and a blank drawing paper appeared in his hand. Then, he took out a brush and drew a picture of a young man. This is... Looking at the portrait that Xiakong Sun drew on the spot, Chu Tanshang felt that the young man in the portrait looked familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before. This person is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. His name is Duan Lingtian. Xiakong Sun's words made Chu Tanshang realize who he was. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province was Duan Lingtian. Chu Tanshang finally remembered. Duan Lingtian was the lucky person who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. However, the Devil Seal Tablet was taken away by Elder Xiazong of Xuanzi Buddhism. So, it's him. At this moment, Chu Tanshang finally understood why he found the young man's portrait familiar. It was because he had seen the portrait of the young man that had been passed down from the lower province to the upper province. Apart from being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, he has another identity. He's also the newly risen second prodigy of Zoroastrianism. Xiakong Sun continued to say coldly, causing Chu Tanshang to feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Gasp! Chu Tanshang was stunned when he heard Xiakong Sun's words. Then, he gasped and asked in disbelief, Lord Karmapa, are you sure? I've seen the drawing of Duan Lingtian, the Zoroastrianism prodigy, before. He seems different from the person in the drawing. When Duan Lingtian, the Zoroastrianism prodigy, became famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, his drawing had also spread among the major forces, including the Xuanzi Buddhism. Chu Tanshang had seen the drawing of Duan Lingtian, the second prodigy of Zoroastrianism prodigy. For this reason, he questioned Xiakong Sun. Duan Lingtian knows a disguising secret tactic that allows him to distort the muscles on his face without the help of any external force. It's impossible to detect such a disguise at all. It's impossible to detect him, Xiakong Sun replied coldly when he heard Chu Tanshang's question. Although Chu Tanshang had only seen Duan Lingtian's disguise through the mirror image talisman as a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, who stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Chu Tianshang could see how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's disguising technique was. There's such a disguising technique? Chu Tianshang was shocked. After he regained his senses, he could not help but sigh. Even the people from the fire worship sect wouldn't have imagined that the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect, Duan Lingtian, is the lucky person from the lower province who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Make multiple copies of this drawing and distribute them to all the members of the Zhuangzi Buddhism prodigy in Sin City. If you have any information about this person, report it to me immediately. This person is skilled in disguising himself. Even if it's someone with a similar body, report it to me. Xie Kong soon ordered coldly as he looked at Chu Tianshang calmly. Yes. Chu Tianshang replied respectfully. Then, he left with the portrait to look for the other elders of the Black Kshetra sect in Sin City. Although he still had many questions, he did not dare to ask Xie Kong Sun any further. I'm afraid Sin City won't be peaceful for a while, Chu Tianshang thought to himself after he left. Based on the words of the Golden Lion King, the Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism prodigy, Chu Tianshang could tell the Golden Lion King was worried about Sin City. Chapter 21:18. It's said that the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman can only be inscribed by a quasi-celestial grade Dao talisman master. In the upper province, quasi-celestial grade Dao talisman masters are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the Dao talisman in his hand that was surrounded by purple lightning and thunderbolts. The Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism must have spent a lot of effort to obtain this Dao talisman for his son, Xiezong, to protect himself. It's a pity Xiezong didn't even have the time to activate the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman before he was killed by me. If the Golden Lion King saw what happened through the mirror image talisman, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Hermf! Somewhere in Sin City, after Chu Tianshang, the elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, left, the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, who was one of the four kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, snorted coldly. His expression darkened immediately. The violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman actually fell into Duan Lingtian's hands just like that. When Xie Kong Sun thought about how the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman that he had painstakingly obtained had fallen into the hands of the person who killed his son, he could not help but feel depressed and aggrieved. He felt as though his lungs were about to explode from anger. Duan Lingtian, no matter where you hide, I, Xie Kong Sun, will hunt you down and tear you into pieces to avenge my son. Xie Kong Sun muttered to himself as killing intent surged from his body. It shocked the sectless cultivators who were passing by, afraid they would be caught in the crossfire. During this period of time, many sectless cultivators were killed on the streets of Sin City. The sectless cultivators who were killed all shared a common trait. Their physiques were very similar to each other. In fact, they were 80% similar. None of them are Duan Lingtian. The person who killed these rogue cultivators was none other than one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King Xie Kong Sun. Although Xie Kong Sun had killed many people in Sin City recently, none of the sectless cultivators at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City stepped forward to stop him. This puzzled many of the rogue cultivators in the city of Sin. Another person died a few days ago. That Golden Lion King from Zhuangzi Buddhism is too arrogant. Similar voices could be heard everywhere in the city of Sin. After a period of time, a group of loose practitioners in the city of Sin also heard that one of the four great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, had come to the city of Sin. It said that the Golden Lion King is searching for the person who killed his son, Xiezong. As long as it's someone whose body shape is more than 80% similar to the person who killed his son, he'll kill them all. Killing people based on body size? Was the Golden Lion King blind? Don't tell me he only remembers the body size of the person who killed his son but not the person's appearance. It seems like the person who killed the Golden Lion King's son knows a mysterious disguising technique. He can change his appearance at will, and it's impossible to detect him with divine consciousness. If that's the case, it's normal for the Golden Lion King to do this. I've long heard that the Golden Lion King had a son at an old age and doted on him a lot. It seems like it's true. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the city of Sin. Currently, everyone knew that the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had been killed and that the Golden Lion King had come to seek revenge. Above the clouds in the sky above Sin City. Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, stood with his hands on his back. He was tall and sturdy, and he looked like an iron tower hovering in the air. He was as immovable as a mountain, emitting an oppressive aura. Could it be that he's no longer in Sin City? Xiekong Sun muttered to himself with a frown on his face. During this period of time, the number of people who had died at his hands was close to 100. All of these people had bodies that resembled Duan Lingtian, who had killed his son. However, none of them were Duan Lingtian. It's almost time to meet those people. Xiekong Sun's expression darkened when he thought of this. The people he was referring to were sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. Previously, when Xiekong Sun first arrived in Sin City, he had visited the sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. After paying a certain price, he obtained their permission. He was allowed to kill sectless cultivators in Sin City. Naturally, there was a time limit. Xiekong Sun was not allowed to kill indiscriminately. He could only kill people who resembled the person who had killed his son. Currently, the time given to him by those people was almost up. Once the time was up, he would not be able to continue killing innocent people in the city of Sin as he had been doing. Duan Lingtian, do you think you'll be fine just because you're hiding? Xiekong Sun suddenly thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and smirked coldly. On the same day, a piece of shocking news spread throughout Sin City. Hey, have you heard? The person who killed the Golden Lion King's son, Xiezong, is called Duan Lingtian. He's from the lower province. Xiezong had snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him. I've heard of him. He seems to be the young mansion master of the quasi-third-rate force in the lower province, the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, you said he killed Xiezong? How's that possible? That's right. How's that possible? How could someone from the lower province kill Xiezong? I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't. When news spread that the person who killed Xiezong was Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, the entire Sin City was in an uproar. However, not many people believed Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Xiezong. What a joke! Although that Duan Lingtian is considered a genius in the lower province, he's nothing in the upper province. How could he possess the strength to kill Xiezong in just a year or two? That's impossible. Isn't this news too fake? You can tell it's fake. How boring. If that young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province is capable of killing Xiezong, I'd be ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking. Half a day had passed, but nobody believed Duan Lingtian, a mere person from the lower province, was capable of killing Xiezong. At this moment, another piece of shocking news spread throughout the entire city of Sin. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, joined the Zoroastrianism in just a year or two after arriving in the upper province. He's now the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism. When the news spread out, it shocked the entire Sin City. Everyone in Sin City was dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian, the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, had become famous in the upper province recently. It was to the point where almost everyone knew about him. Even then, nobody connected him to Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. Almost everyone thought it was just a coincidence that both of them shared the same name. Duan Lingtian, the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province? Is this real? Whether it's the portrait of Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, or the portrait of Duan Lingtian, the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, I've seen both of them. They're not the same person. Don't forget that there's news that the person who killed Xiezong knows how to disguise himself. If the two Duan Lingtian are the same person, it's not surprising that they have different appearances. It's entirely possible for them to disguise themselves. Now that you mention it, I'm reminded of Xiezong's death. If Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, is really the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, with his strength, it's not surprising that he killed Xiezong. Then, does this mean the news is true? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province and the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism are the same person? It's not just someone with the same name? He's the one who killed Xiezong? Although I still find it hard to believe, this seems to be the case. Many of the rogue cultivators in the city of Sin came to a sudden realization as they connected the shocking news one after another. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province and the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism were both Duan Lingtian. If they were really the same person. If that was the case, then everything could be explained. With the strength of Duan Lingtian, the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, it was not difficult for him to kill Xiezong. A commotion broke out in Sin City immediately. I can't believe Duan Lingtian, the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, is the same person as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. I'm afraid Xiezong didn't expect this even in his wildest dreams. That's right. 1 or 2 years ago, the person who was like an ant in front of Xiezong and had his Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, snatched away by Xiezong, appeared in the upper province in just 1 or 2 years. Not only did he become the second strongest prodigy in the Zoroastrianism, but he even killed Xiezong to avenge himself. For someone from the lower province to have such achievements in just 1 or 2 years after coming to the upper province, how monstrous is Duan Lingtian's innate talent? Don't tell me. His innate spiritual root is the legendary violet innate spiritual root. In Sin City, whether it was the sectless cultivators or the people from the various forces, all of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's innate talent in the martial Tao. Duan Lingtian can be considered as avenging Xiezong by killing him. However, I wonder if the Devil Seal Tablet was in Xiezong's hands at that time. If it was, the Devil Seal Tablet would have been returned to its rightful owner by now. I don't think it's possible for Xiezong to have the Devil Seal Tablet. After all, it's a Super Saint weapon that's ranked on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. When he brought it back to the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he must have passed it to his father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. I think so too. At some point, many people's attention had shifted to the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. After all, the enmity between Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and Duan Lingtian from the lower province was all because of the Devil Seal Tablet. Chapter 21:19. News after news swept through Sin City, causing the people in Sin City to temporarily forget about the devil clans from the land of exile that might have invaded the lower province. Rainan, naturally, the people in Sin City were more curious about the demonic tablet. He wondered if the Devil Seal Tablet that Xiezong had snatched from Duan Lingtian was still with him. If the Devil Seal Tablet was in his hands, Duan Lingtian would have taken back the Devil Seal Tablet that originally belonged to him by killing him. If it was not in his possession, it must be in the hands of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since the Golden Lion King was his father, he could only hand the Devil Seal Tablet to the Golden Lion King. While everyone's attention was on the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, another shocking piece of news swept through Sin City like a hurricane. The Devil Seal Tablet is in Xiezong's possession? Moreover, when Duan Lingtian killed Xiezong, The sword he used is one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Traceless Sword. In other words, not only did Duan Lingtian take back the Devil Seal tablet that belonged to him, but he also obtained another super saint weapon. Moreover, it's an offensive super saint weapon. When news of Duan Lingtian possessing 2 super saint weapons spread, it caused an uproar in Sin City. There were only 10 super saint weapons in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. However, at this moment, someone had obtained 2 super saint weapons. As long as it was a normal person, they would definitely be jealous. Why? Why? What does Duan Lingtian do to possess 2 super saint weapons at once? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. If Duan Lingtian was in front of me, I'd want to kill him and snatch the 2 super saint weapons from him. Me too. In the city of Sin, similar voices could be heard everywhere and did not stop for a long time. One person had obtained 2 super saint weapons. Let alone ordinary people in Sin City, even sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above who stood at the peak of Sin City would be envious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind breaking rang out as a total of 5 figures flew out from various parts of the city of Sin. Their speed was so fast that most of the rogue cultivators in the city of Sin could not see them with their naked eyes. Surprisingly, they were all heading in the same direction. It was also the temporary residence of one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King. One of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's mansions in the city of Sin. Golden Lion King. Old Xie. Thank you, Dharmaraja. 5 figures arrived in the sky above the mansion at almost the same time. After they arrived, they looked at each other, and before they even had time to greet each other, they were already shouting loudly. They were looking down at the mansion beneath their feet. It was obvious they were shouting for someone in the mansion. Among the 5 people, there was an old man, an old woman, a middle-aged man, a young man, and a beautiful woman. The person they were shouting for was none other than one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King. Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, rose into the air as soon as the 5 people finished speaking. He arrived in front of the 5 people in just a blink of an eye. Gentlemen, Xiekong Sun did not dare to be negligent in front of the 5 people in front of him. This was because these 5 people were sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. Naturally, there were more than 5 sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in Sin City. These 5 people had come because they had heard about Duan Lingtian obtaining 2 super saint weapons. They were certain the Golden Lion King was from the Golden Lion King. They were certain the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was the source of the news. It was precisely because of this that they had come here. Humph! Old Xie. Stop pretending. Don't you know why we're here? The middle-aged man among the 5 people snorted and said with a frown. The other 4 people looked at the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun, in unison. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Gentlemen, I can guarantee that the Devil Seal tablet is with my son, Xiezong. However, I'm not 100% sure about the Traceless Sword. After all, I've only heard of the Traceless Sword, but I've never seen it before. Xiekong Sun knew this was not the time to keep them in suspense, so he went straight to the point. However, the mirror image of Duan Lingtian killing my son was sent to me through the mirror image talisman. At that time, my son had already taken out the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman and was prepared to kill Duan Lingtian with it. Xiekong Sun's voice turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman? Old Xie, you really dote on your son. You even obtained a Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman for him. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, I only have one son. Naturally, I won't be stingy with him. Xiekong Sun said confidently. At this very moment, his tone was low and his expression was incomparably gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. His only son had died just like that. Immediately, the fury hidden in his heart rose without reservation, causing his disheveled hair to seem like numerous sharp needles, just like the spikes of a hedgehog. At this moment, Xie Kong soon looked like an enraged lion. Apart from that, his white hair had a tinge of gold, making him look like a golden lion. It was obvious this was how he got his title, the Golden Lion King. Just as my son was about to kill Duan Lingtian with the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, Duan Lingtian made his move. As soon as he made his move, he used the sword-wielding technique and killed my son with a terrifying sword. Xie Kong Sun continued to say, from the beginning until the end, not only did my son not have time to activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, but he didn't even have time to react. The sword was so fast that it seemed to have disappeared without a trace. 1,000 inscriptions Saint's sword was nothing compared to a piece of scrap metal. Xie Kong Sun's voice was filled with conviction when he spoke. It was as though he was 100% certain of this. Traceless sword. The young man among the five could not help but exclaim when he heard Xie Kong Sun's words. His eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. Based on what great karmic King Xie has said, the sword Duan Lingtian used must be the traceless sword. The other four nodded in agreement. Thank you, great karmic king. Thank you. The young man took the lead to express his gratitude to Xie Kong Sun. After that, he disappeared like a gust of wind before Xie Kong Sun's eyes. The other four people followed suit and left as well. The five of them came quickly and left quickly, coming and going like the wind. For a time, Xie Kong Sun was the only one left in the sky above the huge mansion. Duan Lingtian, from today onward, since you possess 2 Super Saint weapons, you're destined to become public enemy number 1. At the same time, a sneer appeared on Xie Kong Sun's face. I'd like to see if you're willing to give up on the 2 Super Saint weapons. If you're unwilling to give them up, you'll be hunted down by the entire upper province. Human nature was greedy. If news of Duan Lingtian possessing 2 coveted Super Saint weapons spread out, it would definitely attract the attention of everyone in the upper province. At that time, Duan Lingtian would become the target of everyone in the upper province. As the saying went, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Duan Lingtian, who possessed 2 Super Saint weapons, was destined to be targeted by many powerhouses in the upper province. As the news spread out, the entire Sin City began to search for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, these people's target was the 2 Super Saint weapons in Duan Lingtian's possession. That Golden Lion King is really ruthless. With this, it'll be difficult for me to establish myself in the upper province. It was more than a month later when Duan Lingtian found out about this. At this time, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. However, the joy he felt from breaking through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage vanished when he learned about this news. Unless I'm willing to give up on the Devil Seal tablet, I'll become the target of everyone in the upper province before I'm strong enough to use the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this as well. For this reason, he said the Golden Lion King from Zhuangzi Buddhism was ruthless. Apart from that, everyone now knows that apart from being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, I'm also the second strongest prodigy of Zoroastrianism. I'm afraid it won't take long before news of me, the second strongest prodigy of Zoroastrianism, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, and the fact that I possess 2 Super Saint weapons will spread to Zoroastrianism. It seems like I can't return to Zoroastrianism before I'm strong enough to rescue Kerr and her mother. Otherwise, I'll become the target of everyone in the Zoroastrianism hall. The temptation of a Super Saint weapon was too great. Even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would be tempted by it. Currently, there were rumors that he possessed 2 Super Saint weapons, the Devil Seal tablet and the Traceless sword. That Golden Lion King must have mistaken my Jasper Celestial sword for the Traceless sword. It's easy to deal with the Traceless sword. As long as I swear on the lightning penalty oath that I've never obtained the Traceless sword, I don't have to worry about people not believing me. However, the Devil Seal tablet is really in my possession. It's impossible for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I've never obtained it. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If he returned to Zoroastrianism, many high-ranking Zoroastrianism officials would definitely covet the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Chapter 21:20. A man's wealth is his own fault. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. For this reason, he felt a certain amount of pressure. The pressure was like a huge rock that pressed down on his heart, causing his heart to sink slightly. Based on what the Golden Lion King has done, it means I have to give up the Devil Seal tablet. Otherwise, I can't easily reveal my identity before I'm strong enough to protect the Devil Seal tablet. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, his expression darkened even more. In other words, he could not easily reveal his identity as Duan Lingtian even if he appeared in public. Otherwise, he would be hunted down by the powerhouses from the upper province. The Devil Seal tablet was a super saint weapon. It was too tempting. Moreover, the Golden Lion King had spread news that apart from the Devil Seal tablet, he had also obtained the Traceless Sword. Similar to the Devil Seal tablet, the Traceless Sword was also a super saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. There are only 10 super saint weapons in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Now that the Golden Lion King has said I have 2 super saint weapons, I'm afraid anyone would be jealous of me. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly, as though he was about to devour someone. Golden Lion King, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember your kindness. When I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it'll be time for you to accompany your son, Xiezong, to hell. Currently, Duan Lingtian was forced into a corner by the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Before he became strong enough, he could only hide in the dark. For this reason, he hated the Golden Lion King whom he had never met. Innate spiritual root. I need more innate spiritual roots. Ever since Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed into an indigo innate spiritual root, he could clearly feel his cultivation speed had improved tremendously. For this reason, he was eager to improve his innate spiritual root. As long as my innate spiritual root transforms into a violet innate spiritual root or a dark violet innate spiritual root, with the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'll be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in a few years. Once my cultivation base breaks through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't have to hide anymore. At that time, so what if I have the Devil Seal tablet? So what if I have 2 super sacred artifacts? Who dares to provoke me? Duan Lingtian became excited when he thought of this. It was as though he could already see himself breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Of course, after coming back to his senses, Duan Lingtian felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, and he was completely awake. Now that I've disguised myself and am wearing a loose hooded black robe, no one will be able to recognize me even if my portrait is spread outside. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he thought of this. Currently, my cultivation base has just broken through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage, and I still need to consolidate it. I'll make use of this time to stroll around Sin City and see if I can meet anyone from the Black Crow Alliance. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself for a while before he left the inn. Fortunately, the people from the Black Crow Alliance did not hear Duan Lingtian's words. Otherwise, they would be terrified and would not dare to take advantage of the situation in Sin City. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he could kill the leader of the Black Crow Alliance with just a strike of his sword, let alone ordinary members of the Black Crow Alliance. The Black Crow Alliance was an alliance of sectless cultivators on the same level as the Ground Axe Alliance. The leader of the Black Crow Alliance was also at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Zhaozhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant. After killing Zhaozhan's brother, Zhaozhan, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism, Buhong, was planning to kill the people from the Black Crow Alliance. In the following days, Duan Lingtian traveled to various places in Sin City. Whenever he saw a member of the Black Crow Alliance trying to take advantage of someone else's injuries, he would kill them without hesitation. Naturally, the people from the Black Crow Alliance were not the only ones who tried to take advantage of someone else's injuries. However, all of them were killed by Duan Lingtian. Their innate spiritual roots were also devoured by Duan Lingtian. Most of the people who died at Duan Lingtian's hands were from the Black Crow Alliance. When news of this spread to the Black Crow Alliance's base, the entire alliance was shocked. The black-robed man. Whenever he sees us, the Black Crow Alliance, trying to take advantage of an injured person, he'll kill all of us. Moreover, he kills all of us with just one strike. All the information gathered together to form this shocking and explosive piece of news. The members of the Black Crow Alliance immediately felt threatened. Many of them even decided not to take advantage of those who were lucky enough to survive the deathmatch in the future. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they encountered the black-robed man. Who is he? Is he picking on the Black Crow Alliance? Is he trying to make an enemy out of the Black Crow Alliance? One of the members from the Black Crow Alliance growled. The Black Crow Alliance's members aren't the only ones who have died in his hands. Whenever there's a battle to the death and the lucky survivor is targeted by someone, the person who wants to take advantage of the situation will die in his hands. Another member from the Black Crow Alliance corrected him. Based on his words, it was clear he understood the black-robed man's actions. What's he trying to do? Does he think he's the savior of the world? What a joke! No matter what, many people from the Black Crow Alliance have died at his hands. He has to give us an explanation for this. An explanation for the Black Crow Alliance? Are you kidding me? The members of the Black Crow Alliance usually wear the uniform of the Black Crow Alliance. Why would the black-robed man not attack us just because of that? In my opinion, the black-robed man is openly provoking the Black Crow Alliance. If he doesn't die, the Black Crow Alliance won't be able to stay in Sin City anymore. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Black Crow Alliance's estate. Bang! All of a sudden, a loud noise rang from the front yard of a mansion in the Black Crow Alliance's estate. It was Zhao Zhan, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, who had raised his hand and smashed a stone tablet in the front yard.